Did you just put us live and not say anything? Salvatore, you hit the button. People are actually hearing. Oh, you son of a bitch. Welcome to part 2 of the SFP Podathon. Hope y'all are having a blast. We have actually maxed out the last StreamYard, so we are going into round 2 with a very special treat. I'll be doing the talking, so you know it'll be done properly because I have internet and a microphone, unlike my counterpart. But what we're going to do is we're going to let them wrap up the last stream. I can see Sal's mouth running in the background. I can see it happening, so I know he's pissed, but we're going to leave him backstage for right now. What we're going to do, though, is we are going to bring on 2 rock stars. I mean, you're talking about the people that have made your shirts, that have made your AVIs, some of the most talented people involved in the fishbowl. You got a lot of idiots like me and Sal involved. You got a lot of really technical people like Dave and Scott and Ryan, but these are the artists. We're going to bring you 2 of the 3. Mr. Gilchrist is in Disney World. So we're going to bring on our first one, Mr. Jordan Loop. What's up, my friend? How we doing?
Hey, man, I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm not going to lie. I think we were talking earlier, a little nervous about this segment because we're not only just talking about your artwork, but we're going to be eating some random meats that Steven provided us and making me a little nervous.
Yeah, he said, Steven said, hey, what's your address? I'm going to overnight you some jerky. Do you mind to eat it on stream? I said, well, how can I say no to that? So we'll see what happens. I'm a little nervous about. I'm assuming it's all legal to consume in the U.S. So that's kind of my own.
A strong assumption.
Saving grace, I guess.
I think the roughest part of that was
Sal, you come on the stream and cause that.
And you ruin it every time.
Why?
The roughest part of that was having a box of beef jerky in my house for like 3-4 days and not being able to eat it yet. Like that's been the hardest part.
Mine didn't come till last night, so I was really happy of the last minute thing because at least I didn't have to smell it for any longer. But yeah,
well, I tried like it was a cigar. I put the box like right up to my nose, like all right, let me see and it just smelled like a box.
Okay, because I didn't go near it until 5 minutes ago. And Steven, I don't know how much packing tape you get in your world, but you put 17 rounds of it. I go out of work.
I wanted to make sure it got there nice and neat. Hey, I care about my meat.
Sal,
welcome to the club, my friend. Welcome to the club.
All right. Well, before we get into the AVI work, before we get into the meats, who's got our reads for this half hour?
I'll take.
Yeah,
whoever.
Steven has the better voice, Sal. Come on, don't jump in unless you have to.
I mean, are we going to make Steven read everything then?
Guys,
I hope so.
This is my last one before I hop off, so I'll make it quick. This segment is brought to you by the Devi Devotional, a podcast focused on Devi and C2C players while keeping an eye on a championship. The Devi Devotional combines film analysis from Aaron Wilcox and an analytical perspective from John Arrington to find the best NFL rookies before they're drafted. Can't get enough of the Devi Devotional? Check out at Aaron Wilcox 86 and at Dynasty Coach A's Twitter for links to Devi and C2C ranks, rookie models, and a Dynasty League evaluator to bring home those championship trophies. Listen to the Devi Devotional across all your favorite podcast platforms and make sure to click that bell on YouTube. We've also hit our goal for the Chris Hates Kickers donation, but if you want to donate to the Podathon, visit that link scrolling across the bottom of the screen here, fantasycares.org/Podathon.
Freaking nailed it. All right. Well, before we get to the meats and stuff, Jordan, I want to talk about some of your favorite AVIs that you made because I've been amazed by all of them. I think the FF Bird Gang one is the one that I absolutely fell in love with. The Eagle drinking the Guinness was magical, but every one of them, like it depends on which day I scroll through your media tab. I find a different one that I love. Which was your favorite to make and which one stands out to you?
Yeah, I think that Bird Gang one it just turned out very, very nicely, and it came together pretty well, and people seem to respond to that one. I think it got the most likes of all of them that I've done, so probably that one. But they're all just so unique, and if you guys could see some of the requests that we get, it's such a wide range. Some of it is just like, I'm in this division, do whatever you want. And then some of them are like a paragraph long of so specific down to, I want this color in there, but do not include red. Or, it's just like, they're so very specific. But so they both can be a challenge in their own way. Some you have to get creative and they give you nothing. And then some it's just trying to fit in everything they want. So it's fun to do for sure.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things, and you guys know I'm such a huge fan of everything y'all do. We had Chris Bees come up a while back. That was amazing. And I said, and Steven, obviously, I can't rely on this guy more to get artwork done. Otherwise, we'd have stick figures for every show. And anyone who doesn't know, Steven, it hasn't even just been for the Podathon. The man did the intro for my podcast. Like, everything he does, I absolutely love. You guys are stars. Yeah, one of the best intros. I still hold firm that might be the best intro in podcast history, but I digress. But why we're here today, and Jordan, we'll talk more about some of your artwork in a minute, but Steven, let's talk about these meats here. I know people have been antsy to figure out what the hell we have here. I have 5 unlabeled, some greasy looking, some dry looking sticks of things that apparently we're supposed to eat on air. I'm hoping they're all vegan, because I don't want to get myself in trouble here.
I mean, yeah, we're in deep trouble if that's the case. However, is Russ's chair the new Podathon chair? We're just going to call this the new Podathon chair.
Yeah.
It returns.
Just to mess with him. No, we'll get that. Where's Bosch? I sent him stuff too, and he's not even here. I'm a little disappointed. We'll have to give him crap. So we have 5 of our 34 flavors that are sitting here in front of all of you. You all have the same things, with the exception of Jordan, because I forgot to pull the label off of Jordan's when I shipped it out. We have we'll go by color, and we'll just go through the spectrum. So again, this is anything and everything. We've got standard beef. We have wild game, and I will let your imaginations run wild for what wild game means. But we've got a couple of those in here as well. So we're going to dive right into it and have a little fun. So if you would pull your gray stick, we'll make it nice and easy to start. So if you want to grab a bite, we'll see if the easy one. We'll do the softball question here for what the predictions are on this one. But
do you don't know how difficult this is for me? I do not eat random meats. I like steak and chicken, and that's about it.
I mean, they used to be that in some shape or form until they went through a machine. But
well, the wild game one he cannot confirm.
No, I like jerky. Don't get me wrong, I like jerky, but I like to know what the hell I'm eating. This is out of my comfort zone.
All right, so what do we have? We have like a pepperoni here.
So what do we think we're eating? Any guesses?
Bambi.
Not yet. So
You
standard.
Said
okay.
You said this was easy. I'm just going with beef.
Yeah, this one
beef.
does have.
Okay, it is beef.
Yep.
It is beef.
Is it bison? Is it a pepperoni bison?
So it is a teriyaki beef. This is teriyaki beef
good.
for this one. So this one's good. Yeah, like I said, just grab your gray meat and eat it, Sal.
I manscaped, just so you know.
So
sponsor, by the way.
Yeah. Trying to remember what other colors I had in there. Let's go with the pink next. Let's go with the pink.
Yeah. I call that maroon where I come from.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm bad with colors. Is that pink?
Yes, that is pink.
Okay.
That is pink. There we go. We're gonna start a new podcast, Fantasy Football Jerky After Dark. all the innuendos.
We're doing that after 11 o'clock tonight.
All right. So this one gets into the the wild game. I will give you that hint. And it might have some hints on the outside if you look at the stick itself.
Is there cheese on here?
There is cheese in there.
All right.
Oh, jeez.
Any thoughts to the meat?
I'm going to go back to Sal's answer previously and go with Bambi.
It is Bambi.
Oh, no way. It's pretty good.
It's venison cheddar. Venison cheddar.
I've never had venison before.
Me
It's
either.
thick.
My first time.
There you go. See, we're expanding your horizons.
Luke on fire, by the way. He is killing this game.
I've actually, I've had a wild boar hot dog. By the way, they're wonderful.
I don't even think I've had that. That actually sounds good.
Yeah, there's a place up near Rutgers. It's Jersey Dogs, and it's just ridiculous. Like your average hot dog place that does like 10,000 toppings on, but then they have alligator, bison, wild boar, like a couple of random. Okay, I guess they make meat of that animal and make it a hot dog. Let's try it.
All right. So how many of what Russ just said do we have in our possession at this moment?
At this point, I believe there's 2.
All right.
So we'll go next. Is anybody not a fan of spicy?
I'm a fan, but you might see me absolutely melt when I eat it.
I want to see his bald head sweating like crazy.
He's an old man. He's gonna have to go take an antacid after him.
Let's do the red.
Maybe.
Let's do the red.
All right. Red is spicy.
All right. So red is spicy.
I assumed orange was spicy, but okay.
Oh no.
Yeah, I saw the pink and I was thinking, all right, this is going to be like a habanero or something. Like that felt like just color wise, it was going to be a spicy something.
So there is a version of that has jalapeno in it. So so it's jalapeno cheddar venison. So I just gave you guys the easy one here, but this is the spicy one out of the group. This is the only spicy one there is. But what are we thinking here? What do you think that is?
I'm going boar this time. I think boar is somewhere in here, and this has a pork-ish type texture to me.
Okay.
It's definitely a whitish meat and really good heat to it.
I think it's. I don't know what the hell it is, but it's fantastic. I'm going back for more.
Right. I'm gonna go. Let's go with rattlesnake, the other white meat.
The other Jordan is technically the closest here. So this is Cajun gator.
I was
So
gonna say
you were eating
alligator.
I kind of felt like gator was coming because that was like the most close to normal thing I listed. Yeah, gator's actually.
I'm not gonna lie to you. This is wonderful.
Yeah.
It's wonderful, but I need water. Hold on.
So
I
let's
feel
talk
like
about what.
Leatherhead from the Ninja Turtles.
Let's talk about why we're actually here and let Steven answer this question. While we get a break and let Sal cool off a bit. Steven, you want to tell him where we can order all these meats?
Yes,
I'll keep
you can
eating
order you can order all this at johnselginmarket.com. That's ELGIN market.com. So we've got everything from the sticks like you're seeing here to jerky, large pieces. I believe it's been a couple of years since I gave some to Sal to show off and flag in front of all the other folks there. We have barbecue, we have everything in between you can imagine, all these wild games, and also sausages for anyone that wants to add to their charcuterie boards like Sal. So
A wide array of
everything.
white meats.
So anything and everything in between. All right, we got 2 more, right? Let's do orange. Orange is the one. Green is best for last. There's one person on this stream who also knows what the green is, but that's not.
You're bad at this game, Steven.
So the orange is the sloppy stick.
Yep.
We're going to keep it as that is as X-rated as we're going to get with this conversation.
By the way, just to talk about
one,
bills, if you haven't eaten an ostrich before, like I've had an ostrich steak, it's really good.
Yes, we do have ostrich as well. It's not one of these here. Ostrich is purple.
Thank God. I heard that gives you nightmares. I can't eat that shit.
But the orange one, again, it's a little messier. However, also one of our best sellers for good reason. Just because of the sweetness of a sauce we actually put on the stick itself. But should be relatively easy to guess.
Yeah. I know I've had this in my mouth before.
You got to narrow it down, Sal.
Title of your sex tape.
I feel like
Like
it's
sweet
something
chili
basic,
sauce?
like turkey or something, but
Not turkey.
Oh no, it's
it's
good
so
radio.
it's so good. Oh my god.
Mike, what do you think?
I'm still getting over Sal saying he's had it in his mouth before. I might need a minute. So yeah, I'm gonna go ostrich.
Oh,
I do think it's in the bird family, and I know you guys do some exotics, so I'm gonna go ostrich on this one.
That's some kind of pork, isn't it? It's some kind of it's got a rib flavor to it.
yeah.
Sal, you were correct. This is barbecue pork.
Yeah.
Dang, I thought we were getting real exotic, but Sal's definitely had pork in his mouth before. We do know that.
The whole thing is going down. That's it.
Sal, no, do not throat that. Sal, we're live.
And it's gone.
Oh, it's so good.
Okay, so one more. That would be the green. So I got to hear everybody's guesses on this one before we make the announcement of what this is. So this is actually one that a bestseller because of just the sheer curiosity. So that is your clue.
I've never had this in my mouth before.
First time for everything, Stallion.
So I'm gonna go. Luke guessed it earlier. I'm gonna go rattlesnake.
Okay.
I don't know. I always pictured like snake would be tougher than this.
Well, maybe it's a chubby snake.
I didn't mean to body shame the snake. My bad.
I don't have a guess. I'll tell you, that might be human. Somebody put human flesh.
Not
I
quite.
will
Not
tell
quite.
you, out of all
Not
of
quite.
them,
He
this
didn't
is
say
my-
no.
It's my least favorite of all of them
Is it possum?
It's your least favorite?
so far. Yeah.
Okay.
But
Maybe
that's
so
all I
far.
have.
It's the last one.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
I
it
have
has
more.
to be your
I don't
least
know.
favorite total.
Steven, it's my least favorite, but I don't know if it's because I know what this is or if it's the actual flavor.
Squirrel? Somebody said squirrel?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the before I can
Russ,
say whether it's my favorite or
where are
not.
you at, Russ? Are you sticking with your rattlesnake?
Yeah, because I figured, like you said, it's not overly flavored, so it's something that you left. See, like these are good answers because it's something you left to like, all right, you want to taste what this tastes like. We're not making this fancy. So rabbit or kangaroo are two very good answers.
Oh, kangaroo.
Jamie
That's
is
right.
correct. You are eating
You have-
kangaroo.
I have a cousin
kangaroo.
who is Australian, and it's normal and he says it's good.
Yeah, it is a normal thing, and that is one of our exotics is kangaroo. Part of
Was
our
that
outback
green?
pack.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's in the garbage.
I think the
Oh.
kangaroos seem like jerks, so I'm not like upset about it. To be honest, every time I see a video of a kangaroo, they're doing something shitty. So I'm not
Yeah, that's
really
true.
mad that this is what happened.
What was the red again? I think I enjoyed the red. I'm going to finish that.
The red was the Cajun gator.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, Cajun gator is one of our best, and then we also have one that I thought about including, but I didn't want to run into issues with spice, and that's our hotter than hell elk, which, depending on the batch, can be pretty damn rough.
I
So-
gladly would have sweated and choked on screen to have tried that, though.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna put an order in for that one, and we'll.
That
get
is
back
such
to
a
it.
statement, Russ. That's such a statement. Sweated and choked on screen.
Oh, you can't say anything about anything that anyone has said for the rest of the day, Sal. I have had this in my mouth before. We'll go down in Podathon history.
You're welcome. I did that on purpose for you, Bob.
man.
I'm sure you did, Sal.
So yes,
There is a movie-
even though we're missing two other folks, that made my day watching that. So do appreciate it.
I will
Hopefully
say
you guys
they
enjoy
were
it.
like, regardless that these guys were like, oh, this is the one I like this the least. Those were all wonderful.
Yeah.
And as soon as
Really
I'm not
appreciate
on
it.
screen, I will actually eat them in a way that will be far too fast and probably, well, not make me look good on screen. So I'm gonna save that because unlike Sal, I care a little bit about having a reputation of not being a gross human being.
I've already done marriage, and that ended. Raised kids. This is my absolute hooligan phase I'm in now. It's just random
Guys,
shit.
We got 10 minutes left. Steven, tell them where to find the sticks one more time, and then let's get back to some of the AVI work and lessons of beats that Sal's had. His
look at Mike here trying to get us back on course.
We need the man to right the ship. JohnsElginMarket.com. That's JOHNSELGIN market.com. So we got all that. We ship everywhere. So whatever you want, we can get it done.
Now, promo code Sal's had this in his mouth for 15% off. Is that something we're going to make happen?
You get charged an extra 15%.
Extra 20% if you say that out loud again.
Yeah.
I'm going to put that in for all that barbecue pork I'm ordering because I'm ordering it as soon as the show's over.
So I'm getting ahead on the live read. I know I don't have a live read, but if you contact me on Twitter at Steven_Roto through next Sunday, I can get 10% off your order. So shoot me a DM and we can get that squared away as well. So there we are.
So should we are we playing like Never Have I Ever with Sal right now?
I mean, it's at that point. It feels like. Thankfully,
you're gonna lose. I'm telling you.
Safe hours.
So Sal's gonna be on at 4:30 in the morning for Aussie guys. We can play then if people want to wake up and talk about things he's put in his mouth. So Jordan, while we're not talking about Sal's meat, give me the wildest request you've ever gotten. You said you've gotten some specific ones. What's been the one that sticks out the most?
We're talking about Abby's now.
Okay, yeah.
I needed to make sure that was known by everyone who just heard that question.
One time at band camp.
I think, and Steven may be able to give some more details, but it was a couple years ago. SFB 11 was music theme, so they wanted like Nirvana in a fishbowl in the ocean. Surrounded by coral, and the coral had to be very specific colors. They wanted the baby from the Nevermind album swimming overhead. I mean, it was very, very, very detailed of what they wanted. But somebody, it wasn't me, but somebody hopped in there and knocked it out. So
I had such an off-color Kurt Cobain thing to say about that. I just kept it to myself.
No,
I just kept it to myself. Just kept it to myself.
Bad person. See, I worked on. Thank you. I mean, I worked on Avi's for a year, and I don't know if you guys are Family Guy fans, but like in one of the first 2 seasons, they show a tattoo artist, and he's like, "Oh, so you want to get a tattoo? How about Kermit the Frog?" "No, I want to get a skull." "Okay, well, I'm going to draw Kermit the Frog." Like that was me as an Avi maker. I want to do this, this, and this. All right, but I'm going to give you this because that's what I can do.
I'll say this. The introduction of AI has been a godsend.
Oh, yeah.
That is all I will say. It has been a godsend to all of us. And again, we try and do the best we can to do all of these crazy requests, no matter how big or small. But that has made our lives significantly easier to use that as a jump there. Oh, we got to stop and talk about that. How about that? Underdog tourney full. 50K to Fantasy Cares. Awesome.
Do we have time to start up another one?
Yeah, let's double it up. See if we can do 100K.
I think that might have been the plan.
Just saying.
Sal's leaking the news.
I think it might be. I don't know. I'm making shit up. I sit in that chat. Here's the best part. I'm in that chat, the SFB 13 chat, and you guys are working your asses off. And I'm just, every once in a while, I make a comment that's on the level of, I've had that in my mouth. Like, I contribute nothing, but I get to sit in there and watch everything. It's amazing. I'm just like,
oh,
amazing.
Man.
Yeah, no, but that is awesome. We put a goal out there of 150,000 overall for all Fantasy Cares this year, and we're well on our way with that. And the merchandising and the eliminators and what we're doing here this weekend, it's truly amazing what this has become.
So before this section ends, Jordan, I need to know, what division are you in, And did you try extra hard on that logo because you knew you were going to join it?
No, so I am in the Cracker Barrel division, so I'm wearing that shirt today.
Oh wait, hold
no,
on. I haven't actually talked to you live since we say Devin A. Chain.
Devon, right? Devon A. Chain. I mean, is that not how you say it?
It's not the on part that we were worried about. It was the A. Chain part that. So, if you were around before, like a couple of weeks ago, we were doing the name game contest, and we have 18,000 different group DMs, and one of them is the merch chat, and we were talking, and Jordan just couldn't grasp what A Chain would rhyme with.
Okay, guys, you tell me. All right. We were trying to combine players' names with one of the logos, right? And we were specifically talking about some of the live divisions. So we were trying to come up with something for one of the Buffalo divisions, which is Fatty Beer Co. or Anchor Bar. So I said Devon A. Chain and Anchor Bar together. Devon A. Chanker Bar.
Yeah,
and
but
they
it's
were
not
like,
Devon.
no,
Okay.
why are you saying it like that? And I was like, how else would I say it? So I don't know.
The voice messages going back and forth in the DM with the various pronunciations, and then it started getting into other players.
No, wait, Jordan, how do you say this? Jordan, what does it rhyme with this?
Yeah, Boss was like, okay, say bank. Say this, say that. And
Hey, pillow.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, the name game is wonderful. It is so much fun. But if you have the slightest bit of non-boring American accent, it takes on a different life of its own. And I mean, Midwestern to some East Coast. Okay, like we hit Bob and it gets a little different. But like,
Whoa, hey. Our accent's just fine. We started this whole thing.
I love you, man. You do not quite have the accent that Bob Gilchrist has.
No, I don't. Bob talks like he's on freaking Good Will Hunting. I swear he's not even from here. He just learned it from the movie.
Yeah, that is I did not know him before the movie, so I can't attest to how he spoke before that movie came out.
Probably like you.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Everyone in Boston just spoke like New Yorkers until the Good Will Hunting came out, and they're like, "Oh, that's what we sound like. All right, let's go with it."
Damn, Ben Affleck ruined everything.
You adopt that, but you can't adopt all the math equations. Come on.
No, we're not doing calculus, but we're not going to say our odds either.
Oh, man.
All right. Well, we are winding this section down, but before we will remind at Fishbowl Merch on Twitter, the link in the bio to go and get some ridiculously awesome merch, shirts, hoodies, hats. I wish there was more. Like, I want there to be everything in my house that I can cover in these logos because they did such a damn good job that it's just like, I need more. I want more. Why isn't there more? Like, I want more stuff. And of course, there's limitations on what you could print stuff on, but I don't want that. I want it. I want it all, and I want it now. What for 280 Mercury? Thank you.
But no, all right. But for real though, between the Avies and specifically the shirts, Jordan, I still have no idea how you did as many as you did this year because we're sitting here and it's just like design, and absolutely killed it.
The majority started like 12 months ago, and then he was smart about it. He was showing them to us in like intervals. He was not like, here's all 3,000 I did. He's like, here's 10. A week later, here's 5. So he made it all a year ago. He's just making us think that he's been grinding.
We came up with a theme last summer around this time, and it became official, I guess, around February. At least that's when I learned that it was official, and that's when we really started going in on all the designs and trying to get everything together. So I've been working on those logos and things for about 3 months. So before they were seen by the public, and Scott announced the theme to everyone. So very happy with the response. And I just checked a few minutes ago. over 1,200 orders from the merch shop. So those are individual
Incredible.
orders. Some of those orders have 2, 3, 10 items in those. So lots of lots of money to Fantasy Care. So I'm glad of the response, and just proud of you guys, and thankful that you all let me work on it with you. So thanks.
Thank you. Now go away.
Goodbye.
I was about to pick that up. No, Mike, no. Ben Affleck was a pretty good Batman. Just gonna put it out there.
I don't. Yeah, that's a bad take. I don't agree with that. This is superhero talk now. Oh, did he actually leave? Where'd he go? Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Someone actually left when I told them to. This is new. I like this.
The power. No. Oh man, who's up next? I don't even.
We got
Mike Clay.
Mike
We're expecting
Clay.
Mike Clay up next.
Just showing up
All right.
now.
There he is.
I
And
will.
so
Okay.
I'm gonna let you guys enjoy Mike, who is a star and deserves more of the screens than my ugly face does. Steven, thanks for the meet. Sal, thanks for the sound bites. Jordan, thanks for the ABIs, and Russ, just thanks for being there, I guess.
thank you, Mike.
Later, guys.
later.
And I'm out as well. So all the focus on our next guest. So we'll be back later.
Be well.
You guys,
Steven.
thanks.
Bye, Jordan. Wait, what? Sal? What? Why? What? How did... All right. Well, before we get Mike up in here, our guest is brought to you by CampusToCanton.com, a website focused on all things college fantasy, including Dynasty, Devy, College Fantasy, and Campus to Canton leagues. Campus to Canton is the fastest growing format in fantasy where your teams have college and NFL lineups. And as college players enter the NFL, they join your NFL roster. Visit CampusToCanton.com as their team of experts bring you articles, podcasts, cutting-edge tools, exclusive ADP, interest-leading draft guides for Devy. There are so many commas in this sentence. College fantasy, freshman supplemental drafts, and the deepest set of college rankings anywhere. Check out CampusToCanton.com today and every day after. Like, that was a lot of stuff they have, so you actually should go check that out because that is so much stuff. Also, the transition from season-long fantasy football to NFL DFS can be tricky. If you want to take DFS more seriously this season, rely on experts who do this for a living with the help of Occupy Fantasy. Their staff has millions of dollars in lifetime NFL DFS earnings using the affordable tools and unique strategies created by co-founder Brian Jester. At Occupy Fantasy, the goal of Occupy Fantasy is to teach you the right way to play and help you completely reshape how you think about DFS at any bankroll level. Subscribe to Occupy Fantasy for their informative ebooks, live player models, daily write-ups, and the smartest lineup builder in the industry. Visit OccupyFantasy.com today.
All right, and let me see. My voice is still with us. Without further ado, we'll bring in ESPN's own Mike Clay. Mike, how are we doing today on a Saturday? I think it's still afternoon.
Yeah, I guess it counts. Although I plan to do this out on my patio. I got the pool all ready for when we were done. It's hot out. We are all ready to jump in. I thought I would do this show, and then we all get in the pool, and it started pouring down raining. So now it looks more like the evening. I think the shift has begun, but hopefully it'll slow down soon, and we'll be able to hang out, get some food, and hang out in the pool tonight. How you guys doing?
You got a ridiculously cool amount of race cars behind you.
Oh yeah, that's I've been growing this collection since I was a kid, so it's growing over the years. A lot of Mark Martin in there. That was my guy growing up.
I used to do construction, and on the weekends we used to do like basement projects and stuff for people. And this guy's basement was floor to ceiling, wall to wall, the entire thing, encased NASCARs. It was one of the most impressive collections I've ever seen. And when I saw, that's got to be 10, 12 years ago. When I saw yours, Mike, I was like, wow, it brought me back to that time. Pretty wild. But we're hanging in there. I mean, I think we're 8 hours in now, right? 7.5 and 30. I could still do math. And I'm very excited that you're with us this year. I know a few times in the past it didn't line up for you to come on. And I joked with Matthew earlier that he finally left ESPN and Mike felt comfortable enough coming on. So thank God.
That is what it is. That is. He always wanted the spotlight, right? So I couldn't step on his toe. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I actually got a DM from someone earlier, and they threw you under the bus. They said you were calling me out on the show, saying I always decline the invitation. I mean, look, here's the thing. I've been on vacation like every year the week that you guys have done it. You've never shifted the date, so it's not on me. You know, I tried. I explained where I was. So, but yeah, this year didn't line up. So.
I think I may have put it more gently, like Mike couldn't make it. I don't know if he said. Who's out there trying to make me look bad?
You, Sal, you are out here trying to make you look bad.
You know, I don't know if Mike
trying
remembers
to make
this,
all
but
look bad.
a few years back, I tried to help him through DM with a leak he was having in his basement. I don't know if he remembers. Do you remember that?
Is that right? Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm getting old now. Things are running together.
You had some ceiling tiles that were getting wet, and your daughter might have been coming from the front door. I remember these things.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that did happen. I think that's all sorted out. So, if I didn't thank you, then thank you, because no leaks since that point.
All good, my friend. It's Prison Mike, as you're being called by Bob Harris. So you know, I did mention Matthew leaving, and he talked a little bit about his. You know, we're not getting anything too deep. What I'm just going to ask you is, what's the landscape like around ESPN now? He was always, you know, the main guy in the fantasy world over at ESPN, and he's moved on, and some new people have come in, new people that were already in the industry in some other places. Yourself still there, and field is obviously elevated in a lot of ways. And what's to be expected this year? Maybe a little bit different than in the past.
Yeah, so obviously Matthew is a huge presence here for obvious reasons, right? He's you know, one of the people that really put this industry on the map and put it where it is today, and has you know, been a help to so many people. So yeah, it was obviously a big shift. You know, I think that, you know, you mentioned some new people. We had Eric Moody come in, Liz Loza obviously was huge, had a big presence in her first year. And you know, it's again, and none of what I say is a detriment to Matthew, or, you know, we're happy he's gone, anything like that. But you know, it's been great. I mean, it has been great. It was great with him. It's great, you know, without him here, just because the culture's so strong, and we have so many great people, and we're such a strong team behind the scenes and in front of the cameras, and obviously all the staff we have writing columns as well. So you know, we're having a lot of fun. We're still, you know, hammering out a ton of great analysis across the board with this team, and you know, I'm really lucky to be a part of it. So yeah, I mean, I feel like you know, it's always just one of them things, right? It's like a bittersweet thing, right? Matthew's a friend, and we love him, and he's been instrumental for this community. I'm glad he's having such a great time at NBC, and things are going so strong for him. But you know, I feel like we're crushing it as well, doing some new things as well, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. I know Russ is going to ask some SFB questions, but Russ, before you get to that,
okay,
Mike,
sorry.
I've traditionally had on the past year's SFB champion, and you are a former SFB champion many years ago. Might have been the FF Oasis Invitational back then, and there was no Podathon.
We heard Bitter Scott talking about that one.
Coming in second place. And, tell us.
Yeah, look, Scott's a nice guy. Everybody loves Scott, but he does not like me. Like, I just know that, like, I am the person. He does, like, does he hate anyone? I don't think so, except me. Like, I'm the guy he hates because I stole that from him way back in the day. So, Scott, if you're watching, I apologize sincerely for that. That's actually the real reason I haven't been on this for years. I was banned. I received a 5-year ban. So that's why I'm finally allowed to come back on this year.
How crazy is it, the growth from those early invitationals to the 3,324 teams, not counting satellites and mirror leagues, that are happening this year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's amazing. I think that first one had, I want to say 96 teams, maybe way back when. Yeah, much different. So I like to throw it around that I won the first ever Scott Fishbowl. But really, it was you know, it's nothing like the champions who win it today. That's the real achievement. Mine is kind of, you know, I beat Scott. I mean, come on, like, what, you know, it's just Scott, right? Does he count as a fantasy expert, or is he just is he a fan? Is he a fan or an expert? I don't know.
Matthew said earlier Scott sucks at the Scott Fishbowl, so it's
there you go. See, I mean, the facts are facts.
The real secret is Scott signs himself up as a celebrity.
I mean, okay, you know, fair. All right. I think I'm signed up as an analyst. I'm sure Matthew is as well. So That checks out. It does check out.
Okay, so are you good trying to make fun of people, Sal? Can we get to the real point of the Podathon? We're here to help people. We're here to bring up, lift other people, and to find out, Mike, what division did you land in, and what spot are you drafting from?
You know what? I wasn't sure which division to go, and I ended up picking Miller Lite because, this year we did a lot of reads for Miller Lite on the pod, and I, picked up the name Miller Lite Mike, and then we did some pool videos last summer. It just became a thing. So there was one spot left in Miller Lite. I joined, and there was one spot left. It was the 7th spot. So that's where I'll be.
Anything you're hoping to fall your way? Do you have any ideas how you plan to attack this draft?
No, I don't want to tell anybody.
That's two different answers. You said no, and then I don't want to tell anybody.
Yeah.
Those are two very, very different answers.
That's fair. I mean, maybe I'm just messing with you a little bit. Yeah, look, I actually I just recently started diving into it, kind of applying my projections to the new scoring for this year and looking at it. So not completely set on how I'm going to attack, but I think, I won't completely hedge here. I think it's pretty clear that quarterback is a substantial commodity, and we need to address that early on. I don't think I'm saying anything too crazy from that perspective, but I'm going to see what's on the board there in the middle of the first. Hopefully I get one of those, we'll say tier 2 quarterbacks, and then kind of, again, the way you would attack any draft is you're going to play it then by value and see what's on the board next time I come around. Will a superstar receiver or running back be available to me? Probably. But if one of them quarterbacks falls, and all these drafts are different. Every year we see that, one league will have 10 of 12 quarterbacks in the first round, the next will have 3, right? So it just depends what kind of draft I landed in. I know there are quite a few industry experts, people that know what they're doing in there, so I don't expect this to be an easy road for sure.
Yeah, it's getting more and more difficult even against the fans, right, Mike? Like everybody's preparing, and this is something they want to step up to the challenge. And very often you have a very even mix, and sometimes more fans than industry people in those final rounds. I'm also at the 111, and I mean, I don't think you can make a decision until you see how it plays out in front of you, being that late. But we get that easy, that quick wraparound, and then the 3rd round reversal. So we're digging right into the depth right away.
How do you like Tyler here giving you a hard time that you wanted to be outside, but you're stuck in the house now? Like that's uncalled for, Tyler.
Yeah, it is. Look, I hear him. Like, I wish I was out there right now. I'm kind of peeking out the window to see if it stops raining when I get back out there. I mean, man, look, I'm in Connecticut, so it's cold most of the year. So anytime it's finally warm, I just can't wait to take, any excuse to be outside, just sitting around on the patio or in the pool or taking a walk, whatever it might be. So, yeah, we got to enjoy these warm months in Connecticut while we can. Although, I don't know where you guys are from, but we have like no spring. It's just like it goes from cold and then it's just burning hot up here.
Yeah, so we're Northeast guys. You know, I'm New York, and Russ is New Jersey. So,
all right, you get it.
We used to have seasons, and then all of a sudden it's literally just like winter or summer. Like we still get 2. That's a step.
Yeah, that's you know what? I'm glad you guys know where I'm coming from, because you're exactly right. It wasn't always like this. Yeah. Now we're old. We're just old guys. We're just old guys complaining, yelling at clouds.
That is also could just be a problem. Maybe we do have 4 seasons, but our blood is thinned out. We're just like, I remember back in my day when 65 meant you were walking outside in a t-shirt. Now I'm walking out with a coat.
That is absolutely what's happening.
That move down to Florida and start complaining that it's cold at 70 degrees when they grew up in snowblown Brooklyn. And of course, I'm absolutely speaking from experience with my grandparents who used to complain when it was 70 degrees outside in Florida.
We us Long Island people, we lost Billy Joel. He's finally moving to Florida. It was for so long he was our big representative, and that's it. He gave in. He's moving.
I mean,
shut down the shop at Madison Square Garden and left.
That's what any good New Yorker does. So, like, if you don't make the trek to New Jersey first, you start snowbirding a little bit. Starts to get even the slightest bit cold, you head down to Florida for a while, move back up here in the summer, and then after a while, you just Florida full time. It's not like, not if there's anything wrong with Boca, but like you could do better. Most people, you could do better than Boca.
Sal, where are you at in where are you at in New Jersey, Sal?
I'm in New Jersey.
I'm in
I'm in Manalapan. It's Monmouth County. For all you people listening, yes, Central Jersey does exist, and that's where I am.
Central. Okay. All right. But since I was a kid, I've been vacationing in South Jersey down, that is basically Philadelphia, an extension of Philadelphia, certainly the Philly sports market. So
Yeah.
down the Avalon, Stone Harbor, the where Taylor Swift used to vacation growing up. That's where I hang out in those
You want to
parts.
tell us
So.
anything? To tell us anything, Mike? No.
Which
No,
which song is about you?
Well, actually, where I lived before I moved up to Connecticut was right down the road from where she grew up, and she just happened to be.
Taylor found out and she cut him off.
That's what happened. It wasn't me. I'm so happy it's not me.
Yeah, Taylor was just like, "Oh, he's about to give out. He's about to give one of my secrets. You better cut him out."
I believe she has that kind of power.
All right, are we back?
We're back.
Did I get cut off? All
No,
right, yeah,
you're good.
I lost all of it for a second there, but yeah. So anyway, just a random fun fact. Any way to make my brand a little better, I'll connect that dot to the great Taylor Swift.
Oh,
I love
anytime
the
you
angle.
can draw a line to Tay-Tay from yourself, you do it.
You got it. See, this guy gets it. That's right.
My very first fantasy league was with my cousins in South Jersey. So it was called the South Jersey Fantasy Football League, and it started in 1994. Pen and paper, and it was pen and paper right up until it ended in the year of COVID, 2020. And so I grew up going to Seaside Heights in the summertime, and they lived in Toms River area, Lacey Township. So, yeah, I spent summers over that way as well. But I'm a Long Island guy who moved to Brooklyn 9 months ago to be closer to work, and now I legitimately live directly across the street from work. So,
that's
nice.
That is low key amazing. To be able to just be like, "Oh, I got work in 10 minutes. All right, fine. I'll get up. I'll get dressed. Let's go."
Yep, it's a 60-second commute. I walk right across the street.
I mean,
well, that's cool, but also I feel like I was ahead of the game with the working from home. That's how I kind of worked my way up through this business. Was a lot of first I had an accounting job, and that's kind of where it started out as a hobby. But then I would just, once I went full time at PFF, I was doing it from home, and people are like, "How do you do that?" I need to get out on the road and get to work and be in the office, and I'm like, I don't know about that. And then of course COVID happens. Obviously that was unfortunate, but one of the things that came out of it was everyone's like, yeah, actually working from home rules. It is awesome. And now everyone wants to do it. So I was ahead. I feel like I was ahead on the game. That's maybe my biggest achievement, is being out in front on that one.
That is, you are a pioneer, and we appreciate you for that.
Thank you.
Right now,
Thank you. I just finally get the praise I deserve for that. Thank you.
My work desk is literally 6 feet from my bedroom door. So on a bad day, I could make it to the door and fall down, and I'm at my desk. So I love it. I would not leave the house for long times if my wife wouldn't yell at me for being a hermit, and I don't want to have to get yelled at. So I leave the house every once in a while, but it is, working from home is the absolute best.
Yep, you get it. That's right.
Well, if you podcast and you're on video, you're not technically a hermit, right? Because you're seeing other people, you're interacting. You're just not leaving the house. It's a newfangled, it's like the hipster version of a hermit,
Yeah, that's fair. I just felt like I got so much more done. It's just more efficient, got a lot done. But you're right. Now more than ever, we talked earlier about Matthew moving on. That's changed things quite a bit. More podcast, TV appearances, fantasy football now, Sunday mornings, all that fun stuff. So, yeah, it's changed a little bit. I do go in, but when I have an excuse to stay home and just sit at the desk and grind out a bunch of content, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, for sure. And if you ever wanted to get into doing some NASCAR podcasts or streams or something, you have a great setup for it.
That's true. Actually, right across the room here, I have an iRacing rig, so I can hop on that as well, which is pretty awesome. So Carolina Sim Rigs down in North Carolina hook me up with that. But I got the triples, the wheel, the real pedals, all that fun stuff. So love iRacing. Good fun thing I could do in the off season. Of course, I let my subscription run out all during the NFL season, because that's just it. Once September 1st basically rolls around, it's over. It's over for me. I have no more hobbies. It's just football for 4 or 5 months, like it is for you guys as well.
See, here's my thing. I don't necessarily mind going to an office if I was able to work in whatever clothes I wanted to. I work in accounting. I don't talk to a customer. I don't, on a phone, no less in person. Why do I need to be wearing a button-down shirt and nice pants and shoes that are uncomfortable? Why can't I be in basketball shorts and a Scott Fishbowl t-shirt? There's no reason for it.
Yeah,
so,
I'm with you. I used to, when I first started, you get to ESPN, you want to dress nice. I feel like I need to. Am I losing you guys again here?
No, you're good. Keep going.
No, we got you.
Now you stopped. See, if you wouldn't
You
have asked,
predicted.
everything would have been fine. But then you asked
Mike-
and you froze.
He's also a soothsayer. He can see the future.
All right, I'm back.
There you
There
go.
he
I'm back
is.
again. Is it just
Yes,
me?
sir.
Am I the only one breaking here, or is it you guys?
It was
Sal,
me all morning, Mike. So.
he's pushing it onto other people. That's really what this was. Sal's
I'm
tired of
projecting.
him being the problem, so he's
I'm
making
just
other
sitting still
people's
here.
internet mess up. He's like a
I don't
voodoo
know what's
doll
going
of an internet router.
Yeah, I think I think we're good now. But anyway, yeah. So I would dress, wear full suits or button downs all the time, and then I started working with Daniel Dopp, and he just wears like band T-shirts and has a huge beard, and then I'm like, you know what, I'm going to tone it down a little bit. Yes, I'm going to wear my fishbowl T-shirt or my King's Clash T-shirt or the Killers or whatever it might be. Go T-shirts. Wear shorts sometimes in the summer. Why not? If I'm not on cam. So I'm with you. I can't beat it.
Question for Mike: does ESPN require pants on a from-home broadcast?
Well, if my camera ever falls while I'm on air, like on Daily Wager or something from home, you'll find out that answer, and it's not going to be pleasant. Let's just put it that way. No pants.
Mike will be working on the S&P Podathon next year when that happens because he will no longer be with ESPN.
Yeah, that's right. I don't think that would go well. So, I mean, look, honestly, I wear shorts, but I have that look. It's like like whatever, just relaxing or workout shorts, and from the pants, the belt down, and from the rest of the way up, it's a button down and a coat. So it looks ridiculous. My girls like to laugh at me, but it works. It does the job.
If I was in your spot, I would absolutely be doing the same thing. Because you're not even doing the minimum. You look great, waist up, and that's what matters. That's all that matters. At that point, I'd be gluing my camera to my monitor so it can't just fall down or something. But
yeah, it's pretty steady. Yep.
Yeah.
It does a trick.
Exactly. Why do more? Why do more?
No way. No pants.
Hashtag no pants. Let's go. Let's get that going. All right. No, maybe not.
So I say,
If you click that hashtag, I don't think you're going to get the things you're looking for.
Yeah, that's not going to go the way we want it to.
You're don't do that in a work computer. It'll be flagged, and you'll be in an unemployment line with me. So yeah, don't do that.
Oh wait, hold on. This is brilliant. Yes, the suit up top with the basketball shorts down, the work mullet, the
on air. Yeah, the work from home. That's
Party
exactly right. That's right. I guess a lot of people do that, right? Because we're Zooming more than ever for calls and stuff like that. So I guess that's not uncommon.
Yeah, and my job now, they don't even bother with cameras. Everything's just through voice, so it's just.
Oh.
I'll
Even
leave
better.
it at that.
No clothes at all. Hashtag no clothes.
Well, we're getting fancy. We are hashtag sans pants.
Sans pants. Russ said earlier that I show up to work in just a tie and nothing else sometimes. So that was an interesting divulgence.
That's a look.
It's not a popular one, I can tell you.
Mike, how many spreadsheet geeks are at ESPN, and are they looking for more?
Well, one of the nice things about ESPN is we have literally an entire SIG department, and those guys and gals, I should say, are way smarter than me. So, yeah, it's awesome. We have some awesome resources. You've seen some of the stats they've pumped out over the years, including, like pass block win rate, run block win rate. I mean, how long have we gone, not having good metrics for offensive line? For the last decade, it's been PFF grades. That's what you got, or sacks allowed, which isn't great. Now we have some of these new metrics. So that team is awesome. They're always working on new things, and that's been, there's a lot of great things they've done and great things PFF has done, and everyone that's brought things like that into the NFL. But finally being able to understand offensive line play is awesome. That's just kind of been a missing piece for our analysis for a long time.
Yeah, I love that. Even like before PFF, we would just there was two descriptions of offensive lines: good, bad. Like that was our analysis.
You're right, and sometimes we didn't even know which ones were actually good and which ones were not. Right? I mean, I look. There's nothing more reliable, I think, really, than what NFL teams think of players, right? We talk about draft pedigree, things like that. I mean, these guys are up close next to these players. They've studied this game way longer than we have. in general, we could trust them. But sometimes there are outliers to that. There are sometimes guys it doesn't line up. I think about guys like Devin White right now. We just had a great column today. Jeremy Fowler interviewed a lot of executives, and Devin White came in at 5th at off-ball linebacker, and there's like no objective measurement that agrees with that. I think another one maybe like a Jawan Taylor, for example, right? Huge contract, goes from the Jags to the Chiefs, a guy that doesn't show up well in pretty much any metric, and it's, but NFL teams love them. They're paying them a lot of money. So there's some players that still exist like that. We can't seem to get them aligned, but for the most part, when a guy has a super high pass block win rate or a PFF grade or great production, generally they're the guys that get paid. And on the opposite end, guys that have low grades, I've noticed this studying cornerbacks for a long time, guys who had a lot of like really low PFF grades, they end up like getting benched or cut. They were really good at nailing that kind of stuff with the grades at PFF back in the day, and still to this day. So it's really interesting.
Dylan wants to know if you have a favorite IDP sleeper this year.
Oh man, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. For someone that does some projections for all of them, I wish I had more time to spend on IDP. I guess I'll probably think about like the safeties or the linebackers in Philadelphia. They have such a good group in defense, and then at certain positions like edge rushers loaded, obviously defensive tackle, we'll see a little bit of a turnover there, but two high pedigree guys, corners very good. And sometimes when you have that, it'll make young guys look better than they actually are and more productive. So, you look at Dean at linebacker. I know he's a popular breakout candidate. I'm looking at him. I guess that's a popular one, but a fun one for me as a guy who grew up in Pennsylvania, likes the Eagles.
So is the Ray Lewis effect or the Revis effect real in IDP? Like the person that's across from the really, really, really good guy is good for IDP?
I think so to an extent. I mean, I think it more so applies in the actual NFL, right? Where I've always wondered about this, right? So you'll have like let's just say for the sake of argument, you have let's use the Jets. Okay. So you have DJ Reed on one side, who's really good, one of the most underrated corners in the league. And then you have Sauce Gardner on the other side. And then Michael Carter grades out pretty well, right? Like, was Carter actually playing at that level, or was he kind of protected in a way by having those 2-star corners? And it's not always the case, but sometimes you see that. Sometimes you see like a third corner on a team and you're like, man, they just grade out well. Their numbers are really good. They're not targeted much. And then they go to another team and get paid to be a starter, and their production falls off substantially. So that's where I've seen it most. It's just, I've charted every team's receiver cornerback matchups for the last like 7 years now. Every week I do it. It's just a part of my process. And so I just feel like that's a position I have a good hold on. And I've definitely seen that happen quite a few times.
All right. So I don't know what a lot of these letters mean, but Papa A. Any R10 plus candidates you're interested in with SFB 13 scoring?
Well, I know he means average depth of target. I got that. I do not know what R10 plus is.
Round 10, maybe?
Oh, round 10. Any round 10 plus candidates?
Yeah, I think you're right, Ross. Very astute.
Yeah, of course. Now it seems obvious. Now it seems silly.
Good, because that was a super guess. I'm glad it sounds good though.
Yeah, I think it does sound good. I don't know. I think it would just be, the same sleepers as usual. I mean, I'm gonna, as you would have in any normal format. I mean, once you get to round 10, you're just looking for home run, breakout players. So I'm year two breakouts, always a hot spot. I'm going to be looking at, tight ends. There's a lot of fun breakouts at tight ends. Although I feel like, guys, we say that every year. We're always like, here's the next young breakout tight end, and we get busted. We get crushed for that so often. Like Jelani Woods, Chico Okonkwo, like it'll be like Austin Hooper will finish tight end 12. It's always how it goes, right? So I would say that, and of course, just quarterback. You're looking for home run dart throws there. Sam Howell, someone like that, could add value with his legs. But again, I think that applies to in Howell's case, any super flex format.
All right. Well, we're heading up against that wall. So before you head out, why don't you? I mean, you're Mike Clay. You don't necessarily have to plug yourself, but go for it. Throw out some goodbye ideas, thoughts, whatever. What do you want? What do you want your lasting impression on this year's Podathon to be? And please make it something negative towards Sal.
Oh, I was just going to make it negative to everyone and just say that, look, I'm the original champ, the OG, the first champion of Scott Fishbowl, and I don't have to try anymore because I won it once, and that's all that counts. I'll always have that, that designation. So I guess that's all that really matters, guys. I'll just leave it at that.
I think walk off with your hands up.
No, I'm just kidding. No, first of all, guys, I really appreciate you having me on. I wish I could have done this in years past, but again, vacationing, so it's nice to be able to hop on and spend some time here. Hopefully, we raise a lot of money, and a big shout out to, we give him a hard time, but big shout out to Scott Fish for what he's done for this industry, not just for the industry, but for people all across the world. It's been awesome to watch what he's done over the past decade. Certainly one of the biggest contributors in this industry. By far. So big thank you to Scott. Thank you to everybody involved. Thank you to you guys. This is an awesome thing to be a part of, and I can't wait to get started on my draft here in a few days.
All right, Mike. Hopefully the weather clears up and you enjoy the rest of the evening with the family and the weekend as well. Be good and have a great season.
All right, you two guys. Have a good one.
Catch you later. All right. We are on to our next read. What time is it? It is 4:30. Just making sure I'm reading the right thing. Podathoners, if you want to win your fantasy leagues, you need to visit goingfor2.com. Why going for two? Because you can't go for three. It's clever. I like it. Going for Two has some of the best up-and-coming writers who want to share their passion for the game with you. From redraft to dynasty to daily fantasy, goingfor2.com has it all, including live shows at Going for Two Live, found on YouTube, and syndicated on all major podcasting networks. Visit goingfor2.com today and every day after, because no one remembers the extra point. Clever. I love that read. Good job, whoever came up with that one. I like it. But we have some guests, and since Sal doesn't seem to want to be doing anything, I'm going to let them into the stream.
Did you read? There was only one read? Oh, it was
there two? Read? Yeah, there's only one read. I got
That's it. That's why I was waiting.
I can do this job.
My favorite Jen is here. You think I'm not interested?
Hi guys.
I relate to Jen so much because we're both old, and we kind of feel that every day on Twitter when we interact with other people.
You're not supposed to say that, Sal.
Don't be upset.
Oh, no.
Jen knows.
I'm aware. I'm old. I appreciate that.
But
it's kind of our thing. But also, TJ's back, and TJ, I think you were last on the Podathon in year 2. Like overnight, like you kicked in the door, you showed up, and it was a great segment, and I'm happy that you're back with us. We should get you back in every year. Welcome
those are my normal waking hours. Especially being on the West Coast, I'm down for those early AM spots.
Early AM sounds like the worst.
Am I the first female this season on here?
Today, I believe so. Right?
Well, it started today, right? So.
Sal was just trying to make it seem like it's not a terrible thing that, yes, it took until 4:30 p.m. to get a female.
Oh, no, listen, there's plenty of female on the schedule. I'm not complaining about that one bit. There's plenty. I'm not complaining about this either. I'm just saying, yay. I'm excited to be the first female here in the pod today.
My love for Sal knows no ends, but if I can take anything and turn it into an insult for Sal, it's our love language. That's what I'm going to do.
I'm well versed in it, and tomorrow we close the show out female heavy. Actually, tomorrow we have the women's power hour, and then let me see, just so many.
No, I know, I saw that. I wasn't giving you guys shit for not having females at all, and I actually wasn't at all in general. I was just stating that I was excited to be the first one. That was it.
Well, we're excited to have you, Jen, as always. Talk to us about.
I got two things real quick before you jump in, please. TJ promised that he's going to get canceled on this show, and if you can beat Sal saying I've had this type of meat in my mouth before, TJ, all the power to you. We're already off the rails, so let's see what happens.
That's funny. That's about when I clicked on, and I was like, damn, I got a lot to live up to now.
You got a high bar to get over. And then Jen, I had somebody who has specifically asked to change their time to come hang out with you. I was hoping I could bring them out.
If it's anyone but Chris Allen. Oh, God damn.
Come on now.
You know who it is.
Come on
I
now.
know who it is.
All right, I'm going to let you guys get to it. Enjoy your time.
Hi.
Hey.
How's everybody doing?
What's up,
We're
dude?
okay.
Doing all right?
See, at least we got. What did you all just do? Why am I the only one here now?
What
No,
happened?
we're all here.
We're here.
I did not do that. I never want my face to be the sole thing on. Like no
What?
one deserves that.
What are
So
you doing?
hands.
Hands.
So
What we
we're all
talking
good.
about? What are
We're
we doing?
here.
We were
Chris is
waiting
just-
for you to see what you're drinking.
Chris is just so awesome, so
One of your
great that he
favorite
just
beers?
broke StreamYard for a second and pushing the dagger that Mike Clay was stuck inside because we see Chris just lounging out with a nice cold beer in his hands. And now, Chris, more importantly, did you make that beer?
Yes, I did.
What do you
Yes,
got?
I did. Well, that's tradition, I think, at this point, because I think the last like 3 years I've come on it. I've been outside, typically in a tank top. It's actually cool today in Ohio, so no tank top this year, but always have a beer in hand, like when I'm on the show. So I think I had to do it for this year. Again, I adhere to tradition as much as possible.
And there's tradition of Sal just disappearing for no reason whatsoever. So we all adhere to tradition here. So I guess let's go around the horn, right? Jen, what
Yes.
division are you in for Scott Fishbowl, and what are you drafting from? And if it's early, tell me who you're drafting so I know who to draft.
It is not early. I am
Okay,
drafting in a normal, slow, regular MFL division. I am in the Sour Patch Kids division. Yes. And I will be eating Sour Patch Kids. I assume. I mean, it's a slow draft, so I can't eat it the whole time, but I will at least for round one. And yeah, I am in the 12 spot. I think for like, I don't know, 5-6 years. As soon as we started to be able to pick our spots, I've always been in the 12, and that's just where I live. I like it, especially with third round reversals. So that is me this year.
Do you have any hopes at that 12 spot? Are you hoping for what? Quarterback, tight end, quarterback? Like what are you hoping for at that turn?
You know, this year I have to say I'm extremely ill prepared. On purpose. I just, I'm one of those no strategy people.
Yep.
I have not done one mock. I'm going to walk in. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do, to be honest. I think that I probably will get at least one quarterback in those first, 3 picks with the third round reversal. I don't want to be completely screwed. But last year I think I went Brady Russ on the turn, and it did not pan out well for me. So I am not going to do that again.
Yeah, Brady got me good last year also.
And Russ did not help me.
No.
They both were horrible, and I was done from that literally from the first turn. So
I apologize for our namesake.
Yeah.
Sorry we let you down.
Yeah. So I think I don't know. I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to do, but it'll be fun whatever happens.
We get it, Sal. You're cool too.
I was super jealous of Chris, so I came outside onto the balcony.
Look at
and
you.
Got a beer, and now I'm chilling.
All right. What about you, TJ?
Well, first of all, shout out to Pat Fitzmaurice for going off the top rope with those beer takes on me already in the chat.
Yeah, exactly. I saw that.
I am 1.01 in the Red Bull division.
Okay. So tell me what you're doing at the 101.
I mean, I think I got to go stay on brand and take my guy Josh Allen.
He has to.
I think I have to.
I'm sitting at the 101, and like it's funny, like the guys in my chat keep asking, what are you going to do? And I'm like, and I'm the idiot that actually tells them what I'm thinking. And I'm just like, look, if I wake up in that morning and I'm feeling dangerous, I'm going to take Travis Kelce because I feel like that's the smart move. But I'm a big old scaredy cat, and just leaving my quarterbacks at the will of what those first 2 rounds are going to look like, then the third round reversal. Like, I don't know if I have the gall, the wherewithal, the whatever other euphemism I could throw in there. The chutzpah. Come on, you gotta
Cojones.
You gotta it up a little when you try that. So, chutzpah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kelce will be the chalk at 101. So I mean, it'll be a little different, but it won't be different enough. Just that alone isn't going to separate you. But if I'm going to take this thing down, I got to do it with my guy Josh Allen.
Yeah, that's my choice between Allen and Kelce. And speaking of Allens, hey Chris.
Hi. I feel like I just saw you.
You did, like, it was. I've met Chris before, but I got to see him in New York City a little while ago, and it was glorious.
It was a wonderful day.
What the hell was going on here? You were in New York City and I wasn't told.
Correct.
I was in town for a few days. I was gonna try and make it a bigger thing. It was my wife and I's anniversary trip. So we were in town, like doing Broadway, Times Square, like Lower Manhattan, and all that stuff.
So I made use of the tracker chip I've implanted in him at the first expo and just completely stalked him and found him in the city.
Yeah.
So we weren't leaving you out or anything. I just absolutely crashed his plans.
Sal, no lie. I mean, we were there for the Airbnb we stayed at. So we stayed in Brooklyn, right? And we were up at 9-10 o'clock every day. And we didn't get back to we stayed in that Airbnb maybe like 5 hours tops, like minus sleeping, because we were just out walking everywhere. Like breweries, catch a show on Broadway, checking out like Statue of Liberty, Ellis Island. It was just, I mean, we were just on the go.
So staying at my place on the air mattress, that didn't excite you. That wasn't like
no, we were there with a group. It was a group of like, it was me and my wife and like a couple of her friends too, because they lived in the area. So like they were the ones like kind of like showing us where to go, different Irish bars to check out, like all this other stuff. It was a hell of a time. But we found like so many places that we didn't get to go to that we're just like, we have to come back. So we'll be back for sure.
I told you, Sal, you offering people your air mattress is scarier than it is hospitable. That's not something people are going to go for.
I'm still going to do it. That's what my mama taught me.
I would stay on your air mattress, Sal, to avoid paying any kind of prices in the city. So
you guys are welcome. Anytime.
I'm not scared of Sal's air mattress.
I'm in Brooklyn. We're a short train ride away to Manhattan. Come on in.
Not scared of it.
You should. Yeah.
So, ask a good question.
No, I'm going down the line. We need to know what division and spot Chris is drafting from.
La Rosa's division. So I'm going to be down in Cincinnati tomorrow with John Bosch, Ryan McDowell, like the huge crew down in Cincinnati doing the live draft. And I'm drafting from the 105. I think, 105 is where I'll be drafting from.
How about you? Do you have any hopes, any dreams, what you're going to be doing at that 5 spot?
Probably Lamar, I think, is typically where, at least from what I've heard from the rest of the people in the chat, because I'm with Jen. Like, I have done, like, zero research so far, like, this offseason as to, like, what the best strategy is, ADP, none of that. So if I can just nail a quarterback in the first round, which typically I've heard Lamar is going, like, he's available there at the 5 spot, then I can do that and just kind of figure it out afterwards.
All right, so before things take left turns and Sal says something we will all regret Sal saying, do we want to talk any, because you are here for 4 for 4, do we want to talk any company business before Sal takes us down a road we don't want to go down?
I'm the exile.
Go ahead, Jim.
They hate me now.
We don't hate
you.
Literally
don't
nobody
anymore.
could ever hate Chris Allen.
The beer takes got too personal.
Yeah, that's why I got kicked out, because I was leading the IPA revolution within BetSperts. That was not taken too kindly. And so they were just like,
he was regressing our company culture. And we had
yeah. Like they were bringing in folks that like Pilsners and lagers and all that. And I was just like, this is like, I complained to HR. They completely ignored me. And I was like, I put in my 2 weeks and I had to bounce. It was terrible.
Are you guys owned by an Irish company? Is that an Irish company that owns you guys?
It must be. Like I don't know what the history is, but it was tough. It was really tough for me in those final like few months and all that. Is like the mental anguish was just it was tough. So I'm not gonna lie.
We had Tyler in the chat getting a little worried how close to the balcony you were getting, Sal. But
I'm back inside. I
yes.
finished the beer.
All right. So Brian out here is saying, given that this is a giant tournament, does TJ have any thoughts about quote unquote getting different?
I mean, I can't. Every draft is so wildly different in SFB that I just kind of wait to see what they're doing. I mean, I haven't really seen any read on what the field is doing with the scoring this year. I can't turn off my DFS brain, so I usually just end up stacking 1 or 2 offenses crazy heavily. So I think that might be a little unique, but also it's a really good way to come in last place. but I don't care about coming in second either. I want to come in first.
Ricky Bobby over here. Love it. Does anyone? Okay.
I was just going to answer your original question before Chris hijacked it. Not only did he hijack our segment, but he hijacked your question about 4 for 4. So I'm going to actually answer that question.
Excellent.
He knows I'm kidding. I mean, but anyway,
we need to say mean things about Chris because he's too nice.
You can't. I mean, exactly.
Wonderful.
He knows I'm not really saying anything mean about him, but I am going to answer your original question just because, like you said, we are on here to talk about 4 for 4 a little bit. But we do have. I mean, we also obviously have a ton of content and tools and all that stuff. But for the first time this year, we actually have Scott Fishbowl rankings according to John Paulson's projections. So if you go on the site under rankings in the little drop down tab, there's actually a Scott Fishbowl section. So using the scoring, there's rankings there. So. That's really the only thing to plug as far as this goes, and 4 for 4.
I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah,
but also very, very comfy t-shirts.
Yes, we do have very comfy t-shirts. There was a promo where if you got a subscription, you got a t-shirt, but I think that might be over. But yes, t-shirts are there, and all the and we do miss Chris very much. As far as our, I will say that he was my podcast partner for a couple years, and now
Notice
we
how
have
she
to
put that at the end of all
we have
that.
to slog on without him. I do feel guilty because I
Waited till,
I did rail you a little bit, but
like the very end of all that, it doesn't even feel real.
Hey, at least I said something, right? I didn't just kick you out the door.
So
We've talked. Go ahead. I heard somebody start and I cut them off. Go ahead.
No, go for it. Host away, Sal.
No, I'm on hour 9.5, so I'm just barely breathing right now. We talked earlier about the New York quarterbacks. I'm in New York, and how I think that actually in this format, if you wait on quarterback and you could get those two, you're not going to get them late, but I'm saying maybe third, fourth round. People are sleeping on Aaron Rodgers for some reason, like just because he changed what green jersey he's wearing, he's no longer amazing. What are your feelings on it going 1-2, Daniel Jones, Aaron Rodgers in a format like we're playing?
I think I still need one more. I need like one more. Like it doesn't have to be like the Josh Allen to Justin Herbert tier. So that's like 1 through 6 or so. But I would need somebody in the range of, let's say, like a Tua, Kirk, maybe Geno, like somewhere in there in order to feel comfortable rostering those other two. Because it's like I need something more from the quarterback position to feel like there's a higher potential at getting into the top 12. Because do I think that the Jets are going to be a more pass-friendly offense compared to years past? Yes. But do I think that he's going to be the same Aaron Rodgers that was throwing like 1-yard touchdowns to Devontae Adams a couple of years ago? No. The answer is probably somewhere in the middle. So I'm definitely on the Jets like passing offense for this season. But if I'm going to roster 2 quarterbacks that are going to be at the very least league average in terms of neutral passing rate, which we can probably assume maybe like, the Giants, they tick up a bit more in pass rate over expectation. The Jets tick up a bit more in pass rate over expectation. I just need like a little bit more from a quarterback to say that, like that there's weekly top 12 upside for the quarterbacks that I got.
So I want to ask TJ, because I know you're saying you want to ride with your guy Josh Allen. What is your, and I know the real answer is you have to see how the draft unfolds, but that's boring and that doesn't help anybody. So what's your QB2 ideas when you start out with that stud? Do you try and go 2 stud QBs? Are you willing to wait till that Kirk Cousins, Daniel Jones area, or are you Josh Allen, Sam Howell, and forget everything in between?
Yeah, I mean, with that third round reversal, I could be in a pretty rough QB2 spot if I don't take it at take QB2 coming back. I mean, if it'd be really nice if I get like if there's still a Daniel Jones there at 212, like I will smash it. Otherwise, yeah, I think I'm I'm probably riding that QB2 by committee train pretty hard.
See, I'm asking this stuff like I'm trying to create content, but I'm really just asking people what I should be doing in the draft. I have absolutely no idea. And
Yeah.
at least I like having someone to blame, and when that person isn't myself, it makes me feel better about myself. So
I mean, this is a little more
like TJ.
This is a little more traditional redraft than SFB just because it's so quarterback heavy, but I do think that there is a lot more flexibility in quarterback strategy this year than we've seen in the past couple of years. I think guys like A-Rod, Daniel Jones, and Geno Smith do give us some more later QB flexibility, but obviously SFB is a little different.
All right, but we do. You just mentioned these names, all right. But so, how do we feel about Geno versus Aaron Rodgers?
I just love the Seattle offense. That's probably hope no one in my division's listening, but that's an offense that I want to smash as much as I can.
Yeah,
Are you in JSN this year, kind of thing, or are you saying JSN next year because of Tyler Lockett still being there, and who knows what Pete Carroll's going to do for an offense?
I like JSN a lot, especially for those later, and this is kind of my best ball brain thinking more, but those later season weeks, I think he could really be popping down the stretch where we're trying to win a championship.
Yeah. I think, I forget who did it. It might have been Corain that had done the study, but showing like, I don't know if it was targets per route run. It might have been yards per route run, but either like opportunity and efficiency typically starts to like bounce up like over the back half. That post bye week bump for rookies typically seems to happen. So guys that are going to be having those, I don't know, like necessarily like shorter ADOT, but like we can at least project JSN to at least function as like the Z. So get like some off or like off the line of scrimmage or slot work, similar to like Jordan Addison. So it's like, I almost like call him like arbitrage like Jordan Addison, like in a sense. But like if there's but if he's going to be getting those types of targets and the offense is still going to function similarly from a pass rate perspective, then yeah, I'm with TJ. Like the Seattle offense should definitely be one that we should be stacking.
I need to jump in real quick and correct that. It's actually nervous waterflies. If you're going to promote the business down there,
Dave,
promote the right name at least.
I thought I was helping. I thought we were
no,
doing
and you were, and Dave was very kind to throw that out there. But no, my husband does have a fly tying business. It's called Nervous Waterflies. He sponsored the pod a couple years ago, so I think that's what he was referring to. But yes, it is called Nervous Waterflies. If anyone fishes for carp, he specializes in carp flies. No, and I appreciate it, Dave. I didn't mean to the fact that you even remember that is beyond impressive.
I just want to also say, and I mean, Kyle C is in the chat. Kyle, this is at the heart of everything done for charity. A lot of people enter. If you continue to enter, you'll get in. There's no reason to be handling the manner you're handling it in the chat. We still love you. And we'll kill you with kindness, no matter what you say in that chat. This is all done for the right
Cincinnati
reasons.
tomorrow. You can have my spot, bro. If he wants to come over.
Show up in Cincinnati and draft with Chris Allen.
Come on, man.
We were just live streaming every single weekday for about 3 weeks before the last week. Yeah, those are words. And giving like 20 spots away every single day. So, and I know a lot of people just started giving their push to try and get in a little bit more recently, but we do our best to get everyone in. But the unfortunate truth is it's not infinite. There is a whole lot of people in this tournament, and it is not an inclusive club because a club that size doesn't sound very, exclusive in any way, shape, or form. We're not really keeping people out, and we don't want to. So we wish the best for you, and if that is with us, then that's all that matters. No, Sal is not gonna we appreciate that you're trying to help Sal, but that's not how you got to do it.
Whoa, 4 times, Chris, you typed that in there.
Chris really meant
My
it. Chris
comments
really
are going to are posted to multiple channels.
It is going to all. Yeah, anytime we post in here, it goes to all of the YouTube channels, and there's 4 YouTube channels.
So that's
Oh,
why I thought it was me like messing up or
No,
something.
Chris
Chris
is
just
yelling.
really feels strongly about Sal aging like a fine wine.
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, so as we wind down our half-hour slot, is there any parting shots we want to make, whether it's piling on with Sal, telling Chris how awesome he is, or anything SFB 4 for 4, anything related that we want to get off our chests? Like, oh man, all right, I'm on the Podathon. Don't leave without this. Don't leave without this. I don't want you to forget. I don't want you to leave here with regrets.
No
I got
regrets.
one. Everyone always gives their gratitude to Scott, and he very much deserves it. And Scott will always say, to pay him back, just donate as much as possible. What he won't tell you is that he will accept any nice glass of scotch if you see him in person. So if you
Yes.
see Scott Fish, buy him a nice glass of scotch, and he'll appreciate it. He'll never tell it yourself. So I'll be the spokesperson for his libations.
Yeah, I in fact bought a bottle to bring to the expo with me this year, so
Yeah.
I feel it.
Now that you said that, I'm gonna have to see if I can get a bottle for him or something like that.
Let's go.
All right, but
Give him some
real
weather
quick, just
antique or
to
something like that.
put the words out here, fantasycares.org/podathon is the way to go to donate. Of course, you can just go to fantasycares.org/donate, but don't now, because like I said at the very beginning, I haven't brought it up in a while. And like I said, we had, of course, Sal's friend in the comments trying to make him feel better about himself by saying he's getting better looking as time goes on. Sal needs to see, like, oh man, look, the Podathon brought in this much money. I still have use. You know, he's in his old age. He lives across the street from a hospital. He's, you know, he's getting up there. So we still want him to feel like he matters. So fantasycares.org/podathon is where you can go to throw in some money into Fantasy Cares to donate. And not only are you donating to Fantasy Cares, you're donating to Sal and his well-being and his fragile little ego.
So that's why he looks so good, because all the money's going to him, right?
Well, the money's not going to him. The money is showing that it was donated while Sal was on the screen.
There we go.
It does go to my Botox regimen, my gym membership, and you know, I do love all these guys who come on here and constantly attack me. You're all very close in my age, but
You know, this lady over here is not attacking you, Sal. I never would.
Hey,
No,
I just turned
Jen and
40
I-
a couple weeks ago, man. We're all old. We're all old.
Yeah. I'm entering my final year of my 40s. I'll be 49 in August, and I think I'm doing it very well.
This little splashy thing to my right is really distracting.
Distracting, right?
This whole time, it's just
Yep.
like flash. Oh, I guess it's this side. Water.
It makes me keep
Makes
looking.
me want to
at
go to the pool or the beach or something.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the Nickelodeon football games.
Yeah.
you.
I'm,
Oh,
I'm
man.
getting slimed of
Yeah.
blue slime.
Yes, that's what we're going for. See, Chris Burns wants to be like me when he grows up. 65 for Bill Underwood, you old son of a bitch. Welcome to the party.
Oh, I love you, Bill. Whoever you are, you make me feel young. That's good.
We're gonna need Scott to start a seniors only SFB soon.
Yeah.
Yes, the senior tour.
Oh,
I
that
wanna
would be
talk-
fantastic. I'd crush the senior tour.
Are you
still
in
all
the
the other
Depends
people fit
division,
in.
the Lipitor division? The...
I would crush
We'd-
it.
See, that would
We'd-
solve so many problems. And the people that are saying that they never get in, now they would get in. Have
there
two
you
SEC
go.
tournaments.
We would still have to deal with Berry. Matthew Berry would still be in there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he does like Margaritaville and Jimmy Buffett stuff. That is that's like a euphemism for old people stuff.
I
It's a
can't say
senior
that.
tour of
That's
itself.
my employer, so I can't say
By the
anything.
way, Land Shark is a Margaritaville beer, and it is the logo for this year's Podathon. So
Oh, look at that.
we reek old. Oh, you didn't see the shirt? You didn't see the logos this year?
I love that.
I like it.
I showed up wearing the same shirt as Sal, so I had to change after a while. I
Oh,
went with Reese's after that.
Well, it's sad that that there was somebody upset in the chat. Has that been like that all day, or was it just our segment?
No, that's
It
the
is
first
literally
time.
the second Chris Allen showed up, angry person showed up in the
See
chat.
that?
This is what I
all
get.
good. We've gotten worse. in the
Correlation
past.
does equal causation in this point.
Yep.
That is 100% correct. Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. It's been a great. Thank you, Chris, for crashing the party, and
Of course.
TJ for returning, and Jen for being a consecutive performer here at the S&P Podathon. I look forward to interacting with all you guys. Maybe on Threads going forward. I don't know. Maybe not
yes.
Twitter. It's always
I think
interesting.
so. We friended each other on Threads. We're there.
We're already there, Jen.
We're threading.
It's already for the seniors.
Yep.
We're already over there. So.
Great.
All right,
Now I
guys.
can't be on Threads.
Yeah.
Because the old guy made it there first. Now it's not
Yep.
cool anymore.
You're 100, Russ. Be quiet.
He's not wrong. I'm actually the oldest one here. I don't like letting people know it.
You look young.
It was already like Zach already called me out that this is a toupee, so it's fine.
Chris is drinking beers and telling Russ he's young. Slow down on the beers, bud.
All right, that's fine. That's true. That's true.
All right, guys. Have a
All
great
right, much
weekend.
love. Good seeing
All
y'all
right,
again.
Thanks for having us.
All of you for
Thanks
jumping
for
on.
having us.
Later, guys.
Oh, I love when they just get rid of themselves and we don't have to do it. Nice and easy. All right, we are at 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock already.
I know.
Oh, I
I've been
feel like-
going at it since 8 a.m. It's longer than a work day at this point.
Yeah, like I need to talk about that real quick. Why 8 a.m.? Like that's discrimination against West Coasters. I feel like we should probably start at like 10 a.m.
I'm going to need you to shut up because then the show would finish at 10 p.m. on Sunday night.
I
and
much
get up
prefer
to work.
that than having to wake
You
up
work from
early
home.
on Saturday.
You shut your face.
You work 60 feet. You said it yourself. You work across the street from your house.
Still got to get up and go there.
Yeah, that sounds like the worst. All right, here we go. 5 o'clock. Fantasy Six Pack is your one-stop shop for all your fantasy sports. They do fantasy football, baseball, basketball, hockey, and golf. They've got you covered with their award-winning rankings, draft cheat sheets, DFS/betting advice, their Discord, and much more. Become an all-access member today to get access to all their premium content and the Fantasy Six Pack on your favorite platform today. Hey, Uncle Phil, how's it going? Correlation between angry people about it and proven liars. Borderline one. I love Angry Scott. I love Angry Scott.
Yeah, well, it turns out that the person, there's no record of that person signing up ever in the last 3 years. So,
Okay,
all good.
I'm a little disappointed here because in the little box in the backstage, I really thought you were wearing a tie. But it turns out it's the Justin Fields jersey, so it's the number one. Right?
Yeah.
I'm like, good, we're finally getting some respect here. You know, someone dressed up for the occasion. I mean, Florida did, but
It's a Bears fan. He will never do that.
yeah.
It very well could be a tie. It's a nice one.
And it looks great with like that specific coat. I'm telling you, it looked like black shirt, white tie, yellow coat, and I'm like, yes, fancy, snazzy, let's go.
Yeah,
I'm still
the
liking it.
mask.
It's still nice. It's still a nice outfit. And
Yeah.
again, I need to just pull everything back to making fun of Sal. And when I'm staring at this face for 8 hours, you know, seeing people putting in some effort is a very, very nice thing.
All right.
You guys should.
Noted,
You
now
guys
we
should.
know.
You should try to come to the New York Live next week because I'm just going to beat the hell out of Russ when we get there. Just
We'll
grab
live
him,
stream it. Don't worry.
stick his head in the toilet bowl like it was high school all over again. You know, good old school bullying.
All right.
Good old school. See, and I love this because honestly, like, it's our love language. You know, Sal is a sweetheart in real life, and we'll see each other and we'll be like, hey, and that just leads to a lot of hugging and drinking beers.
We'll
Yeah.
definitely be hugging and beers.
I guess we can relate to that, right, Mafra? We have this
Yes.
kind of relationship as well.
We do, like a Bears fan and a Packers fan. We're always kind of provoking each other, but yeah, we're good friends, and I think that's all this is about, right? Ranting and making fun of each other, but when we're together, it's just
Oh,
good
yeah.
fun.
All right. So, but before we get into it, before we jump into anything, why don't you let us know a little bit about yourselves? All right. We have our one, like, I love this layout we have with the really distracting water thing going on with the going for two and the trophy smack, this beautiful thing right up here. But the bottles are covering your handle, your name, and all that stuff. So why don't you let us know who you are, where they find you, all of that fun stuff, and then we'll get into asking about your Scott Fishbowl stuff.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, so we're here from Brazil Fantasy Football, BRFF. Really humbled and honored to have been invited. And we're just trying to spread football and fantasy football throughout our beautiful country of Brazil, throughout all the Portuguese speaking. And it's really an honor for us to be here in this amazing event. Everything that Podathon and the Scott Fishbowl as a whole represents. So yeah, it's really nice. Last week we made a live stream to address all the rules and the scoring and the structure of the tourney, the championship for all the Brazilian fans that are growing bigger and bigger. We have more than 30 Brazilian players on this year, and we hope to keep growing, and maybe we can have a live draft here as soon as we can. Yeah.
Because we're talking on the Fantasy Care side, we're like talking about the live drafts this year, the places might be able to go, and the idea of a Brazil live draft. And I was like, and you know what? As a Fantasy Cares representative, I will. I know no one wants to do this, so I will go to Brazil, and I will be there for that live draft.
You all can come. You are all welcome.
You're all
make that
welcome.
sacrifice.
Yeah, bring them all. Bring Scott Fish. Bring everyone who's involved in this. Ryan, and yeah, it's going to be a good fun. Mike, yes. So I'm Gabriel. I'm as we say in Brazil, I'm the owner of what we call Mafrismo. So I have to introduce you guys to this. You guys in the US might call it get your guy type of thing, but for me is the Mafrismo thing, which is playing fantasy football and spreading the word of fantasy football by having fun, right? And building the sense of community, this conversation. This is my third year with the Scott Fish Bowl. This is amazing. I have been part of the community and trying to build this. And this is what we're doing at Brazil Fantasy Football, BRFF, which we are a part, me and Andre. And we are super thrilled and super humbled to be part of this.
Yeah, and we are thrilled to have you here as well, by the way, because like I said, you guys instantly bring up the excitement of this place. Because let's face it, you got two boring white guys sitting here that are, graying, and we have nothing interesting to say, and the diversity is nice a little bit. So
I'm a little insulted. I'm a semi-excitable white guy.
I've been watching the Podathon for a while now, and you guys are pretty exciting yourselves. So don't degrade yourselves like this. You guys are amazing. Especially, I've been watching also the whole thing that Russ has been doing for the Scott Fish Bowl 13, like the whole runnings and the 100 yards. You guys are just, I think you embody the what Scott Fish Bowl is really, really well.
Well, thank you very much. That is our goal. And anytime I am talking or on camera, I figure you might as well do something stupid, because why do anything if you're not going to be entertaining about it?
Yes,
I made my entire career out of it.
You have a career, hilarious. Yeah. All right, so what division are you guys in, and where are you drafting from? And give me your strategy so I know what to do.
Oh, okay. So everybody who's watching right now, turn it off. Don't see this.
Oh no, it's just you and me. No one else is listening right now.
Yeah,
absolutely no one.
So I'm drafting from Cheesecake Factory,
nice.
Which happens to have another Brazilian there. I hate him for that because I told him to go somewhere else.
Oh yeah, spread it out. You don't need to.
Yes, exactly. We are 31. We could be like in different divisions, but he decided to be with me, so maybe he really, really likes me. I'm drafting from the position 7, and I don't think I have a specific strategy apart from what I said. Just do your Mafrismo thing, get your guys, and have fun. This is my third year doing this exact type of strategy. Last year, I did exactly that, and I got to the semifinals. So that was great. And I'm going to continue doing, because at the end of the day, the bragging rights is just to be part of this.
So what's your guy at 7? Like, is there someone now clearly like you can't say Josh Allen, you can't say Travis Kelce, because that's clearly not going to happen.
That's his guy. That's his guy.
Calm down. But what's that player you're hoping falls to you at that 7 spot?
I have 4 names in there, depending a lot how the draft is going to go. Okay. So I have Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, maybe Justin Jefferson if it goes QB heavy. And the 4th one might be a consideration between Trevor Lawrence and Justin Herbert. I know people are a little bit down on the draft on Lawrence, but I do believe that he's going to have like a great year with the whole package that he has around him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I got this hanging up here. I got my Calvin Ridley jersey hanging up there. So I am here for what that offense is going to be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Mike.
Oh, hey,
I
Mike.
had to come say hi to my friends. How we doing,
Yo.
guys?
Hey, Mike.
So
Glad
excited
you're
to have
here.
you guys on. Oh, had to come on and say hi. I can't
Yeah.
stay too long, but I saw you guys talking. I'm like, I got to jump on. Just gave the kids dinner, so I had a few minutes, but so excited to have you guys joining us this year.
Awesome.
What's for
nice.
dinner?
The kids are having curly fries and corn. They're kids. For me, whatever they don't eat, you know how that works.
I know that well.
Yeah.
I have a 5-year-old here. She just went to bed. So I'm actually not in Brazil right now. I live in Lisbon in Portugal. So it's 10 p.m. here. So she just went to bed. But yes, I know exactly how you go, Mike. You just you eat whatever they are eating as leftovers. So
Exactly. You hope they don't eat too much so you can go to bed not being too hungry. You know what I mean?
yes, yes, exactly.
Body by dinosaur nuggets. Yeah.
Exactly.
But in name of all the Brazilian Storm, I have to get a big shout out to Mike and to John Bosch, the ones
Yes.
who made contact the more contact with all the Brazilian players that are representing our country this year, and we're very honored and thankful to you, Mike, and all the kindness that all of the Fantasy Cares community have given to the Brazilian players.
So I have to say the excitement around the tweets that you guys have sent out, the amount of outreach that has come from the community that you guys have cultivated has been nothing short of amazing. Ever since we announced that you all were coming on and ever since you retweeted the schedule, just the amount of excitement around it has been astounding to me. So honestly, thank you for what you've brought to the community and for what you brought to the show, because it has been amazing. Like I said, it will be an ongoing thing that we have you guys on, because there's been nothing but the most positive outreach from everybody that you've brought fantasy football to in your community. So this has been nothing short of outstanding. So thank you so much for being a part of this.
No, thanks.
That's
And I
awesome.
would like to, I would like to also add a huge thank you for everyone involved in the Brazilian fantasy football that we have on our team. Rui, Sergio, Caio, the other Caio, João, and then Derek Junior. So yeah, we're a big group that's trying to kind of, as we said, we get more people to be involved in fantasy community, to understand a little bit better about the game, to enjoy this whole thing, and trying to transport what you guys currently have in the US to the Brazilian audience, and of course adding our own spice to it. But yes, so it's been great. It's been a great journey so far.
Excellent.
Of course.
Well, I'm going to let you guys hang with these two. I just didn't want to miss a chance to say hello, and let's please get together, do some more shows together, have some fun, and enjoy the rest of your segment, guys. It was great to meet you.
Definitely, Mike. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Bye for now.
Thanks, Scotty, by the way, for this message.
Yeah. Thank you. And a big shout out also for the other fantasy football pages from Brazil, Fantasy Futebolista, that I saw him in the chat. And we also have Mateus from Fantasy BR, who is a guy that is grinding in this industry for more than 5-6 years now. So Gigiani and Mateus, we wouldn't be here without you as well.
All right, so don't think you get to escape this. You don't get to, pass over what your division, your draft slot, and all right, we get it. You want to draft Justin Fields, but in the magical case that Justin Fields gets picked one before wherever you're picking, let us know who you're going to pick then.
Yeah, I'm picking from the 6th spot, so I guess it's a good spot to have Justin. But I was hoping actually to start out with the Ravens stack at the beginning of the mock drafts. That was possible, but I think right now that's very difficult because Lamar Jackson hardly is passing from the 5, and Mark Andrews is almost definitely getting picked right around the 1-2 turn. So now I'm second guessing. I'm imagining what I'm going to do with the 2nd round pick. The first one may as well be Justin Fields, if not Joe Burrow maybe. And the second one, I'm struggling between a top 5 wide receiver, Cooper Kupp or Tark Hill, or maybe Derrick Henry or Saquon Barkley. The scoring favors the running back position a lot, and it differs a lot from the regular standard leagues that we have. So this is also something that makes Scott Fishbowl so unique and different and exciting.
All right, and what division are you in?
I'm in the Applebee's division. I was looking for the sixth spot precisely, and when I saw that this one had the sixth one vacant and all the other ones filled, I jumped right in.
All
I
right.
will say
See,
one thing, Andrea. You have to draft DJ Moore as your second pick. You have to go like your team full on. You have to believe that DJ Moore is going to be a top 5 wide receiver in this league. Just
I
go for
really-
it, man.
and look at it this
Yeah,
way: you could wait till like the 4th, 5th round before you take Cole Kmet. It's fine.
yeah, maybe both of them, but I'm really targeting the Bears stack, and I'm hoping to get DJ Moore on the 6th round. Let's see if I can do it.
I love that.
I have an
strategy.
important question, Andre. Is have you ever eaten at an Applebee's?
Actually, yes. Quite some time ago, we do have Applebee's here in Brazil, but not that many. And
Fine.
but this kind of franchise, it's big here in Brazil. But the main one, the one that dominates the market, is Outback. Actually, that's Australian food, but we do have Applebee's in some towns here, but not that much.
If you show up to Brazil and you eat at Applebee's, I want to kick you right in your ass.
Yeah, of course, because we do have much better food here, and so it's not something that I do quite frequently, just to make sure how it all goes.
But I will say this: the Outback in Brazil, sorry, Applebee's in Brazil is a fancy restaurant. It's not like in the
Yeah.
US where it's a perceived just kind of a fast food or in 18 go out type of thing. So
Are
it
you
was-
implying that it's bougie, like date night? No. No, nobody
He's like,
got
all
the
right, maybe
reference?
you don't go that far, but
exactly. But
It's a goddamn country song, guys. And we're bougie
Yeah.
like Applebee's on
Yeah,
date
no,
night.
I-
No, nobody, everybody. Let's go.
no.
So yeah, but like
That-
Applebee's is
that's
not
not the
is not
kind
a
of sound
it's
that
not a
we like.
terrible restaurant, but it's kind of considered a little bit fancy in Brazil. So yeah, we have like
Nice.
I think 2 or 3 in São Paulo, which is the city that I come from and where André is. So yeah, it's a place that we will go sometimes.
Very cool.
All right,
So-
so I got to ask: you have a football hanging behind you. Is that a Justin Fields, or are we stretching out? Is it just the Bears thing? Is there
No,
someone
this-
on that football?
No, this is actually just to hold my 2 first fantasy football champion rings that I have won in my home league, right back in 2015, 2016, I think.
That's a great flex right there.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you have a football on? Oh, just to hold my championship rings. No biggie. There's
Yeah.
there's nothing special about it. Just the rings on top. No
Yeah,
big
the
deal.
most special one is the jersey, actually, from my British football team, my childhood team. It's São Paulo Football Club, and that one has a lot of signings of great players from our history.
It's the wrong football for me. I got nothing to be able to
Yeah.
contribute to a conversation on that. I am sorry. I wanted to be able to do something with that. I'm just like, cool.
Yeah,
I'm happy for you, man.
I was actually a college soccer player, guys. We call it soccer
Nice.
here in America. But I grew up, my father was born in Sicily.
right.
So naturally, that was his favorite sport. And I was 5 years old. They signed me up when I played soccer my whole life and coached it. I was a U.S. soccer referee for many years. So big fan. And Russ is so upset that he never played and didn't know he left.
yeah.
Like I'm not
So-
talking about this soccer thing. I hate it.
What position do you like to play best, Sal?
You know, I played. It's funny because they tease me about being the older guy, but I always played defense and a little bit of goalkeeper growing up. But in the over 30 men leagues, I was one of the people who actually still was in decent enough shape to run. So I played up top and I did a lot of running in and a lot of goal scoring. So I played everywhere. And who doesn't want the glory of scoring goals? So on the over 30 team, I did do a lot of goal scoring and that was my favorite time ever playing when I was a little bit older. But I do love the sport. I don't keep in touch with it as much as I once did, but it's a phenomenal game, and it's helped me to actually meet people and relate to people from around the world more easily. When I meet people from other countries and we start to talk about the game, it's easily relatable because American people are not traditionally big fans. It's bigger than ever right now,
Yeah.
but still not where it needs to be on a world level.
Yeah, exactly. And soccer is a kind of a global sport, right? So you do have this easiness of starting a conversation on that particular topic rather than football, American football in this case. So I completely understand. But yeah, but I love talking about the NFL and fantasy football and football itself, like the American football that you guys have. This is, I think, what we like the most. I'm wearing a jersey which is also from a São Paulo team, which is Palmeiras, is a rival from André's team. But we mostly do not talk about soccer. We mostly talk and discuss and provoke each other on the football field.
Yeah, and kind of like soccer is growing in US in the last coming years. Right here in Brazil, the NFL is growing very fast, and the last years have been much important for that. For example, the 2022 was the first year that we had the Super Bowl streaming live in open network in one of the big networks from Brazil that you don't have to pay cable to watch. And the sport is really exponentially growing here, and fantasy football as an important tool for that as well. We hope to make it bigger and bigger each year.
So is that right? Prior to 2022, you could not watch the Super Bowl live?
Only on cable. On cable, it's very big here since 2010, 20. I think the first year that we had the Super Bowl streaming here in Brazil was actually in the 90s. But then we had a period of not something consistently happening, but ESPN Brazil really brought at the NFL and jumped right into it. And since the 2010s, it's getting bigger each year, and the 2020s now, this decade, is being something that we can see in Brazil that never before it has been so big than it is right now.
Yeah, and I think it was 2018 where Game Pass became available to Brazilians.
Yeah.
So that is then what I think increased the visibility for the NFL product itself. But I remember in the late 90s, like 98, 99, 97, watching some of the games. I actually watched the Super Bowl. I remember watching, but I don't remember the game itself, the Packers Super Bowl. I wasn't a Packers fan at that time. I was just like, I hate this game. Why are people just hitting each other so much? Why are they so aggressive? This is stupid. And then I came back to the game, like I think 2005, 2006, and that's when I started understanding the game a little bit more. But yeah, it's been on and off for a while in Brazil. And I think the traction started a lot after Game Pass was also available.
Packers Patriots. I remember watching that game.
Yeah, I was actually stunned when they won that game. But if you another sport that's popular in Brazil is mixed martial arts. Somebody said earlier that they're a big fan, and that's another sport. I'm a big UFC fan. I'll be watching tonight while we're still.
You need me to leave again, Sal? This is what happened last time. You started talking other sports, and I walked away.
You just stay here. Don't worry about it. It'll be done in a minute. But to an extent, most people look at the UFC and they think it's just brutalizing. There's nothing to it. It's such a technical sport. And people who don't understand it just assume it's banging, slamming. There's so much technicality to it. And football does have technicality to it as well. And if you don't understand it, take the time, you bash it.
Yeah.
I can't understand. Like, I get it. A lot of the times, especially not good UFC fights, and I don't really watch it, but sometimes it just ends up with two people rolling on the ground, punching each other. But to believe that there isn't skill involved in that is really just people just being not, like you said, not understanding and no, you go try. We'll give you the worst professional UFC person and you can go up against them and just see how you go, see how no skill is involved. And that's when I picture myself in a corner crying. I mean, as long as we're not in a circle cage, in which case there are no corners, in which case I'll just go up against the fence and just, fetal position.
That was the most recent discussion on Twitter, right? Where people were discussing, would you rather have $1 million or try to run 10 yards, and then get 10 million? And people are like, I would try for the 10 million. No, you wouldn't. No, the first thing I thought was give me the million, because if I was supposed to be a running back, I would die. Immediately. That would never happen to me. So
see, I need details. Do I have a professional offensive line, and am I running against middle schoolers on defense? If that's the case, I'll try. I'll take it. I'll try for 10 yards.
Yeah.
1 million or no,
give me 1 million. Give me 1 million.
Is Anderson Silva Are his arms and legs tied together? Like, I might stand a chance at that, and
He
I
might-
probably would still
With
lose.
which object, right? With handcuffs or something lighter? So
No,
we
like
have to.
straight up hog tied, arms and hands and feet tied together, and I still have a chance of losing that.
Silva on one leg with only one leg would probably beat that out of all four of us at the same time.
Same time. Yeah.
I mean, Anderson Silva is kind of a common name in Brazil, so maybe if it's another Anderson Silva who is
Yeah.
like, I don't know, 9 years old or something, but then I'm not gonna hit him. But anyways, like it needs
Smart
to be
man.
like a skinny guy.
Questioning
Yes,
that-
exactly.
yes.
It's actually it's actually the Anderson Silva that works at Applebee's.
Yeah. The general manager from Applebee's
Yes,
here
exactly.
in São Paulo. Yeah, Silva is a very common name here. It's like, I don't know, our Smith or something similar. Richards, I don't know. Yeah, there are a lot of
Your O-line
Silvas
is a
here.
bunch of Sals. Nope, give me the one. Give me the one. Actually, you know what? I'll lose that $1 million to watch a bunch of Sals try and play offensive line.
That would be nice.
You guys insult me because I am an athletic guy, and
I know, but it's not fun to it's not fun to be nice to you.
I still actually work out 4 to 5 times a week. So let's go. I'll bring you
You
something
need to
in
start
MMA
posting
right now.
videos like Bobby does, and then we'll
that's-
start to believe that.
That's awkward. I feel awkward every time he does that.
We have a New York Live draft chat, and Bobby Cable's in there, just loves posting videos of him working out. And don't get me wrong, that dude works out. But it's just like, oh, cool. Your pinky is stronger than my entire body. Thank you for showing me that 16 times. Cool.
Yeah, we have a kind of a saying here in Brazil from people that work out a lot. If you don't post it, you didn't do it. You didn't train. Yeah.
That is the social media way of thinking. I love it.
Yeah.
All right, guys, be ready. I'm going to start flooding your timelines.
All right.
See, this is my goal, and it's just going to get Sal banned from Twitter. That's my real goal.
Yeah, we'll be waiting for him to
go for it.
I'm bigger on Threads anyway. Don't worry about that Twitter.
Oh my God!
All right.
I didn't jump into it yet. I'm kind of skeptical. I don't know. I prefer to remain on Twitter.
It's legitimately the exact. It's identical.
Same thing, right? Yeah.
I can't access. It's blocked in the European Union, so I cannot use it. So yeah, still on Twitter.
It's probably for the best, man. It's probably for the best.
I can imagine.
I guess Europe is having second thoughts with all the privacy stuff.
All right. So as we hit up against our time slot, is there any parting shots you want to get out there, letting the people listening right now know about what you do, your show, what your online presence is like, and why they are just unintelligent for not following you and listening to you and doing everything that you guys do? You know, you're here. Take the platform, sell yourselves a little bit, and then make fun of Sal while you're at it.
No, that will not be the case. We really love Sal and you as well, Russ. But actually, precisely for the ones who do speak Portuguese, we are here on YouTube. We are on all the social media, especially on Twitter, that you can hit the translate button. So everyone that's watching us in English as well can get our content in Brazil Fantasy Football, BRFF. It's easy to find us on Twitter, and we are also on Instagram. And precisely in the regular season, we do have a weekly show 2 times during the week, actually, right before the games, the weekend, and right after all of the weeks from the NFL. So we're just trying to spread fantasy football here in Brazil and to all the Portuguese viewers. And since 2017, grinding and expanding this humble and beautiful game that is fantasy football for globally for the rest of the world.
I think it's worth adding that we love talking to people and we love having kind of this community sense. So even if you are from somewhere that is not Brazil, just engage with us, send us messages. We love to discuss things. And I would say that this is a mainstay for most of the fantasy community, but it's something that we pride ourselves a lot is the positivity side. We try to engage in conversations where people get out learning a little bit more, and we have learned a lot from different people. We could call ourselves analysts, but at the end of the day, we're as similar as anyone else. And these conversations are very, very good. So we try to engage with positive comments, with positivity. We don't take things for granted. This growth that we have been having is because of the people we have engaged with. And of course, we don't see ourselves as the owners of the truth. We learn as we go. And these shows that Andre just mentioned, we try to give our best perspective, our points of views. And as I mentioned before, I have this particular thing of just get your guys, have fun, enjoy fantasy football. And this is exactly what we have been doing at Brazil Fantasy Football too.
I just realized I had the ability to just watch, Andre, you had your name down there the entire time.
It's all right. It's all right. He's the better person in this group. Apart from being a Bears fan, yes, but he's the best one.
No, the teams are better. Just the teams.
I got to tell you, everything you said is synonymous with what we're doing, what Scott's message is, what the overall message of Fantasy Cares is, and that's why it's so perfect to have two of you who are representing the Brazilian community and ushering in what we're doing here over to where you guys are. And really, really great to have you on and meet you guys and speak with you guys. And we look forward to many years to come. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
All right. And if everyone out there, if you're Brazil and you're fantasy football, start cheering, start screaming for that live draft. And again, there needs to be a Fantasy Cares representative, and I'm willing to take that on. I will take that hardship away.
Not safe for you to go alone, Russ. I'll come with you.
We will be waiting, all of you.
Yes, for sure.
All right. Well, I was going to say thanks and goodbye, but apparently they were just ready to go and they were tired of us. I get it.
Don't get insulted. I removed them.
Was your hair getting a little too unruly that you needed to?
No, I forgot I had a fishbowl. I had a fishbowl hat. I wanted to.
Oh, no way. That's so cool.
Yeah, but it's the one for the music. Remember? That's a Podathon.
Yeah. Again, like I don't wear hats, so I don't know that I never knew we had a hat with the fishbowl logo on the back. That's awesome.
There might be two of these that were ever made.
Oh, there you go.
One. So, all right. So I'm going to attempt to do a read since I haven't done one in a while. And
well, we were trying to help you save your voice.
I'm going to go for it. Ready? Our guest is brought to you by CampusToCanton.com, a website focused on all things college fantasy, including Dynasty, Devy, College Fantasy, and Campus to Canton leagues. Campus to Canton is the fastest growing format in fantasy, where your teams have college and NFL lineups. And as college players enter the NFL, they join your NFL roster. Visit CampusToCanton.com as their team of experts bring you articles, podcasts, cutting-edge tools, exclusive ADP, industry-leading draft guides for Devy, college fantasy, freshman supplemental drafts, and the deepest set of college rankings anywhere. Check out CampusToCanton.com. When, Russ? Today.
And every day after.
GridironRatings.com is your trusted source for fantasy football. Their talented team has you covered with some of the most comprehensive rankings, projections, and analysis in the industry. Whether you love redraft, dynasty, or IDP leagues, we have the insights you need to stay ahead of your competition. GridironRatings.com isn't just about helping you win your league, but is a proud 3-time sponsor of the SFB Podathon. Let's team up together and make this year's Podathon one to remember. Hit the donate button now at fantasycares.org/Podathon. And remember, when you want fantasy football, visit GridironRatings.com. Whew, I did it. I'm so proud of me.
Sort of did it. What was that ending? What was that? .com?
.com. You know who would never judge me? This guy right here would never judge me. And that is Pat. He's just a nice guy. He's unlike you, Russ. He's always very nice. And it's good to have him aboard. What's up, Pat? He's muted. I knew it. Tell him,
I
Russ.
love that. How many people besides Sal are coming in here and talking muted?
Pat, you're muted.
Shut up, Sal. That's what he just said. He's like, no, watch your mouth.
All right,
See?
how about now?
Beautiful.
There you go.
All right, sorry about that. Had the wrong mic on. Guys, thank you. Sal, wonderful job with that read. But can I start my segment by yelling at Ross? Would that be okay?
Of course. Of course.
Yes.
I mean, like I'm watching the show this morning, and we're barely a few hours in, and Russ is telling everyone about Samantha's in Canton, Ohio. What are you doing, Russ? Like, I'm gonna be, when I'm waiting for an hour to get a table, I'm gonna be thinking, freaking Russ, why did he have to talk about how great this place is?
If it's for the good of Samantha's, it's fine. And hopefully they know it was me that got them there, and I don't have to wait in that line. But oh man, that place!
It is an amazing place. It is an incredible place.
I
mean,
will
I'm-
accept that yelling.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. I mean, like I've lived in, now I'm in the suburbs of Chicago, but I lived in the city of Chicago on the north side for a while, and like there are a zillion great breakfast restaurants on the north side of Chicago. But like Samantha's, I would put up against any of them. That place is spectacular.
Pat, hey, Pat, your mic is cutting out a little bit. It might be something with your connection.
All right, let me
Your
work.
Coming in
streaming
out.
seems fine, but I don't know if you gotta like plug your mic in a little harder.
Yeah, I don't think it's a Wi-Fi issue. I think it might be straight microphone.
So I don't know what this blasphemy is. I don't know who this George is, but I don't agree already. I don't know what he's talking about, but if he's talking about it's better than Samantha's, he's just wrong.
Oh, any better? Is my mic any better?
Yes, actually.
As
Okay.
of right now, we sound good. Yep.
Good. Yeah, so John is talking about George's Great Dive Bar in Canton. Fantastic place.
Oh, no, that's not what we're talking about. That's different.
Yeah, Canton's got a hop-in little restaurant and bar scene.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive.
I wish I could remember the name. There's on the corner, like 2 blocks down from Samantha's, there's this awesome Asian fusion place. Completely blanking on the name, but great Thai food, sushi, and Chinese food. It was wonderful.
Really, gonna have to give that a shot.
Yes, it was real good. All right. So, okay. All right. While we're just pimping out all of the wonderful places in Canton, this place, Zach does not drink coffee. And the fact that he knows a really good coffee place, it is ridiculous because this is how good this place was. We walked in there like 3 minutes before they were closing, and we didn't know that, of course, and felt terrible the entire time. But they were so happy to try and help Zach find something that he would like, even though he doesn't like coffee, and that everything they made was freaking fantastic. That makes Mug's Wigs just like wonderful.
Wow. Yeah, it's man, you've got me so eager to get back there now. Just thinking about how delicious some of these places are, and the company's not bad in Canton either.
Okay, so now let's bring it back to Scott Fishbowl. And what division are you in, and what spot are you drafting from?
Yeah, so I'm in the Culver's division. Are you guys familiar with Culver's? I know they don't have those on the East Coast, but
I've heard the words before, but I could not tell you anything about it.
I've
Yeah,
heard it. Yep.
yeah, you guys bring me on, and we're doing nothing but talk about food for the Scott Fishbowl Podathon. It's this really good burger chain based in Wisconsin, where I'm a Wisconsin native, and they have excellent burgers and custard, which is Wisconsin people basically decided, ice cream is great, but we've got to make this a little less healthy, so it's basically ice cream with a bunch of egg yolks cracked into it.
That sounds great.
And yeah, it is indeed fantastic. So I'm in the Culver's division, drafting 6th.
All right, 6. All right, so that doesn't help me much since I'm drafting 1. But at 6, what's your hopes? What are you, assuming things go somewhat normal, Kelsey, Allen, Hurts, Mahomes, go in those first few picks, what are you hoping for at your spot?
Yeah, I'm counting on those 4 being gone raw. So that leaves pretty much either Joe Burrow or Lamar Jackson. It's going to be one of those 2 guys.
Still going to go quarterback. You're not going to go for Justin Jefferson. You're not going to go Bijan, Mark Andrews, anything like that. You are saying, I'm in the middle where these quarterbacks are. I'm taking one, and I'm not even thinking twice about it.
Yeah, I want to knock one of those quarterbacks out. It's really the only opportunity. I mean, maybe Deshaun Watson or Dak Prescott fall to the 2nd round, but if they don't, then your chances of getting some sort of anchor quarterback, and I don't know if those guys even really qualify as anchor quarterbacks. It's out the window. So it's the one opportunity. I think you have to seize it. And as much as I do like to have wide receiver heavy builds in Scott Fish, it's not going to be Jefferson or Chase for me, unfortunately.
Yeah, that wide receiver heavy is the ultimate zag while everyone is zigging in Scott Fishbowl, and I've done it before, and it's so much fun. If anything, just because I love what my team looks like, because I just love wide receivers.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, you draft an underdog now, or some of these other best ball sites, and it's definitely gotten wide receiver heavier than it used to be. But I feel like Scott Fishbowl, where Scott puts a lot of emphasis on trying to balance the positions. He's always been big on that, and I think the perception is that his scoring system sort of penalized wide receivers.
A little bit.
I don't know if that's really the case. I mean, it's just in a league with so many flex spots, I like being able to have 5 or 6 really good wide receivers in my starting lineup, and I feel like if you're deep at wide receiver, that almost guards you a little bit against some of the injuries once the injuries start to hit and the bye weeks start to hit, and you're scrambling a little bit. I feel like if you're deep at wide receiver, you can ward off some of that, the in-season obstacles that pop up.
See, and it's funny because that's really what killed me last year. My first 4 picks last year were 2 QBs, a tight end, and a running back in whatever order. So I was waiting. I'm like, fine. You know what? This is what everyone is saying what I should do. Maybe I should just try it, because my goal is always just to finish top half of Scott Fishbowl. I have no delusions of grandeur of winning. It's really just like, don't be bad. And when I went to try and do what everyone else was doing, I'm like in week 11 starting Tyquan Thornton because the rest of my wide receivers got hurt.
It's not a good feeling. And you don't want to be caught short. That reminds me, can I tell my bad beat story from last year's Scott Fishbowl?
Literally always. Go for it, man.
This was not that anyone's going to feel any pity for me on this. So, I try to get good wide receivers, and Rondale Moore wasn't necessarily one of them last year. But so going into the final week of the Scott Fishbowl regular season, I can't remember when Scott posted the total that you needed to hit to automatically get a playoff berth. But going into the final, I guess it would have been the Monday night game, I was 0.1 points above that threshold. So I'm like, I'm in. Excellent. And I had Rondale Moore going that night. And on the Cardinals' first play from scrimmage, Rondale Moore takes a reverse.
I remember the play. Jesus.
Loses 5 or 6 yards. And then I'm like, oh, well, that sucked. Well, it's a long game. And all of a sudden they show Rondale Moore and he's limping. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. He pulled his groin or something on the play. And he was out after that, so I basically got sacked for a negative run that took me out of the Scott Fishbowl playoffs.
I believe that I was in Kitchen Sinko playoffs with the exact, a very similar scenario, where it was like he needed next to nothing to put me over the top. And I remember when he's leaving, it's unbelievable. I mean, he needed 1 point, and he got negative points.
Yeah.
I remember the game
well. It's a nightmare scenario. But the Cardinals were full of bad beat. I know a guy who needed to basically get the game where Kyler Murray tore his ACL. He needed 2 points out of Kyler Murray to get a playoff spot, and Kyler Murray literally went down 2 yards short of what this guy needed to get in the playoffs. It was brutal. You play this game long enough, and you're going to have these horrendous bad beat stories to tell and bore people with for the rest of your life.
I have a story that was actually a bad beat for my cousin playing against me, and this goes way back to when Deshaun Jackson was with the Eagles and they were playing against the Giants. And if you remember this game, Michael Vick was the quarterback, and I had both Michael Vick and Deshaun Jackson. And in the final quarter of that game, I think Deshaun Jackson caught 2 touchdowns from Michael Vick and returned a punt for a touchdown. I had the defense. It was one of the most ridiculous amount of points scored from 2 players in the final quarter of a game, and just knocked my cousin out of the semifinals after my other cousin, his brother-in-law, was congratulating him on making it to the finals. And you all know that game when they made that silly comeback in the fourth quarter.
All right, I need to talk about this. Does anyone actually understand this?
Well, I don't understand that so much. Maybe Pat can speak on it, but I will say to Dave, they are so completely different. I mean, it's not the
No,
same thing at all.
But I have to admit, before, like when I was young and heard people say cheese curds and asked what it was, I literally just thought it was like mozzarella stick balls, which I now know is completely different. It is not right at all. So I'm not going to shame Dave on this one, but I really need to know what is going on with squeaking in your teeth.
Pat,
Yeah, well,
take that one away.
So the cheese curds you get at Culver's are like deep fried beer battered cheese curds, and you know, dipped in a vat of hot oil, and you know, delicious, unhealthy, fantastic. The cheese curds that JC was talking about, they have fresh cheese curds, like, and if you get them really fresh and not cooked in any way, just like in a bag, if they are really fresh and really good, they will squeak when you eat them. They make a squeaking sound. But those are very good too. It's a completely different experience. But you know, that is probably the truer Wisconsin experience, the fresh cheese curds.
See, I need to experience that to see how. Like, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, are they crying as you eat them? Like, do the cheese curds feel pain? Like,
Russ, if you come visit me on Long Island, a very close friend of mine owns a place called Babylon Burger Bar, and the best appetizer on their menu is the cheese curds. They are the traditional type that Pat was talking about, where they're deep fried, beer battered, but they are phenomenal. The dipping sauce is phenomenal, and it's not a New York traditional food, but they make them fantastically.
Yeah, I mean,
All right,
here in the Midwest,
so-
I was just going to say, we work hard to get cheese into all our foods, and Scott, I'm sure, can tell you all about the Juicy Lucy up in Minnesota, where they, I think they just infuse cheese right into a burger. Instead of putting it on the burger, it is in the burger, and you know, if you get one fresh off the grill, you're in danger of giving yourself third-degree burns on the inside of your mouth.
Yeah,
They have
See,
a
I
Juicy
haven't
Lucy on the
experienced-
menu too.
I haven't
Likewise.
experienced that specific burger, but I did that where, you know, I was watching a lot of Food Network and I felt very fancy, so I was cooking things in the burger, not especially putting them on top. And I tried that once where I put like a couple slices of like mozzarella and I made myself a pizza burger, and I take a bite and the mozzarella came out and I had like a burn goatee going on. Like it was worth it because it was delicious, but ow.
Sounds like the first time I ate a Hot Pocket.
I
had that reconstructive surgery done on my face when it squeezed.
No, like I it's fun. Like I have Facebook. I have literally not posted on Facebook in over 7 years, but I still check my memories every once in a while. And recently, like 12 years ago, I put on Facebook, I think the biggest lie from any media source whatsoever is the Hot Pockets commercial where they take a bite of it straight out of the oven or microwave. Like, no, you can't do that. They're just like, in what world can you do that? You can't do that.
Dangerous.
No.
It's like the old McDonald's apple pie. You remember those? Like, you can't bite into one of those right away. You have to like do the knife and fork thing and let the steam come out for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Before you dare venture
Exactly. You break it, you eat your meal, and then you were able to eat the pie. Or you do the professional move of getting a milkshake and just.
Yeah. I feel like I'm torturing you guys, but with all this food talk. I mean, you guys are on this Podathon, so you're probably on rations here. Like you've got, you know, dried nuts and berries.
We had even sent us like a whole
I
lot
have
of
caramel
turkey.
rice cakes. But somebody put up, so you guys should all come visit me because my buddy's place, they have a short rib poutine on the menu, all stuff that is phenomenal. I'm telling you, come hang with me on Long Island. It's a fantastic restaurant. There's always seats for us at the bar, and you guys will experience some fantastic food. He has a Juicy Lucy on the menu also, by the way.
Oh, man.
All right, so I was about to say, all right, well, I'm off here at 7:30. I'll about come over, but I realized you're still here and doing things. So me leaving, that doesn't work tonight.
I'm also in Brooklyn. You have to come out another weekend when I go to Long Island. I go out every
I'll
other
take
weekend.
it.
So.
I will pay for the whatever bus or train ride or Uber, whatever, to that restaurant.
The Long Island Railroad. Long Island.
Ugh, gross. All right, so I mean, I feel like maybe we talk fantasy football for a second or something. Like, Pat, you got anything going on that you feel like talking about? in your fantasy football life?
Yeah, I mean, we're just getting into the heart of draft season here. Like, we're trying to spill out a lot of content at Fantasy Pros, and so yeah, we're working pretty diligently on that end. Me and the team. Andrew Erickson, Derek Brown on the content side, and we just welcomed aboard Sam Hoppen, who, like me, is a fellow Wisconsin native living behind enemy lines in Illinois. So really happy to welcome Sam to the team. And that's it. Like, people should definitely check out Fantasy Pros and consider subscribing, because even if you don't like me or my colleagues, we've got an army of developers who are just awesome and much smarter than I am. And even if you don't like our content, which hopefully you do, the tools are well worth it. I mean, the tools are worth the price of admission for subscription.
Look, if you hate me, there's this. If you hate them, there's that. If you hate that, we still got that. That's wonderful selling. I love it. Okay, and Scott, if you're listening and you want to go to the Brazil live draft, apparently you need to bring some cheese curds with you.
Oh, yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you put that one up there.
No, that's all right. I said what I needed to say. You can.
I love that you. But right before I was on, you had a guy from Brazil and a guy from Portugal on, and it was a Packers fan and a Bears fan.
Yeah,
like that was so cool.
Oh yeah, this thing, it's growing. I mean, overnight we have Germany, Australia, England, Ireland. We are global. The fishbowl is global. We started the show off in the first hour with Bob Lung reporting live from the UK Fantasy Football Expo. It's amazing what's going on here, and it's just going to grow and grow every year.
It is really cool that, like, I saw some of the photos from the London event, and I'm like, hey, I know him. Like, a bunch of those guys, friends. Colin Kelly used to be my producer on my podcast, over in Ireland. So it is cool how this has become an international hobby, and has pulled in so many people from so many different places.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, every once in a while, I accidentally look at my analytics for the different podcasts I work on, and you see Portugal and Brazil, and it's just like, oh, yeah. And it's so cool to even imagine that a silly game like fantasy football reaches that far. And I love being able to see, like, people caring, people doing enough, people trying enough, that they not only do we have people from Brazil and Portugal on this show, but like 20 people in the chat show up to support them. And it's fantastic. It's why we love this. It's why we love doing this, because it's a world out there. And yes, this is a silly game, but the point is it brings us together, and the community is just, it's so wonderful and so awesome that it stretches that far.
It is. And just something like a Rondale Moore reference, seeing some of the comments on that. So
lots and lots of people. Yeah, I feel like you're going to have them talking about Rondale for a little bit. So I'm not sure if that's a thank you or a curse you for that, depending on who they are, because like here, I know we have Dave saying, Zach will always have that rookie fever, rookie profile on Rondale. Like, Rondale was Zach Reed's wide receiver one. He loved that. He, loved everything about that player. And I still say, look, it's a new offense now. It's time. It's Rondale time. Third year breakout. Let's go.
Oh yeah. I mean, there is still time. I totally fell in love with that guy when he was like an 18-year-old freshman at Purdue, just single-handedly beating Ohio State and putting up freaky numbers, and single-handedly making Purdue a fun team to watch on college football Saturday. So I'm still a believer. Hopefully this year, now that they've got very little else on offense, maybe he comes through this year for us finally.
I'm ready for it. I'm here for it. All right, I'll say it. I'm praying for it. All right.
Russ, do you believe this? I don't believe this. This is your friend from New Jersey.
I was about to say that, Larry, I was about to say lay off the sauce, but both literally and metaphorically, I don't know if Ken could stop anyway. He likes to drink. he might have a Zach Wilson fathead behind him at this moment still, and hasn't taken it down, and probably still snuggles up to it while he falls asleep at his chair because he's old and drunk. So yeah, no, I'm not going to buy that. I want to see those receipts, Larry. Show me the receipts.
He's making them, right? He's making the receipts right now.
So as we roll up against our window, is there any parting shots that you want to throw out there? Do you want to reinforce Rondale as your lasting impression on the Podathon, or do you want to try and scrub that away with something else, another player to go out there and talk about, or you want to just talk about yourself for a couple of minutes? Go for it now.
Oh man, yeah, I should probably scrub that away. That's the funny thing. Like I want to. I feel like a lot of analysts are probably looking at the Scott Fish Bowl the same way I do, where you almost want to plant your flags. It's like get all your flags in the ground, all the guys you've been touting all year, and I'd love to be able to do that. I know I'm going to get snaked on a lot of them and be very, very frustrated by it, but yeah. So I don't know if I necessarily want to go to bat for any single player, but yeah, that'll just come back to haunt me, I'm sure. But I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be a fun year. I've got some fun people in my division. Addison Hayes, who's really sharp. I've heard he's got like his own rankings posted, and so I should probably go check those out. We're not really close to each other. I think he's on one end of the draft. I'm kind of in the middle, but still, I should probably pick his brain a little bit before I go in and draft against him.
Well, because you donate $1 to be able to get Addison's rankings and all that stuff. You go, you buy it, and then just post it in your group chat so everyone knows who Addison's going to want next.
Oh man, would that be brutal?
That would be such a strong flex. I might do that.
Oh man, I'd feel guilty about that. But I'll happily pay the $1, but I don't think I will make them public to my fellow league mates.
I would do that. Addison has done enough to spur me over the years that I would do that. Absolutely, without even thinking.
Oh man, but yeah, I'm just really excited about it. I mean, Scott Fish has created something special, and I'm sure everyone's going to have a great time drafting. I know I'm going to wake up on Monday morning like it's Christmas and be eager to get that first pick in. But hopefully everyone gets into the true spirit of it, donates to Fantasy Cares or whatever the charity of their choice is, and keeps.
To emphasize that, no worries at all. To emphasize that we've slowed down a little bit over the last hour or so in donations, so get the word out there. Help us pick it back up, and it's scrolling across the bottom. That's the direct Podathon donation link, and everything goes into the same pot. It all goes to Fantasy Cares. The merchandise that we've sold this year, the Eliminators, the Avies, this show, everything goes into one big pot. So donate however you can. And to Pat's statement, donate anywhere you can. It doesn't have to be here. Take our message and bring it somewhere else. When we first started listening to Scott and friending Scott, it was always take one league entry fee a year in your league. You got a 12-team league. Everybody puts in $50. Take one $50 donation and donate it somewhere. It'll make a difference if you see the amount of people that play fantasy football, the amount of leagues, money leagues that are available. You'll make a huge difference. Pat, always a pleasure to speak to you and have you on. You're one of the finer gentlemen in the industry. We got to know each other a couple of years back when you had me on your show, and I'm always happy to deal with you and what you guys do over there at the pros. So thanks again, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Yeah, thanks, Alan Ross. You guys are doing a great job. Appreciate you having me on, and good luck with the rest of this, and go easy on those rice cakes, Sal. We'll save you some burgers and custard over here.
Oh, I'm coming.
Thanks for coming on. Yeah, that was fun to talk about. I love talking about it, but oh man, that was now that we're stopping talking about food, I just want to eat. That was maybe not the worst.
Yeah.
And I just want to point out, you still have Dynasty Hot Sauce Pod saying haters gonna hate, and if I really did hate, I wouldn't even be talking about it. It's all from here, Larry. It's all about love for monkey. It's love for the monkey. That's what it is. Not Justin so much. Just for you though.
I'm looking at the clock, and I have personally 5 hours left today. So far, I think I've completed 10 hours. 10 hours. I've just completed 10 hours straight on air.
You did.
I'm feeling okay-ish. I definitely need an actual meal. I did eat breakfast this morning before coming on. A nice big egg white turkey, bacon, and Swiss whole wheat wrap, to give me that protein and the energy to get going. And now I need a real meal. I've eaten jerky today, and I've eaten some pepperoni and cheese. And I want food, goddammit. I want real goddamn food. And
That's why yeah. Well, I mean, you didn't have the break in the middle of the day like I did, but I didn't eat breakfast, like a real breakfast, because I knew I'd need to eat some lunch because I knew I was coming back.
Somebody bring me a pizza, 950 49th Street in Brooklyn, apartment 9K. Come visit, bring me pizza. I'll open the door, I promise.
Extra points if you can just toss it up onto his balcony.
It's the 9th floor. I mean, that's going to be a hell of a toss.
We got some frolfers in here. We can do it.
Frolfers.
Had to say.
All right. You take these reads, my friend.
I got the read, yeah. The transition from season-long fantasy football to NFL DFS can be tricky. If you want to take DFS more seriously this season, rely on the experts who do this for a living with help of Occupy Fantasy. Their staff has millions of dollars in lifetime NFL DFS earnings using the affordable tools and unique strategies created by co-founder Brian Jester at Occupy Fantasy. The goal of Occupy Fantasy is to teach you the right way to play and help you completely reshape how you think about DFS at any bankroll level. Subscribe to Occupy Fantasy for their informative ebooks, live player models, daily write-ups, and the smartest lineup builder in the industry. Visit occupyfantasy.com today and every day going forward. You want to bring in our guests? Did you just mute yourself somehow, Sal? This is embarrassing, Sal. All right, well, there you go. Yeah, if you give your own address out, is it really doxing yourself, or is it you just being old and not realizing that you shouldn't give your address out on the internet?
I'm not afraid of people. Come on over. Let's go.
All right, that's a big difference between us. I'm terrified of people.
Not a person can walk in that door without make me nervous, except for my ex-wife.
And the Upside's pizza.
I really hope my kids are not playing this in front of her right now.
Like, that's the worst she'd heard from you. I mean,
this week.
Fair enough. All right, so fellas, we have some new guests, and since I'm far too lazy, I'm gonna let you guys introduce yourselves and let everyone know who you are, why you're here, why you think you are good enough to be on the screen with Sal Lito at the same. I mean, how dare you just think you are just make your case. How about that?
Sure, I'll go first. I'm Drew DeLuca. Very grateful to be here. So thank you for all of your hard work, you and Mike and everybody else, and that's really kind of making this happen. So just to be a part of this to help raise money for Fantasy Cares is just fantastic. So I'm Drew DeLuca. I'm a senior writer right now with QB List. So we do a lot of great start there, a lot of great stuff there with a sit start and what we saw kind of before and after each game every week. So that's a big thing for us. Podcasts, we've got some great one-offs and such and stuff there, and a great Discord. So I'm also a ranker on Fantasy Pros, so top 10 last year. Hopefully repeated. We'll find out in the next couple of weeks how we did for 2022 there. But so I've been doing fantasy football since the '90s, since the mid '90s. So I think the first trade I ever made was I traded away the opposite of what I would normally do. I traded away a running back for a quarterback. I traded Ricky Watters to a fellow Eagles fan and got Brett Favre back, and I ended up winning the title that year. So that's the first trade. That's how long I've been doing this. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me on.
Before we get over to Brian, is it Brian? Hold on 1 second. So, because I'm old like you, Drew, and I played back when Ricky Running Waters would play, and my first championship was in 1998, and Brett Favre was my quarterback as well. So we got that in common. I started playing in '94, And when old people like me come on to talk, I got to interrupt the young guys. Brian's clearly not as old as us. I can look at him with his full friggin' head of hair and all that non-wrinkly face of his. But I'll give him.
Hey, no one
If
said
I
this
didn't
is
shave,
real.
if I didn't shave, Sal, I'd be looking just like you. Got tons of gray right there. So
Smart move by you. Smart move by you. Go ahead, Brian. What's up, bud?
Well, hey, how's it going? Brian Hartman. I'm not even sure if I'm supposed to be here. I feel like I just stumbled across the link here with all
It
these
worked.
greats I've been watching on here.
Nice.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not gonna jump out now. You guys are stuck with me for the next 30 minutes.
We'll take it.
But yeah, I'm somewhat new to the industry. COVID, my job kicked my ass. So can we say that? Is this explicit?
You
enough?
did, so
Absolutely.
I can't say it too far.
Listen, Brian, Matthew Berry said the word fuck today on this podcast.
Cool.
So feel free.
I caught most of his. I missed that part, but cool. Just making
What's the matter,
sure.
Russ? He could say it, but I can't. Russ, put
Yes,
your hand down.
yeah.
I thought this
There's
was a family
levels.
show.
Matthew Berry's here. You're at best around here.
That's got to be close, right?
No,
I
it
have
doesn't.
less to lose.
But yeah, found this space. Wasn't big on Twitter, but found just the outroar that comes of the fantasy space. So last year started a podcast. I love fantasy football, movies, and laughing. So I started a comedy podcast, a movie podcast, and a fantasy football one. But yeah, saw the opportunity to jump on this, anything to give back, and talk football. So
Wait, is
that's
that
why I'm
all
here.
the same podcast?
No, I've got three separate ones.
I was about to say I will absolutely tune in for a comedy, movie, fantasy football podcast.
Well, if you watch
does
them all
that just mean bring
back-to-back,
back the
it's
Bull Rush
essentially-
guys? Like, is that what I just said? We need
I
the
was
Bull Rush
gonna
back?
bring it up because Bull Rush, which is Scott's old podcast, also had the spinoff of Bull Rush movies.
Yep.
Which I'll say it quick. I was on. Frank and I talked about not the Sopranos, about Goodfellas, and
We know.
after 2 hours, we discovered only 10 minutes recorded, and the whole show was lost. So, and I've been hurt. I've been hurt ever since. But interesting, Brian.
It was absolutely more of, oh my god, this Sal guy's terrible. Just someone hit the stop button, and we'll say it was an error. Love that T.Y. Hilton jersey behind you, though.
Yeah. I need to refresh my jerseys. I looked around and found out they're all retired. Luck, Ty, all those I've got. Darius Leonard. I'm just hoping he doesn't get knocked out next year because I've got his jersey too. But
no, he's so
I'm worried.
See,
classics never go out of style, Brian. You're fine.
But like, also retiring is great. I have an issue of people changing. Like T. Higgins couldn't even change teams. He's staying on the same team and just changed his number. I have a Calvin Ridley jersey right here. He's going to be on a new team. Hold on, let's see what else I got. I have.
Well, just stop buying them, Russ. You're ruining these guys' careers.
My Allen Robinson Bears jersey.
It's like 3 teams ago already.
Right? No kidding.
Okay, the only thing I got that's still holding strong is, and of course it's still in the bag because I'm too lazy to hang it up, is I got my Keenan Allen jersey.
Nice.
So
You get that for about this year, and who knows if next year it'll still be there.
Almost everything I've got is outdated. So
He
I'm
might
I'm
not
there
make it
with
to the
you, and I'll say,
starting
don't
lineup
change
this
it.
year.
Stay
He
strong.
might not make it there this year. Keenan Allen ain't playing for the Chargers this year. Get out of here.
Shut up, Sal. Why?
So I'm gonna cut into Russ's territory here, and we'll.
No, wait,
we'll
hold
switch-
on. That was never said, Derek. Russ absolutely believes in Ridley. Russ has just said he changed teams and now has to. Well, I'm not even said that I love that he's on the Jaguars because I love Trevor Lawrence and I'm here for it. I just hate the number 0 thing. Not a fan of the number
Not
0.
a fan, huh?
Yeah, I'm an old timer, so you know where I stand on this.
I will absolutely old man yelling at the cloud or telling kids to get off my lawn. I hate this new number thing. I loved looking at a guy's jersey and knowing what position he played. And now we got linebackers wearing number 1. It's just like, what? No, who are you? What? Go back to punting like you're supposed to. What is this? Like, I can't do it. Like, it's not my thing. I am traditional in very, 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 very few places, and that is one of them because it makes me feel dumb, and I don't like that.
I did love my receivers in the 80s. Love
one
all the
thing we could
receivers
agree
being
on.
in the 80s.
Yeah, we could definitely agree on that. I don't like this this number thing, but I was gonna say this. We're talking about the Scott Fishbowl here. Is what year is it for you guys, Brian? This might be your first year on the Scott Fishbowl. I don't know. And Drew, we'll start with Brian. But you guys, let me know how many years have you been in the Scott Fishbowl? What is your strategy? Where are you drafting? All that good stuff.
So I'm actually 0-2 for the bowl. So I'm in the satellite again this year. I'm gonna win my way in. So I'm gonna go ahead and get in next year. But
right.
so I'm here for advice. I'm here to learn. Drew, where you at, man? What's it looking like?
It's my second year in. So last year I was all excited to take Kyler Murray in the first round, and I was all about the Kyle Pitts in round 2, and I predictably did not make the playoffs. So I actually came pretty close. I think it was within a touchdown or so away. But I had a couple of nice picks later on. Jamal Williams was one of them that kind of kept me in it. But yeah, so looking to kind of take the next step this year and at least make the cut into week 12.
And are you doing a live draft? Are you doing a slow draft?
Yeah, I'm drafting live tomorrow. Drafting live tomorrow in Philadelphia. So we're kicking off at 11
sweet.
a.m.
Oh.
Russ was going to go, but I made him work.
Yeah, I'm sorry I don't get to attack you because that's how I say hi to people.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you're all welcome to come and mock my picks. So that'll be that's what we do in Philadelphia anyway. We kind of mock people. So that's what I'm told that anyway. So I'm used to that. So yeah.
Hey Brian, the phrase of the day on the Podathon is touching grass. You familiar with this term?
Touching grass. I've been popping.
Now I don't
in
feel
and
old
on.
anymore. Now I don't feel old anymore.
Yeah, right. What these kids are saying
feeling
these
old.
days.
Nah, man. I'm old. I'm in my 30s. I can't keep up. I got 2 younger brothers. Some of the shit that they say, I cannot keep up. I'll be showing them stuff, and they're like, "Yeah, I saw it 2 weeks ago, man." I'm like, "All right, cool." You gotta back out.
Oh,
But
yeah,
touching grass, I got no
that's
idea.
old. What? Like, no, yeah. Troy dropped that one on us this morning, and we're just like, "What are you? What? Huh? Wait, who? Where? What?" And then it hit us like 3 more times in the next hour of people dropping that phrase, and we're just like, "Okay."
I think Lawrence was the first one.
Was it
then,
Lawrence? Yeah,
then it was Troy.
It was.
Then Matt Harmon, that son of a gun.
Oh, that was like we feel old enough in the first place, and then we got these kids out here saying things that we have no idea what it means.
So did we come to a resolution? We figure out what it means?
Yeah, it means disconnecting and getting outside into the world.
Get some fresh air, some sunshine.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Like it's actually a lot more literal than we're trying to make it out to be. It's literally being outside and touching grass.
It's so anticlimactic. I thought it was going to be something way
it's not
cooler
great, but
than
it's
that.
still what it is.
No. All right.
No, not that grass, you sick animals.
It didn't say it can't be also.
Right.
Yeah, I think I see Jamie's comment there. I think Shane's actually in my particular draft. So I think he's picking first, and I've got the 106. So if I got that right, I think Joe's a lot of fun. So it's gonna be great. It's gonna be a great crew. Looking forward to it.
All right, so let's take that transition. And I know you're doing live, but there's still divisions there. What division are you in?
I'm in the John's Roast Pork division. So I think there's also Charlie's, Gino's, and Pat's. So they're all sandwiches. That's that's the way. It's the way of the way in Philadelphia. So, yeah,
and you said you're
it's gonna be a good
6th?
crew. I'm 6th. Yes. Yep.
All right. So what's your hope for 6? Now, get the Kelsey, get the Allen, and all of that stuff out of here. Like that's not happening. But what's your ideal 6 realistic spot?
Well, that's a good question because I'm kind of back and forth, and it's going to be one that's going to happen, and it's going to surprise me. So my whole strategy, I think, for going into this is to not really have too much of a strategy and kind of go with whatever comes your way and be fluid and take value. So there's a bunch of you can make a case for a bunch of guys at 6. So I mean, obviously Kelsey's your number 1 value over replacement player in the whole thing, and I look at McCaffrey as being 2. So he's not out of play for me at 6, but I'm leaning more quarterback right now, so I'm looking at maybe Lamar Jackson, Burrow if he falls, maybe even a Fields. Some people like Herbert there too. I don't know about Herbert; he's a possibility. So the nice thing about picking 6th is that you're not really caught up too much in positional runs as far as you would be on the end. You don't have to worry about it as much. So it gives you a little more flexibility to kind of take value when it comes around to you, and that even starts in the first round. So. I'll have options open, and you never know what's going to happen. I mean, we've seen Lamar go first overall. I saw a draft today. Someone posted on Twitter where Curtis Samuel went in the 5th round. So you never know what's going to happen in these drafts. So so just whatever happens. So that's my plan of attack right there. And I'm not really showing a whole lot of cards, but I think if I had to rank them all those guys, I'd probably put Burrow number 1. So if he happens to fall down to me, I'd probably take him. But Lamar in this format is exciting. Fields in this format is exciting, and a lot of people are scared about the volume in that offense. But I can't see them going out and trading for a guy like DJ Moore and not picking up the pace as far as play calling and also your run pass ratio. So and Fields made a believer out of me last year. So there's still he's kind of a dark horse for me as a potential selection there at 106.
Hey guys, I hate to jump in. I gotta jump off for a brief moment. I got a call from my supervisor in the building, and I gotta go look into something in the building. So I'll be back. Hopefully, I catch you guys.
Going to get that pizza.
Yeah, hopefully, got some pizza for you, right?
Right.
If there's no pizza, I'm gonna be pissed.
All right. So next, I don't know if you were seeing all of these things I was throwing up on the screen. We need to know what is okay. Well, start. What is the better cheesesteak between Geno's or Pat's? And then we just need to know what's the best in general because we have a lot of opinions coming up here about.
It looks like it.
What the best?
I'm going, Kevin. I'm going with you, D'Alessandro's and Courtney. I think D'Alessandro's is the best that I've had. So obviously, there's so many places to get cheesesteaks in Philadelphia. I haven't been to all of them, but I've probably been to, I would say, 5 or 10 different ones. I'd say D'Alessandro's is the best. Pat's and Geno's to me are kind of a little bit on level. I like Tony Luke's is right up there with him. I think Tony Luke's is a little better than both of them. Jim's was my favorite, but it unfortunately they had a fire last year. They're not open yet. They should be opening soon. That's right on South Street there. That was my favorite spot of all to get a cheesesteak in Philadelphia, just because you're so close to everything else. D'Alessandro's a little bit more out to the north and west a little bit, so it's a little farther away from things. But that's a fantastic cheesesteak for sure.
Yeah, I definitely made the bad judgment call here. My wife said, "Hey, do you want to eat dinner before or after you hop on?" I was like, "Oh, we'll do it after." Yeah, after the last half hour, y'all talking about food and all this.
I know.
I am like salivating right here.
Yeah, it was a terrible idea, and I can't help myself. But like, I'm stuck here for the next hour and 15 minutes. So in like 40 minutes, I'm going to order my food so it gets here by the time I get off.
Next level thinking right there.
Yep. When it comes to food, like that's how I roll. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I had a couple pieces of pizza before I came on, just because. And you can always eat after if you're still hungry. So
nice.
You here for a reason, Dave? You're going to keep yourself on mute. You're going to jump in.
You know, I actually just came in to help out with Sal, but then I was kind of thinking, guys, kind of a question we haven't really asked many guests so far, and I wanted to bring it up was kind of like, what does the Fantasy Cares element of the Scott Fish Bowl kind of mean to you guys? And can you share a little bit about how maybe a charity that really means a lot to you, and take a couple seconds to talk about, or a couple seconds to talk about it?
Sure.
Drew. Drew, we'll start with you. Sorry.
Sure. Yeah, it's awesome. So yeah, Fantasy Cares it's awesome to be a part of this pod, to be not only the Scott Fish Bowl, but also the Podathon, to help raise money for such a great charity. We've done so many great things with Toys for Tots and everything else. It means a lot to be able to give back. So I'm excited to be able to do that for sure. As far as myself, for a personal charity, there's a few of them I like. The Be Positive Foundation is one of them. And they've done a lot of work recently in colleges and such with dance-a-thons and things like that, where they made a lot of money for pediatric cancer research, and also assisting the families of children with pediatric cancer, and a lot of terminally ill as well. So they do amazing work. They affected my own family. My niece was a Be Positive hero. She passed away, sadly, at the age of 8 from brain cancer. So that's a charity that's near and dear to our hearts here with my family. So that's a charity that I give to every year, obviously. But when you see the wheels in motion and all the people just motivated to give and motivated to help raise money and spread the word, and it really kind of warms the heart. All the great things that we're doing here. For not only for Scott Fish Bowl, but this is community in general. It's just amazing. The fantasy football community is just phenomenal. It's just great to be a part of it.
Drew, really thank you. Appreciate you sharing that story. And everyone, look down at the bottom. You got the fantasycares.org/Podathon. Hit that link. The donations have kind of slowed a little bit here. It is 6:00 on the East Coast. We still have people, overseas, over in England, that's still, they're still up, they're still watching. We've got West Coasters here. This should be a prime time when we should be donating here, and just like what Fantasy Cares means to people. So let's step it up here. And then Brian, do you have any little talk a little bit about Fantasy Cares and a charity that might mean a lot to you?
Yeah, absolutely. It was eye opening for me. Like I said, it kind of came into the fantasy Twitter world a couple of years ago. Scott Fishbowl kind of popped up. Never had heard of it prior to that, but really blew my mind how much giving back there was and how much involvement there was throughout that. I thought it was just people shit talking, going back and forth on football takes, but no, there's they make it bigger than that, make this community connect a little bit more, and giving back in just the way that it's admirable. Absolutely something that we strive to be a part of this. Obviously, to be in this huge football tournament, but just an opportunity to be able to do that, something that we all love, while also raising money. Like, it's a win-win in my book. And you got to take those when those pop up for sure.
Yeah, and I want to build on a little bit. Sal, wow, I've been sitting next to this dude for like 3 days now, and I just forgot Sal's name.
Forgettable.
Yeah, or like so much you want to forget him that you push it out. He brought up the idea that was, Scott always said, take one buy-in, donate to charity, and whether you want to do more, that's completely up to you. What I like doing is I have it, the winner gets to choose the charity. And it's what I love about that is, especially when you get to the championship games, a lot of the times the two people be like, all right, we're going to split pot, but the winner's still choosing the charity. And I'm going to kick that guy's ass because I want it to go to mine. And again, of course, the competitiveness is like 90% good natured, you still want to win and you still want to rub it in, but a little bit, but it's funny. Like, that's what it comes down to. People are like, yeah, winning, whatever, the money again, this is mostly for fun. But I want my charity to get it. And then you get the awesome people that'll be like, nah, just whatever, just throw the whole thing. And like, we like to say, we would love if every single one of your donations went to Fantasy Cares. That's why we're here. We want your money. I'm not afraid to say that, but literally any charity whatsoever. We play a silly game with, not to say any money is leisure or extra, but it's money we're not spending on necessities of life. And there are people that don't have enough for the necessities of life. So help the world with your silliness is the way I like to put it in layman's terms, because that makes me feel good for when I'm out here doing stupid things. I could say, I'm doing it for everyone, not just me. I'm being an idiot for the betterment of the world. It's fine.
The guilt-free I got to take for my wife when I said, no, I'm going to do tons of these satellite Scott Fishbowl drafts, but it's for charity. I should be allowed to do as many as I want. It's for charity. I don't get this money.
Same thing with the shirts, man. Like,
absolutely,
every single penny of proceed goes to Fantasy Care. So my wife's like, why do you have 18,000 Scott Fishbowl shirts? It has absolutely nothing to do with Scott Fishbowl. It's nothing to do with the fact that I love this tournament. My friends designed these. It has I want to give money to charity, hon. So why don't you just donate? Shut your mouth.
I got my wife a shirt. So that's how you get in. That's the deal. Get your wife the shirt, and then she gets something out of that. And hey, this is awesome. By the way, this benefits charity too. Oh, you're so sweet. It's awesome. So my wife has the Central Perk shirt, so she loves that.
If I pulled that like 4 years ago when it all started, I would have been lucky. Now she is way in on it. It would not work that way.
She caught on, huh?
Oh yeah, way too bad. All right, so why don't you talk a little bit, Brian? I want you to actually tell us a little bit about, like you said, you have 3 podcasts you're throwing out there, and that is, I know firsthand experience, a hell of a grind. So I want you to tell the world, because there's a lot of people watching, a lot of people listening. So put yourself out there. Like, why go on one of these things if, all right, we spent 20 minutes talking about food and charity. Now take a few minutes to talk about what you got going on.
Well, I guess, like I said, I got burnt out my everyday job. I kind of took something safe leaving college. I was a sports broadcasting major. Radio was dying at that point. Podcasts really weren't there. So I was like, all right, let me take something safe. Service industry. And yeah, I got destroyed. But I found out, you could possibly make money doing something you love. So I'm going to jump all over that. But yeah, I've got a fantasy football podcast. Going to be kicking that back off here actually this week. Kind of gearing it more towards,
and my fantasy football podcast is called
Too Much Fantasy Football. My bad.
Hey, there it goes.
Yeah, everything's too much with us. When over the top's not enough, that's when you've got the Too Much crew.
Love it.
But yeah, I've got Too Much Fantasy Football. There's so many genius people out in the industry. Dave, for one, I steal so many of his spreadsheets. I absolutely love them. So I'm not trying to outbrain anybody. I'm trying to take all this great information y'all put out, and I'm trying to let me dumb it down for those absolutely casual fans, stuff like that. But really, it's just an excuse for me to talk football more because my friends just aren't as obsessed with it as I am. Then I got a movie podcast, doing it with one of my buddies and my dad. Add a little bit of flavor there with the old guy in there. I got my buddy from out in the middle of nowhere, Texas, and it's a fun time.
Brian, what's the movie of the summer?
Ooh, I guess it depends who you ask. We just did I Am Legend. I'm a huge Will Smith fan, so I Am Legend came up on our docket. But if you ask my dad, he put up movies like Starfighter and The Fly, and oh my god, the special effects they just don't hold up, man. Terrible, terrible movies.
All right. I don't like you anymore. It's funny, like the movie I Am Legend is what it is, whatever. The dog.
Dude,
I love that it got to the point where they started taking pictures of the dog in real life and being, no, he's alive still. Like, this wasn't real. Like, I went home and my dog was asleep because I saw it at night. I ran home. I grabbed my dog. I woke her up, and she must have thought she was getting attacked with how hard I was squeezing her. I was just like,
oh, sure.
Oh, I'm tearing up thinking about it. Oh,
but yeah, we do a random wheel. We kind of randomize it, so it's a random movie. We'll all kind of put stuff up for a different category each week. So sometimes it's a good movie, sometimes it's a bad movie, but we mix it up. Hey, thanks for the comment. Yeah, I actually worked at Starbucks for years, and every day in the drive-thru, that's always what I heard. My voice was made for this, so I jumped all over.
Not for the drive-thru. Your voice is not made for the drive-thru. Your voice is made for this.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah. I want to just put it out there that we are not, that no one is saying that you should be working a drive-through for like that. That's
oh no, but yeah. And then
are you insulting people that work at drive-throughs? Is that
no? I'm just saying that.
Typical Russ.
I'm saying that I think Brian should go check his email real quick.
You said I was the bad guy, and all I'm saying is you're insulting people at work.
Wait, which
well, you
one?
weren't here. Someone had to do it.
Brian, check your email. For God's
Checking my
sakes.
email. Shut up! No way! Oh snap! I'm still gonna win the satellite. Don't think I'm pulling back on that satellite league. I just got myself an invite this year. What is up? And it's sleeper too. Gotta love that. Love me some sleeper.
Nice, awesome,
dude. That's awesome. Thank y'all.
Yeah.
Whoever pulled that off, I'm so excited.
That's fantastic.
I'm excited. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like if you're nice and awesome things happen. Just saying.
Hey, I like making fun of people and poking jokes, but all in good fun. Nobody likes to be the.
You know who's going to be pissed off? That guy Kyle C. that was in the chat earlier today.
Yeah,
poor Kyle.
It's almost like cursing us off is not the way to get your invite sent to you.
Ooh, yeah, probably not. I've seen so many sour people online. I get it. I was bummed, this year too, up until about 45 seconds ago. But you got to understand, there's so many people that want to be in this, and so many people, and I can't imagine the hard work that it goes into with all y'all that are running this. This is I'm stoked, so pumped.
Well, you
Church's
took the right
Chicken
path.
League too.
Yep. I would love for you to go. Nah, pass. I don't want to play in Church's Chicken.
Right, I'm a Popeyes man,
Yeah, you insult me with this. How dare you,
dude? I'm so excited. Hell yeah!
All right, so Drew, as we head up against our wall, and we need to give Brian a minute or two to let everything's going on just soak in a little bit. Why don't you pitch what you got to pitch, say what you got to say? What do you want your lasting impression to be on the SFB 13 Podathon?
Oh, geez, I didn't know I was supposed to make an impression. So, but I don't know. I'm just happy to be here. I'll be doing more great work with QB List this year. So, like I said, we had the sit starts. So we're doing every Thursday to come out a review of every game and who we like, who we don't like, and then what we saw happens every Sunday night, Monday podcast Sunday night, and then the output comes out Monday. That's a review of all the games. We get people watching every single game, telling us what we see, not only from a fantasy perspective, but from a football perspective. And they do great work, kind of the unsung heroes. So the site's doing great. Our sister site, Pitcher List, is well known in the baseball community. And we're growing, and trying to become like our big brothers there. So we had 1 million impressions last year. We're continuing to grow. It's exciting to be a part of it. And we've got a fantastic Discord as well, and the Pitcher List Plus subscription service as well that gives you access to analysts for both Pitcher List and QB List live real time, which is pretty awesome. So, and then of course I'll be continuing to do the rankings on Fantasy Pros as well. So keep an eye out for those. So thanks for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I'm looking forward to seeing all the dollars roll in to help the great cause here, Fantasy Cares.
And I need to
Thank you
know
both.
what's the map behind you?
Oh, that is a beer map right there. So let me move
That's
out
what
of
I
the
thought
way.
it was, and that's what I wanted to know.
Yep.
Like,
Oh, yeah,
wait, hold on,
Shiner
we
in
need to
Texas is
we need to hide this
Yeah.
so the picture gets a little bigger.
Yeah,
That's
you
pretty
can't really
awesome.
see Delaware on there. Delaware, my home state, but that's the standard here, 60-minute IPA. So that have that and Yangling on around all the time for anybody
Oh.
else who wants to come in here. So
I've had both. They're both good.
nice. Yep.
And
Yeah.
shout out to
Look at that.
QB
It's
List,
written
former
in the
sponsor.
stars.
Yes,
Former
cheers.
sponsor of the
Yeah,
Podathon.
Yeah.
absolutely.
Hopefully, future sponsor next year. We'll see what we can do.
And
We'll
real
take
quick,
it. We'll take your
before-
money.
Before we let Brian say his goodbyes and his parting shots, Popeyes needs to work on their sides in general. Now, I am a middle-aged white guy in New Jersey, so I know nothing about Louisiana cooking whatsoever. But like I feel like their sides just need a little bit of work. Like it's
Dude, just get a biscuit. Just get a biscuit and move on.
Their biscuits are real good though.
So
All
get
right,
two
Brian.
of them.
Sorry to step on your toes, but the biscuit
good.
talk needed to happen.
I gotcha. No, like I said, you can find me too much fantasy football, too much movie night, too much shenanigans. If you're looking for a little bit of fun, just an extra laugh, guys, I can't thank you enough for having me on. I love being a part of this. Love being able to help give back. Screwed up not getting my shirts in time, so they'll be here in a couple days. But yeah, absolutely. I love being on here.
Getting shirts
Awesome.
is getting shirts. That's all that matters. There's no time.
Yeah.
It's just having them is what matters. And is that a Duke Silver shirt?
Yes, sir. Yep. Duke Silver Trio there. Yeah, I had this at the Expo last year. It was a big hit, so it was a lot of fun. So I was like, what should I wear?
Everybody's
I'll throw that one on
recognizing
there.
the Duke Silver at the same time.
Duke Silver is your twin.
Yeah.
I mean, you're Duke Silver?
Yeah, well, the Halloween time, I'll grow a beard, and then I'll shave it just in time for Halloween, and then I'll do the whole thing for the suit coat and the fedora and the kid saxophone. So that's always a winner. So and then I'll have this shirt on underneath the sport coat. It works.
Pictures necessary. Pictures necessary.
I'll see what
All
I
right,
can do.
gents. We got our next guest waiting in the wings. Be well. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas.
Thank you.
All right. So I will say that I did see a comment from Zach earlier saying that I'm leaving the show right before he gets on, but that's not true. I'm actually going till whenever Zach and J Mike are over.
11:30.
I guess Dave Wright removed himself. Russ, do you want to read these or you want me to
Yeah, I
start?
got it.
What do you want? Go ahead, bro.
Don't settle for the same old convenience store snacks. Bite into beef jerky and snack sticks from John's Elgin Market. With over 30 products to choose from, there's a flavor for every craving. We can attest to that. From barbecue beef or hot and spicy venison to exotic meats like our best-selling alligator snack sticks. Fantastic. It's time to treat yourself to damn good jerky. Visit John's Elgin Market, John's ELGIN market.com to check out all the mouth-watering options. My mouth is watering as I'm reading this. Plus, now through July 16th, contact @Steven_Roto on Twitter to place an order and receive free shipping with 10% of all proceeds going to Fantasy Cares. That's right. We ship nationwide, smoking quality meat since 1880. Snack with the best at John's Elgin Market. Whew. Hold on, let me thinking about some jerky. I had to slow down for a second.
Let's go, jerky.
Trophy Smack is the ultimate destination for custom fantasy football trophies. As the official sponsor of the SFB Podathon, step up your fantasy game with trophies, belts, rings, draft boards, loser prizes, and more at TrophySmack.com. As seen on ABC's Shark Tank, Trophy Smack offers your fantasy league the most customizable prizes at the most affordable prices, period. You want to play like a champion? First, you need to celebrate like one at TrophySmack.com.
Now, before I bring this next guy in, I have to preempt this with I've talked about my boss, Josh, who's a good friend of mine. he waits every year for John Laub. So, John, when I bring you on, I want you to tell Josh directly, Sal gets to leave at noon every Friday for the rest of the summer, or you're never coming back on the show again. So, here you go, John. Let him hear it.
Hey, Josh, you gotta hook up my man Sal. He has to leave every Friday at noon for the rest of the summer, or I'm not going to be able to come on anymore. I don't know what to tell you. And gentlemen, I can't thank you enough. I think this is the 5th year, Sal, that I've appeared on the Podathon. I've been playing Scott Fishbowl since 2015. That's SB5. I mean, it seems so long ago now. I absolutely love this event. And gentlemen, I've been watching on and off all day. You know, I have kids and a family, so you come in and out. But I have to say, I've been watching sports radio and television since the early 80s. That meat-eating surprise thing had me on the goddamn floor. I know this is a family event. I thought it was absolutely brilliant. And Sal, someone has got to make a gift of your famous comment there that I put things in my mouth, or I put this in my mouth. I'm telling you,
I've had this in my mouth before.
I've had this in my mouth before.
I don't mean to correct you, but I had to after this specific
I was like, but that Sal is worthy of a gift for all time.
Listen, it was a classic line. I'll say it myself. And I'll tell you this, John, you're up there with me in age. Do you remember the movie called Hollywood Nights?
Oh yeah.
So there's a scene where they spike the punch at the teachers. The teachers are all at a party, and they pee in a punch. And one of the female teachers is drinking it, and her response is, "I've had this taste in my mouth before," and that is where the line comes from. But I gave you a little behind the curtains. It's something I've said many times, and it's homage to that movie. So that's where it comes from. But listen, we got such a response from that.
Bob is working on it.
Of course. Bob's got pictures of me shoving glizzies in my mouth. The whole thing.
It's classic.
So, John, tell us. You know what, Russ? I'm going to just sit back and drink this Red Bull.
First, I'm curious what shirt you got on right now, John.
Let me tip it down, Scott. It's more of a general, but this. So there are definitely shirts that I don't know what restaurant it is. I mean, living in Connecticut, there's a lot of those. The league, I never heard of certain restaurants, so I like the way this one looked. You know, I buy one or two a year, and you've been talking about shirts. I have a drawer. My wife must think I'm crazy, but she's very kind and keeps it to herself. But I have probably like 12 Scott Fishbowl shirts right now in this one drawer, all piled up. Unfortunately, some of them don't fit. You know, the years have gone by, but I have them all. And this year I bought two. I think a couple years, maybe 3 years, I bought two because I liked, I couldn't decide. But I like the blue and I like the bright yellow. So I bought this one. I got the Starbucks one. Yes. So those are the two. And I was so happy they came in the mail today. Literally showed up today at about 12 o'clock for the appearance.
That's
Hungry
amazing.
Howie's Pizza is the shirt you are wearing right now.
Howie's
I don't know what that is, but I just scrolled through the site and I found it.
Oh, okay.
Where in the country is that located? Anybody?
Yeah, someone.
If anyone listening has eaten or seen a Hungry Howie's Pizza, let us know.
So, John, we talked about this before. So, someone said John is always in a good mood, and you seemingly you are, and you've always brought a ton of energy, which is why we get great response from you. Just tell people about your background, your history, what you do. We've had you talk about that before, but not everybody's here every year. Tell them what you do in your personal life, your actual job, and what you bring to the table and the people you work with.
Oh, thanks. And I heard you guys mention on the last segment about the Fantasy Cares. And when Scott first reached out to me, I didn't know anything about Fantasy Cares. It was just, he's like, Bob Harris said that you might be interested in playing the Scott Fishbowl. And of course, I learned a little bit about the Fantasy Cares. So, I bought a shirt and donate and do all that. But as the years gone by, it means everything. I mean, when Scott posts, it's not just Scott, there's a whole group of you now who post pictures of Toys for Tots And I remember you guys, I should look somewhere to see if you have a total, how much you've raised today. Because I know you used to have like a running total you would give out as the day went along. But I used to be Sunday morning. So this is my first Saturday appearance, I think. So maybe that's coming. But I teach in an urban community. It'll be my 20th year this year in my 18th year in my school, 20th year in my district. And I have kids who don't have financial resources from their parents. I look back and I was just lucky. You know, I just thought everyone got holiday gifts, Christmas gifts, because you're used to it, right? I was lucky. I had middle-class parents who had resources. And when you work in an urban community and we meet the federal threshold of low income, we're over 40% low income, you realize that not every child has that, right? We collect clothing every year at Christmas time for kids. We're in the Northeast, and I'm sure both of you can know we had some cold winters, and there are children who need clothing at wintertime. And I'm not kidding. Like sometimes when my friends from across the country are like, oh, you guys closed for the cold. And I say, you don't understand. We have kindergartners and first graders who don't have jackets and gloves. And you cannot send them outside in 20-degree weather. And if a bus ever not made it and their parents are at school or something, that's just a disaster. So there's reasons why we do these things. If you're not always in the community, you don't understand. But when those pictures come out around the holidays, and I wish, like, what are those kids' emotions? And how have we been able to change their families' lives to offer them presents? And that's what this is all about. I mean, I don't care. I know, Sal, and you've always asked me what's my strategy, and I'll be straight out honest. If I'm in a mock draft, I tell you exactly what I want to do. If you beat me with my strategy, I'm all into it. That's not what I'm here for. Yeah, I want to win. We all want to, right? You know, I mean, but I want to help the kids. And if we can get more people into this community and people notice a fantasy cares, I tweeted out the link earlier. If someone gives after watching this segment and it's $5, hey, you know what? That $5 is for a child who needs it somewhere. So to me, it's so important because I look back and I just had things that most Americans take for granted. But when you really grow up and you look around, that's not always true.
And I'll let you know that $5 can get you a really sweet Batman Hot Wheels.
That's cool.
Just letting you know.
Yeah.
I got this for $10.
Ooh.
Marshalls.
That's the Batman #1, right? Or replica.
Yep.
Wow.
Adam West style Batman going on there. Yeah.
Ooh, I saw one of those. I almost bought it and I held back, but it was Thor and one of those creatures in his living room. Like Thor, you know, when he's like drinking with the belly. And I was like, that is the coolest thing. But I was like, you know, it was like $50. It's like, I should take my daughter to lunch or something. It'd be better than buying a Thor. But I did. Those are cool now. I've seen a couple of those type of ones.
So
I like them.
I think Josh joined us late, and he's just getting in the chat. So Josh, John came on and announced that I get to leave
completely
at
unprompted
noon every Friday, or John can never come on the show again. So,
in support of my man Sal, 1 year in my life before I was a teacher, I was in publishing for a long time, and one summer our boss gave us Fridays at noon out. We could leave at noon, and that was the greatest summer I ever had. Because man, I worked your butt off from like 8 to noon, and then you beat the traffic and you were home by like 2 o'clock on a Friday on the weekend. So there is some benefits to it, and you definitely were happy as a worker.
It worked, John.
Josh, you're the man. That's very kind.
Wait. Hold on, John. Let me get my boss on here real quick.
So John, obviously you do a lot of college coverage, and Felix is checking in. Felix Trump, who I know from Twitter as well, and he's saying, you talk about the direction college fantasy is headed. What are some of the things that have changed in the landscape of college fantasy in recent years?
Yeah, so one, I definitely noticed more traffic again. I thought we were hitting a real nice apex just before COVID. And the year of COVID was very hard. I mean, I stuck with the writing. I kept tweeting and playing, but there was definitely a dip and there was definitely a change in the college fantasy football universe. I believe we're back above and even above where we were as far as interest, expectations, the hobby growing. I see all types of new people jumping into it, new formats like Felix and his company, Campus to Canton, is a great way to play. Check out that website. I'm just doing a draft right now. I'm posting my results on my Twitter feed. As I'm drafting on the college side, my teammate did the NFL side. But we have an opportunity this year, which something is never, I've been waiting for years. The FSGA, Fantasy Sports Gaming Association, is holding the first ever college fantasy football live draft. It is going to be recorded by the Better Sports Network. I want to make sure I get that one right. So it's the Better Sports Network. Eric Froton, who used to do a podcast with me and with about 3 or 4 years ago. He's now at NBC Sports. He's been working behind the scenes with the FSGA for a long time. So on August 1st, we are having a live draft, Better Sports Network. We're having people from all over the industry and FSGA members. And we're really hoping that we can take this to another level. Then I'm going to King's Classic. I heard you guys talking about good food. I want to mention that in a second. But I don't want you to forget it. I do like Canton, but that's another story. So for the third year in a row, we're having a live college fantasy football draft in Canton, Ohio. We have done it always at the Convention Expo on the Saturday morning, which I think most of the drafts are taking place. They were at like the Hall of Fame game or somewhere else last time. So we're small, but I recorded with my teammate Matt Hicks live from Canton, Ohio. We post the results, and actually I've noticed that you've used Trophy Smack. There's the logo right there on the screen. I buy a Trophy Smack belt. And the winner gets the belt. I send it to them, usually UPS, I guess. But they receive it before the holiday season. Trophy Smack's been unbelievable. They've supported King's Classic. They've been very kind to me and our college fantasy football. Love them. Love everything they do. So we're really hoping Fantrax is the one site right now that is doing college fantasy football. It has everything Devy fantasy. If you love the NFL draft, you want to be ahead of the curve, college fantasy football is the best way to get there. By late November, I basically know all the prospects. Now, they'll change. They go through the combine. They go to, you end up with pro days and all that. And you end up with the seniors going to Mobile, Alabama for the Senior Bowl. But I know every prospect from a skill position, fantasy football position by December 1st. So college fantasy football is the place to teach yourself how to do it. So I'm hoping for great things this year.
I think you're going to get great things this year because I will be, the first to just slap everything in the face that you just said, that I'm not a college football watcher, and it's not anything to do with college football. My brain only has the attention span for one thing. And if I start getting into college football, NFL will start eking out the other ear, and I'm not ready for that to happen just yet. But I do love seeing the amount of stuff that comes, because even if I'm not playing it, games are fun. I like when people go have fun. Any sort of fantasy football is fantasy football, even if it's college. So I love seeing it. And I love seeing College to Canton pop up as a thing. And, it's funny, they've been, I think, at the past 2 expos. And while I would never in my life play College to Canton, because again, I know nothing about college football and I would just make a fool of myself. I've watched both of their panels at the expo because it's so interesting to me, and I love new directions, except for 2 tight end. That should never happen.
Try to play 2 tight end in college. Oh my God, so hard.
But I love the idea of this game growing in any direction, and it seems like right now college is the biggest thing that people are looking for, and I love it. And it's even eking out into the I really like football cards. And For
Ooh.
baseball, Bowman has always done prospects for baseball, but they just came in, like, I think it was last year, or it just got big this year, where they did Bowman University cards for football.
Ooh, I
So
didn't know that.
yeah, so we have some Stroud, Young, Richardson, cards in their college, and it's licensed. There's logos, there's autographs, and everything, and it's real deal stuff. So I love that college is pushing its way into. Well, clearly, it's always, especially further south you go. It's real life. It is life there. But I love that it's working its way into the mainstay of everything else, also, because again, the more the merrier. Rising tides, all ships, and everything. I love seeing the way it's going.
John, Russ actually has a group called TKO Breaks, and I hung out in there for a while before it got too expensive for me. But he does live box breaks, and it's a lot of fun with football cards. And I got some nice Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields stuff. If anybody wants to reach out to me from a couple of years ago, I'm happy to sell them. I think I got an autographed Amon-Ra St. Brown out of that 1 year. So
that's nice.
Roll me up. I got to pay my rent.
Hey, that's one thing I'd like to get in. I'm thinking about I got probably 6 or 7 years to retirement. I wouldn't mind getting back into just, dabbling in cards, because I did it huge in the 80s. And when I was in high school, it was awesome back then. And I love cards, but, who knows where they are now. I might have one little box downstairs. What?
I said it's expensive now. And also, unfortunately, growing up in the 80s and 90s and collecting cards and all that stuff, that is unfortunately called the junk era.
True.
Because there was so many, right?
Mass produced, yeah.
Yeah, they started, and it was the same thing for comics also, unfortunately, for me growing up and collecting my comics and still having them in boxes in my basement. They are not worth anything whatsoever. There's no, Superman #1 equivalent whatsoever. But I love it. Like, I love cards. I don't care. Like, to me, if anything, I love displaying things. Like, I was buying DVDs even after streaming happened, because I need to show my collection. Like, I need something tangible that I can put out and, like, in a case. I need to show things. Yeah, I have this awesome T. Higgins jersey, but I also need to line it with the cards below it. Like,
are those T. Higgins cards or different cards?
No, they're actually all from the same set. They're all different versions of the same card.
Wow, that's nice. I saw the T. Higgins when I was watching earlier. I'm like, that's got to be a poster. That's pretty nice. I mean, you see, I'm into Pops. I'm into my UConn paraphernalia when we win championships. So, it's nice when you win some basketball. I do love basketball. Just, I don't give fantasy basketball advice. I don't feel comfortable enough. I'm not as good as at football. But yeah, I know what it's like. And I remember going to college and I had to pack up my 120 DVDs or CDs, right? And bring CDs, I should say. And you had to lug them all up to college and bring them all home at the end of the year.
I legitimately was called Blockbuster for a while because I had a tall dresser in college and there was no clothes in it. It's where I put all my VHS tapes, because yes, that's how long ago I was in college, but like, seriously, like, in alphabetical order, open the drawers, and that's where I kept everything. So yeah. I know that pain oh so very well.
Sal looks like he's got something on his mind. What's up, Sal?
No, I was going to actually say, I have the world's largest collection of Jeremy Ruckert rookie cards because.
Oh, you were a big Ruckert fan.
Yeah, I know him since he's 6 years old. The kid, I know him. Wants to grow up. We talked about him earlier.
Yeah.
And I just, every time I see something on eBay, I must have 60 cards of his right now, and they just produce so many different ones. Like Russ has many. Like, I have the different color variations of every autograph. And the cards are identical, except the colors are different. And it's a fun hobby. And to collect someone that's unknown like that is inexpensive. So that's why I do it. And should Jeremy hit, I'd be happy for him as a person and a family. And then, I could sell the collection to him and his father. Look, guys, I got all the stuff. It's too expensive now.
Yeah. So Jared, you use him as your secondary income. You need to pay your rent. Hey, Jeremy, I need you to sign some more stuff for me.
That's it.
You wouldn't have gotten through elementary school Pee-wee football without me.
I'm trying to get his dad, Bill, to come out to the New York City Long Draft next week. Bill is a good time. Bill's a big, big human, and he loves to drink his beer, and we should get him out there next Saturday to enjoy the New York City Live Draft.
Talking about beer, though, you were talking about restaurants. Have you been to Fatheads in Canton, Ohio?
Oh, I've never been to Canton.
Oh, okay. So I've been. My family and I, we were actually looking at hotel rooms. We're going to book a hotel room this weekend. We've gone out. This will be our 3rd year. Love it, absolutely. But they have this place called Fatheads in Ohio. I like to collect the when you buy glass mugs with the logo of the bar on and everything. That's one of the things that I have in the kitchen. And I love sampling local beers. So Fatheads is they have a bunch of restaurants. I guess they brew their own beer. It's absolutely incredible. But yeah, it's great. I've gone there, and the nice part, I like when you can get like an 8-ounce class and you can try like 3 beers. You know, I love that with local. I mean, if I'm going to go to a new place in the country, I want to be able to sample their beer. Especially, I mean, I'm a big local brewery guy. Obviously, you can tell I got a little German blood in me. I like my beer, but you know, I like to sample those local beers. And man, Fatheads and the kids and the food is unbelievable.
I just saw some pictures of some food, and it looks darn good.
It's so, and the thing that's amazing, so my daughter's a little, you know, she was 11, first time, she'll be 13 this year. She can't even eat the whole sandwich, so we bring it home. I mean, they give you so much. The burger is so big, and I've never seen so many French fries on a plate in my entire lifetime. It is just a great place. So you might see us at Fatheads if you're out in Canton, Ohio.
John, look at this message right here that just came up, and this is what getting to be on the Podathon is all about.
There you go, pint class. That's what I meant. I love my pint classes.
So,
Thank
John,
you.
I know you will never argue with this. Stay on with us. Don't go anywhere. We have a gentleman in the wings I'm going to bring on, and he's going to be doing a live stream from the Las Vegas live drafts coming up. And Smitty wants to jump in with us and talk about that. And I know you've been trying to get on the Podathon for a couple of years, and here you are. And now you're doing your own version.
Setup?
So
you what?
Take it away. Tell us what you got going on.
Yeah. So we're gonna be live the entire 3 drafts in Las Vegas at Stadium Swim, and so we'll be there right about 9. I'll be live about 9 a.m. and I'm gonna go live until I don't know 3, 4, 5. It just depends on how long it all lasts, how many people are there. But the fine folks at Stadium Swim at Circa Las Vegas are going to have us at a suite, and it's going to just be people coming in and out. I'm going to have an empty chair where it's going to say "sit in me" if you want to be on the live show. Someone's going to grab a mic, and we'll just have a good time. So it's going to be a blast. And I've been wanting to do something like this for Scott for a while, and so I reached out to him and said, "Who's live streaming Vegas?" He's like, "Nobody." I'm like, "Well, I am. I'm going to do it." So it's going to be a blast, and, you know, great cause. Scott's an amazing guy. So I'm happy to do it. It's going to
Remind everybody what day that is.
So that'll be July. Hold on. I have it on screen here, but your Coronas are in my way here. Let me move
Swap
that up.
them, Russ. Swap them around.
Yeah. No. We got it. I got it taken care of. So, so July. Oh, there you go. July 15, 9 a.m. is about when I'm going to go live. So if the people can't make it, they can just, you know, they can watch it. They can donate. It'll be, you know, a 5-6 hour stream minimum. So be happy to have anybody stop by. If anybody's in Vegas, just swing on by Stadium Swim at Circa Las Vegas Casino. The Stadium Swim, like, I don't know if you guys have seen the screens before or been there, but it's like 2 or 3 drive-in movie screens, like, you know, up at the pool, and it's going to be a blast. We're in a suite.
Yep.
Yeah, we're in a suite, and we'll be doing 3 live drafts. I'll be live streaming probably 1 or 2 of them, and I'll have a co-host buddy of mine that's, I believe, in a separate draft, and so we'll stream both of our drafts and do a bunch of, you know, Q&A. The phone lines will be open. I'd love to have you guys dial in to the phone line.
Yeah, we'll be doing the New York City live draft that same day. So is your time 9 a.m. Vegas time?
9 a.m. Vegas time, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So 9 a.m. Vegas time. So probably around, that's noon, right, here on the East Coast, which is when we're going to be showing up at ours. But we'll definitely check in. I know I'll definitely check in with you guys on that day. And this is something, you know, more people should do. If your live draft is not the same time as a Podathon, put a stream together. Get cameras out there. Get people involved. Yeah. This is the best way for us to spread the word of Fantasy Cares and get more people involved. And And I think it's awesome, man. I'm glad you reached out and got yourself, bullied your way in there a little bit. I say that jokingly.
Yeah,
You knew
yeah.
that.
Well, you guys are always booked up with guests, and I always love supporting this event. And I know you guys get booked up quick, but I'd be glad to come on anytime. Talking fantasy too. But yeah, I just wanted to get in here and just let people know that the live drafts, you can follow along with the drafts. It's a little different, too, because you can watch the draft unfold live. The live event, I think Scott said it would be I don't know if anybody did it yesterday or whatever or today, but he said it was the first ever that he knew of, prior to today or yesterday, of a live event draft being live streamed. So we're going to have it up on the screen and watching the picks unfold. So it'll be fun. It'll be a good time. But like I said, the open chair will be great. We'll see how many of the drafters come in and go, man, I got blasted. What was I doing? I didn't know where I was, what I was picking. I didn't know what, I'm at the 4 pick and I have no clue what I'm going to do with this scoring. I haven't had time to delve into it, but I'm sure I'm grabbing a QB. I'll be taking Fields or Burrow or one of these monsters that gets how many points per carry is it?
0.25.
Yeah. So Fields could be, if he, gets an uptick in his passing categories, I mean, he could finish like the number one quarterback in this format. You never know. So I'm excited. I'm excited about it.
Well, very cool. Tell the people where they can follow you. That way they know what's going on and they see all your links and how to get in.
Yeah. You can go to smitty1.com or just go to The Fantasy Football Show on YouTube, youtube.com/The Fantasy Football Show. Either one will get you there. And we'll be starting at 9. So if anybody can't make it, then you can watch it and donate. We'll have a specific, I think, link for that, for that specific stream for donations to the Fantasy Cares. So it'll be great. Appreciate you guys and all your hard work and all you guys do. It's awesome.
All right, cool. Thanks, Smitty. Thanks for stopping by, and best of luck with the stream. We'll definitely be checking you out.
Yeah, later, guys. Later, guys.
Very good.
Later.
All right, John. So we're up against it here. You're welcome to stay for a little while longer if you want. We're going to do a couple of reads.
Sure.
Russ?
I would like to talk about my pick and division. So if you want to, I'll wait.
Stay with us. We'll get you on with the next group. Go ahead, Russ.
All right. This next guest, because, carryover, because why do we care about schedules? This guest is brought to you by DraftBuddy.com. DraftBuddy helps fantasy players get ready for the most important day of the year, Draft Day. Create custom cheat sheets for your fantasy league and track your draft with DraftBuddy. Buddy syncs with drafts on My Fantasy League, Sleeper, and more. Use it to track your SFB 13 draft. DraftBuddy has 23 years of helping fantasy players win their leagues. Connect with DraftBuddy developer Mike McGregor at DraftBuddy on Twitter or visit DraftBuddy.com to download this league-winning tool today. They put it like there's a second read, but there's nothing there, so...
Well, Mike, you want to come in? You sitting back there? I see you sitting back there.
There's Mike.
Is Mike muted? Mike muted. Da, 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 da. Boom.
Mike, come on, man.
I can't hear him.
Yeah, I think I've been on with Mike.
Microphone wasn't working.
There you go.
I literally only showed up because I didn't think you were smart enough to remember to let the Vegas guy in. I wasn't planning on coming on the show. But now, hanging out with John is an honor, of course. So
fool me once, shame on something like that. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, let's hear about John's pick and division while we wait for there's Jay, and we got to wait for
Jay's here, but Chase is late, so we'll bring Jay in.
Of course.
And,
All right, let's talk to John about his pick and position. I'd like to hear the strategy.
All right, I promise not to eat up anyone else's time. So I'm picking out of the 10 spot. I do like in the third round reversal. I like picking at the back end.
Really bad right now.
Obviously, you are at the mercy of the competitors, right? Like, who is going to be available? I've done 4 Scott Fishbowl mock drafts out of the number 10, and I've been able to get – I really want Justin Fields at number 10, and I've been able to get him 3 out of 4. But I've been looking at some ADP, and he's slowly creeping up. I think people are starting to realize the floor with this rushing. First downs, 2.5 or a quarter of a point for a carry. I think they're starting to realize Justin Fields could be ridiculous in this scoring format. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to get him anymore at 10, which really, really bums me out. So then my second option and challenge. If Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase are on the board, do I pivot away from the quarterback? Am I willing to risk getting a quarterback on the round 2 there? That I know what I saw Mike saying, don't risk it. I used to be able to get Justin Fields and Trevor Lawrence at the number 10 and the number 15. I don't think that can happen anymore. So then the question is, do I take a Trevor Lawrence and then go for another player in the second round? I don't think Justin Jefferson and Chase would both make it around, what would that be? Around pick 15. I think that's the second pick I have. So I do like the end of the draft and taking one player and one quarterback right there. But I thought more quarterbacks might fall, but it doesn't seem to be that is happening now.
Yeah, I think, honestly, John, I don't see Fields getting by pick 8 in most of the drafts if you look at it. I think there's a pretty solid top 7, but there's always someone that's going to reach for either McCaffrey or Jefferson, right? But
yes.
I have Fields solidly at 7, after Lamar, after Burrow, and then obviously after the established top 4. If you go Jefferson, you're signing up for a prayer of maybe Dak and Tua.
Yes, I know.
And that's going to be how much injury risk you're taking on, how much risk. If it hits, that's one thing. But with this scoring system, man, the wide receiver scoring drops so much that Jefferson is elite, but not elite enough when you look at the differential from his peers that I could see throwing away a top 10 pick on him personally. But if you did, you're locked in and telling your league mates, I'm going quarterback with the next 2 picks, which gives them a little bit of strategical advantage too.
Yeah, I used to love my back-to-back Justin Fields and Trevor Lawrence in my mock drafts. That's not going to happen now. Let me give one hint. Take your kicker with your quarterback. Take your kicker with the quarterback. If they score a rushing touchdown and your guy hits that 3.3 extra points, that touchdown is now worth over 10 points. If somehow you get a 30-yard rushing touchdown from your kicker, then you get the extra point. Man, that is gold. It's an easy stack. Take your kicker with the quarterback.
John, I told you to tell me that separately, man. Not in here.
It is the easiest way to do it. And a sneaky one. Jason Myers, Seattle, Geno Smith. It's super easy to stack those 2.
Don't stifle his genius, Sal.
Have a great day, everyone. Peace
All right,
out.
John.
Later, John.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thanks for coming on.
So we lost
that-
both our guests. You want to do the trophy smack read, Dave, while we wait?
Yeah, with that championship type advice, it feels just right to do a Trophy Smack read. So Trophy Smack is the ultimate destination for custom fantasy football trophies. As the official sponsor of the SFB Podathon, step up your fantasy game with trophies, belts, rings, draft boards, loser prizes, and more at TrophySmack.com. As seen on ABC's Shark Tank, Trophy Smack offers your fantasy football league the most customizable prizes at the most affordable prices, period. You want to play like a champion? First, you need to celebrate like one at TrophySmack.com.
We got to get Gator back on here and find out what happened with Chase. Well, we could just do Gator and not Chase. I'd be fine with that too.
Yeah, Gator's internet's going in and out. Chase is MIA, probably doing something he shouldn't be, as we know from Chase. So that is what it is. So how are you guys holding up?
From the last expo where he woke up in someone's backyard and he remembers there being a party somewhere, but it was nowhere near the backyard he woke up in. Like, you make me feel old, and I'm good with that.
Yeah. I like waking up in my own bed. It's more comfortable, but that's just
I just like waking up.
That at your age, Sal, that is a big victory.
Just happy to get here every morning,
Every day's a blessing when you're Sal's age.
So yeah.
So how are you
Can
two
we
holding
just
up?
say how great of a segment that John Lobb segment was?
Always.
Talk about bringing the freaking energy. Holy smokes.
Always.
I'm curious if you woke that man up in the middle of the night, if he would still be that energy level, because I literally have never seen him not like that.
Of course, Russ. I'm always like this, 24/7. Happy to be here.
As
John,
a grumpy old man who gets annoyed when other people have too much energy, I love listening to that man talk. I don't know what it is, but like it's that energy that you feed off of. It's not that energy where you're just like, oh my God, why is this guy yelling? It is just pure heart of gold yelling, I guess is the best way I could think to put it. It's wonderful.
We're so close to having Jay on.
He showed up
No,
and he ran.
He said don't bring him on. Why do you keep hitting the button? Just leave the buttons alone.
I didn't
No,
touch it.
no one touch the
Wasn't me.
buttons. No
That
touch
was
the
hands.
buttons. Everyone just
That
put
was
your hands
Dave.
up. Don't do anything. No button touching.
Hands. Buttons aren't toys.
Yeah.
I'm
So
scared to touch any of these buttons.
Jay has no internet. Chase has no sense of time. How are you two oldies holding up? You've been going for a little while.
I just
Still
ordered my Domino's for dinner and
solid.
I think I'm 11 plus in. 11 plus hours in. I got 4.5 left, I think. Right? 11 and a half, 12.
I don't know.
Yeah,
What the,
you got
what the
4
hell did you
hours and
sign up
20 minutes
for?
left.
Yeah. What did you sign up
Okay.
for?
11:30.
What
I'm
he
leaving.
signed up for and what he's doing are two very different things.
That's fair.
Like I remember first, I'm like, yeah, Sal, you could bounce at like 7. I'll carry the rest for a while, and then all of a sudden, I'm out at 7 and he's going until 11. So I have
11:30, as it turns out, because I wanted to be
Yes,
at the
because Zach and they might
assassin.
they
All
were
right.
hurt to find out that Sal
you
wasn't going to be around for that.
You can't skip out on that one.
No, those
right.
are my guys, my dummies.
If I'm
Listen.
still awake, I'll probably jump on for that one, but there's a very good chance I'll be sleeping by then.
I would hope so. It's old.
Bitch. What?
Dude,
All
how
right,
many
so-
times do I need to call myself a grumpy old man?
Yeah,
and the fact that being asleep by 11:30 is not a hot take.
Just
You know,
leave
that's
alone. I'm going to be in bed at 9:30. I'm like trying to get to Linda and Cooter, and then if I make it to 10, I'll be thrilled. That'll be like a new record for me.
Oh yeah. Also, by the way, in my Podathon bingo, I did not have many of the things Matthew Berry said out loud on my card. But hearing Matthew Berry say the phrase "cooter doodle" was not absolutely on my card whatsoever.
Yeah. Oh, it's the best.
But
It is.
love
It
it.
is the best.
Loved it.
Yeah, I had, like I said, having Barry and Heath Cummings on at the same. We didn't realize it was going to happen. Lawrence wearing a shirt was a surprise to me.
Yes.
Sal saying, "I've never had this in my mouth before." I've had this in my mouth before. Not very surprising, to be honest. That was a little lower on the surprise scale.
I'm living loose these days.
Yeah, I think that honestly, we've had 5 guests move or cancel and get replaced on the fly. This has been fun. Being backstage has been fun. Being in the chats has been interesting.
Don't forget Coop crying, talking about Evan Ingram last year was a great highlight as well.
Yeah, I think we knew that was coming. Seeing the tears live and like watching his soul leave his body last year was like my highlight of the fishbowl. I'll be honest, like we're all friends here and there's nobody watching, so we can tell secrets.
Just us. Yeah.
I didn't really even want Evan Ingram. I don't really care. Nor did I actually care if my fishbowl team was good. I didn't bring rankings to the bar. I brought myself, and I was walking around the whole time. And when Coop drafted, I was just bored, and my team had already sucked anyway. So I figured, why not ruin his day and take him down with me? So it was a targeted attack more than it was anything related to fishbowl or strategy. And then it turned out to really be above and beyond what I expected when his face just sunk. And he pouted for the rest of the draft. And actually has been pouting for now an entire calendar year about it, which is you can't buy that type of goodwill and heartwarming feeling. So that's what the fishbowl is all about.
Evan Ingram got me into the playoffs last year. He carried my team at times.
Look, you're playing the players in your league. You're not necessarily playing the fantasy football. You're playing against other people, and that's what you did, Mike. You played the people, and I have no idea if you won or not. But
no, I did
moral
not.
victory.
Not
Moral victory. You won that one.
Yeah, I felt like after a good showing the year before, I was playing with house money, so I just wanted to hurt people's feelings. That's what we do in Boston. I just wanted to hurt people's feelings. I wanted people leaving feeling like hurt, violated, betrayed, really more than I wanted to leave feeling good about my team. And honestly, like this year, my buddy next to me here, I really want him going home feeling the same. Like I want the long ride home to Providence to be painful for Dave. I do. I want Zach's ride home to Maine to be miserable. I want those 4 hours to feel like 12. And, that's what we're gunning for. I might come in third to last or fourth to last in the fishbowl, but as long as they're first, second, and third to last, I am considering that a victory. And I am getting Matt Walsh to send me a trophy just for killing other human beings, not necessarily for winning the
Emotionally,
fishbowl.
not physically.
Yeah,
Rondale Moore
exactly. Not physically.
in the second round will
gonna,
do it, Mike.
whatever it takes, Dave. I will take that little man and I will shove him on top of my team and watch his little legs go if that somehow hurts your feelings.
A trophy smack Rondale Moore trophy, and then you just say, "Here you go, Dave." Or unless you,
I'll just hold. I'll just FaceTime you with me holding it, just hanging out. But yeah, no. All I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through every one of my 11 league mates' rankings, articles, whatever. And I hate reading, but this is how much I dislike my league. And I am just gonna pick based on the guys that they are claiming are their guys. Maybe 3 rounds early. Who the hell cares? But I am gonna go home feeling that I want them feeling like I stole a piece of them. Like that is what the fishbowl means to me, and that's my strategy.
That's what we try and give off with SFB and Fantasy Cares. That's our message. Pain.
It's in the company charter.
Yeah.
Pain.
Yeah. Fantasy Cares. We care enough to try to steal your soul.
Jamie, I put this up, but I don't want to give Shane Manoa any attention more than he already gets.
He's going to be on it a little bit, so.
He's joining us soon.
Oh, no, I forgot I put Shane on the schedule. Did I put him on when kids were still awake? That's a horrible idea.
Anytime, 24 hours is the wrong time.
He hosted last year.
He did. And I put the hot sauce guys on during breakfast just for giggles. Just because I know they're going to say something wrong, like to start our day.
Yes, that is
Sal.
That will happen, yeah.
See, this is what happens, though. These liars, these lies. Don't worry, Zach. I know who your guys are. Sleep with one eye open, buddy. It's going to hurt.
Sal, watching Too Much Brian come on, it did kind of give me a couple of vibes of the Ball Blast Girls when they first started out way back when. Like, just seeing the genuineness of his, like, you asked him on the spot, like, hey, are you in Scott Fishbowl? And it was a genuine reaction. Hey, I'm going to win the satellite, and that's how I'm going to get in. Yes. And then seeing him read it, because once you said check your email, I knew it was happening, and then seeing him read it, and then kind of just see him interact with on the show. It kind of gave me that vibe. I recommend everyone go follow Too Much Brian because
1,000%.
I think
Too Much _ Brian.
Yeah, I think he's gonna do some cool things the next year. He's DM'd me a couple times over the last couple of weeks in general, and I see something in him. I think he's gonna do some cool things.
How about that silky smooth voice of his, right? Like,
yeah, right. That beautiful baritone just hanging.
What kind of
there.
audio equipment do they have in a Starbucks drive-through that gives off that kind of vibe? Like,
whatever it is, it's working for him. And like, it's funny. Like, he was talking, and I went right into the Fantasy Cares DM. I'm like, all right, well, Too Much _ Brian needs to be an SFB next year. And Scott literally just replies like seconds later, I just got him in right now. Oh,
I love it.
Yes, cool, right. And I didn't want to say anything. And then when Bob jumped in to, check your email, and I'm like, all right, good. It actually went through now. Because I didn't want to be that jerk to be like, hey, you got a surprise coming. And then Scott's like, dude, I was going to email him in the morning. What the hell are you doing? So like, yeah. And then see, like, yes, that was beautiful. I love, like, that's, words are escaping me. And that obviously means something because it's just so darn cool.
So this is one of the things, and it's funny. I know that Scott and Ryan go through this about the fishbowl, and we have this about the Podathon. I actually had someone ping me and say, "I wish I could get on a list like this." And I said, "Why didn't you fill out a form?" We got everybody but 2 people on the show that filled out the form. One
and
was
they knew what they did to not get on.
They know what they did. They couldn't make it the times I had open. But someone like Brian, like, this is what we do. We bring first timers on. Gabriel and Andre, like, we bring new people. We meet new people. It's the best part for me, meeting new people. I don't want the same show every dang year.
Their segment 2, that was a wholesome segment as well.
So good.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, it was such a good pairing. We had Drew actually paired with Kevin from FF Unlimited, and Drew couldn't make it. He had a scheduling conflict, and we got him on with Brian, and it was just such a good pairing. And to watch it come together is amazing. To see those new faces, we actually have some more coming on later today, I believe. We have Ben Bentley and Wyatt Batdorf coming on later. Their first time. Deep Pandemic Clay will be his first time. Matt Chester. We have so many first timers coming on and so many voices that you maybe haven't heard before, maybe aren't big names in the industry, but they're going to be. And Brian's definitely on that list. I can't wait to get everybody on to have fun with them. But honestly, like seeing these people take off is the best part of this. I had like 40 followers before my first fishbowl, and now I'm hanging out with you idiots. So I'm not sure that's a good thing or a bad thing, but now it happened.
But it's a
It's
thing.
the best thing. The best thing ever.
But yeah, so go follow Too Much Brian. Honestly, follow everybody we have on the show. I check their timelines. We have a no asshole policy. So yeah, just follow them all. They're all worth it. They're all good folks. Check them all out and enjoy meeting some new people, because hell, we know half the lineup here, but the other half you don't. Find somebody new. Find someone who'll give you a different strategy, a different look on life. It's always a positive.
Seeing as this was supposed to be Chase's segment, do you remember the first year Chase came on? He literally donated money based on anybody that followed him. I think it was like $5 a follow or whatever, and he ended up donating quite a bit of money because the Podathon got him a ton of followers that year.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was middle of the night too.
He kept popping up in the back room. I kept putting him on. He was never ready. He's still awful all these years later.
Oh yeah.
It fed a really nasty habit of his, actually, if you think about it, because then he would like go on and get his chest waxed for different charities. So he's got a thing there. So
I had to host that.
I
did
hosted
too.
the second one.
Oh, I hosted the first one. Yep.
I did the second one.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't doing a second one. I was not. I refused. The first one I could. They're like asking me to talk football, and I was giggling the whole time. He was crying. It was amazing.
And look, I know we make fun of Chase, but I got to work with him briefly at Dynasty Happy Hour back in the day, and he puts in work. And I think he works for Trophy Smack. I know at one point he did. I know he puts in a lot of work. So I know he can't make it here, and I know we love to shit on him and stuff, but like Chase puts in his fair amount of work, and I think he's a good guy behind it too. So
actually, I'll tell you that after the expo 2 years ago, maybe it was 3 years ago, Matt Walsh reached out to me, and Chase had put me down as a recommendation to go work with Trophy Smack, and I told Matt, you're not going to get a guy who's going to work harder, going to grind, going to do the things that he needs to do. He's got good ideas. He's a little innovative, and I'm not tooting my horn for putting in a good word. I only spoke the truth. Matt happened to reach out to me, and I spoke the truth. So you're 100% right. We all break each other's balls here. I mean, Mike breaks my balls relentlessly. I love him for it. That's what it's all about. You know the guys that you could do it to. You know the guys that aren't going to get, all hung up on it. And, and you got to know who you can do these things to. And Chase is always a good sport.
Yeah,
that's why Sal never makes fun of me.
I will tell you, Chase not only puts in the work, and I see Jamie in the chat, and Jamie was always like consistently at our shows. Chase gave me my start. To anybody who doesn't know that, he was my first podcast host. I was cutting my grass. He said, "Hey, we'll do a podcast together. Just write a show sheet." And I said, "I don't know what a show sheet is, but whatever. I'll see you at 8." And we started a show that lasted 2 years. Chase gave a start to a lot of people that you are going to see on this show. There are countless names that got their start because of Chase, because not only does he put in his own work, he puts in work for other people to have a platform. He started an outstanding platform. I see Brad Bolt in the chat. You're going to see Dave Kluge came out. Obviously, he was part of that crew. Nate Povo, who's coming in later, was part of that group. You had, I could go through the entire list of people that came out of a platform that Chase started. We've tweeted about it endlessly. He's worked, with Shane. Be able to work with me and Shane is not an easy thing to do. That's damn near impossible. But what I've seen from Chase is not only is a hard worker, not only is a good person, but he's selfless and will never take credit for what he did. But he did it for so many of us. And I can personally thank him for being a part of this community, period, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Chase.
Now I feel responsible for putting you in my life, which is not a good thing, because I met Chase because of the Podathon. Let's go back. It was 3 or 4 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. I posted in a Facebook fantasy chat about the Podathon, and somebody said, give my guy Chase an opportunity. So I DM'd him, and I told him, first thing, you got to get on Twitter. Get off of Facebook and get on Twitter. And he sent me a link to his show, and it was him alone for like an hour and a half, and he crushed it, and he was professional, and he was precise. And I told him, man, maybe you could curse a little bit less, put the curses in where they make sense, but not for no reason whatsoever. And he thanks me all the time for that. And I say to him, I didn't do anything but point you in the right direction. Everything else was him. And Mike, you're right. A lot of you guys came from that, join the circle and all that stuff that he did over there. And it's a lot of great people in his community that was spawned from that. So I asked, where the hell is he?
Hopefully he's out doing hard work. I don't know, man. But I am gonna go backstage again, make sure our 7:30 guest is ready to go, because I can't talk to y'all for much longer without losing my mind. So you guys,
I thought Mike was going to pass out for a second, saying so many nice things at one time.
I know that's not usually my style. You know me. I don't like people. I don't like football. I don't like anything about this. I'm just here because whatever, it gets me out of the house, or it gets me, in the house. But you know what I mean? Whatever. I'm losing my shit. I'll see y'all later. Have fun.
Wow. And then it was just you and me, huh?
Goodness, Mike was really carrying me. Now I have to actually talk.
Yeah, all right, I got to go. Be good.
Well, what's funny thing is so I'm like doing the graveyard shift for overnight, and that you want to talk about some really smart people, and the people in the chat overnight. So I know it's late night for everyone, but everyone, Saturday night, if you're out late and you're coming home, stop in for 15 minutes and just join the chat, because there's some loyal people in the chat. And I always say that people who are looking to get onto the Podathon and they might turn up their nose on some of these late night guest spots, the people in the chat overnight in the Podathon will be some of the most loyal listeners to your platform that you will get. And I will say that emphatically. The people that you will meet in the overnight part of the Podathon, it will blow you away. They will be donating like crazy, and it's a fun time in the chat. And it's also fun to listen to some cool accents at the same time. So definitely check out overnight in the chat, because you'll meet some very loyal people who will be dedicated to your brand.
Yeah, the overnight. I'm actually there's the pro and a con to extending this to 36 hours. Is I used to be on for the full 24 hours, and I'd be with everybody. I wouldn't miss a single guest. But it's 36. I'm old, so I'm not there overnight. Dave, you're going to pick up a large portion of the overnight. So I do miss our European guests, our Australian guests. I'm going to set the alarm. I can't guarantee I'm going to get out of bed at 4 a.m., but I may try. I may stay up and watch the UFC until about 1 in the morning and check in on you guys and then go to sleep. We'll see. But it's amazing what we're doing here.
So the sponsors, I could talk about the freaking sponsors all day long, because they really do make this show. John Lobb said it. We've had people say it all the time about, without the people making donations and the people who sponsor the Podathon, kids would not be getting toys during the holidays. It just wouldn't happen. So that's a big shout out to all the sponsors. But I have a document showing of who was requested the most for sponsorship. The Aussie guys had a lot of people who wanted to sponsor them. That's just what kind of segment they are to the Podathon. And they're at 4:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I think it'd be fun too. And they haven't potted in a while. I don't think they've potted in a while. So I think they're going to have a lot of energy, and it's going to really pick the show up, because I'm probably going to need it at that point.
Yeah, you're definitely going to need it at that point. And they've always done it for me and Kevin, Steven in the past. They've always re-energized us, because that was always coming around the corner down the home stretch when they would come on, when it was the 24-hour show. So very, very cool. And so it's 4:30. I thought it was 4. So I'll have to set the alarm for 4:29.
It might be 4. You know what? I'll double check that. It's in the DMs.
Yeah, I got it right here. It is. They are on at 4:30. You're correct. Yeah.
Sweet. I'm getting a little slow in my old age, but
and you're gonna be doing heavy lifting because for a large portion of that, you have no co-host. So put your diaper on and get ready.
So Yeah, I actually kind of need you to have your alarm set so I can take a quick bathroom break because I don't drink caffeine. I've never really had caffeine, but when I really need it, I drink Sunkist orange soda because it has caffeine in it. I don't normally drink soda, so I'll need a break. So that'll be appreciated.
Let me ask you: are you prepared with the commercial that we have to run?
Is it this time?
It is. It's at 7:30.
You know what? We'll run it at the halfway point or something here because I do not. We need Steven to run it.
What the hell is he doing? He's taking his time off. This guy.
I'm not sure, to be honest. It escaped with me with Chase not showing up, but kind of the schedule got away from me. So
Steven's off living his life. All right.
I'll send him a quick DM. But you know what? We have 2 minutes to the next people are on here. So have they showed up yet? Oh, they're waiting right there. So if you want to have them on, then we can maybe do. We can figure something out.
All right, I'll bring them on right now.
What's going on, boys?
Look at these two handsome sons of bitches. Wait, so is that what? I can't see the jersey. Is it a Chiefs jersey? Is that?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, let me move out of the way so you can see all the good Chiefs gear.
I'm a Raiders fan, so I'm gonna have to ask you to leave the show.
Oh, come on now.
And I at first glance I thought it was Ohio State, and then why it was Michigan, and I was like, wow, this is some matchup we have here, but it's worse. It's the Chiefs. Why you're gonna get mad at me because I grew up loving Michigan. Like my brother, I always followed whatever my oldest brother followed, and we were Michigan. Desmond Howard back in the day, always followed them. But if you've been watching, you've heard me talk about Jeremy Ruckert, who was a tight end at Ohio State. I know Jeremy since he's 6 years old, and I had to go root for Ohio State for 4 years because, that's my guy, and I'm proud of him. But I'm coming back.
Hey, that's a better excuse for being an Ohio State fan than whatever Ben's excuse is. He is an Ohio State fan, so you weren't wrong guessing that's an Ohio State jersey.
He just loves the color red.
He's the worst of both worlds over there.
Oh man,
is he a front runner? Is he a front runner? Let me know right now.
Hey, I'm from Kansas City. Had a wrestling camp over at Ohio State, man. That's going to be a good game this year, boy. Ohio State, Michigan.
Yeah, it's nice to see Michigan back in that rivalry, right? I mean, talk about that, Wyatt.
Yeah, that was terrible. I mean, that was through transformative years of my life, from middle school till high school till college. Michigan was just getting whomped by Ohio State, and now we're back in the running. So making it 3 years in a row this year. I'll be at the game.
We have my whole podcasting career started in 2016 and was based off of a league we called the Falafel House. And falafel was spelled FLAFFL, and it stood for Fantasy Life App Fantasy Football League. And we had so many Ohio State fans in there, and they used to make the comment all the time, well, it's not a rivalry when one team wins every year. And it was brutal to read that back then. And, it took Harbaugh a little bit of time, but he's the king now in recent years.
Sal, I have the commercial right here if we want to play it real quick.
Let's do it. Go ahead.
In the unpredictable world of fantasy sports, when all hope seems lost and chaos and confusion rule, one hero will rise. And change everything. Goingfor2.com. Because no one remembers the extra point.
What a badass little commercial they made over there at Going for Two. And I mentioned the Fantasy Life App Fantasy Football League, which is where we were founded, which is Matthew Berry's product back in 2015. Jeff Lambert from Going for Two was also on there back then, and he started Going for Two and used to do it on that platform as well. So go back a long way with him and quite a few other people. Samantha Holt, who works for Fantasy Life now, Sam Awesome, she was prominent on that app back then. So it's just funny where we all grow from. But tell us about you guys. We'll start with Wyatt, your journey in fantasy football, what you do, what you've done, where you're going, and all that good stuff.
Yeah, so I've been involved with football, not just fantasy. I played college football for a Division II school back in Michigan. I coached college football at the D3 level. And then, all that COVID stuff happened. I actually moved out to DC where I reside now, really got into sports media, sports marketing. I have a TikTok page over, it's called Worst Bets, primarily focused on sports betting, but really got into that social media game of sports. And then I was blessed to actually get involved with Ben and a couple other guys at this, we were looking for jobs together, and we got in touch and, started rolling through social media stuff and sports. And then now kind of into fantasy football. So obviously I've been a longtime player of fantasy football, multiple different leagues a year. Usually with my hometown boys, I have a college league, I have a high school league, and then I do a multiple different random leagues online. So really invested not just into fantasy football, but just sports as a whole. Football is my primary sport. But just love the industry that I'm in, and happy to be here. And thanks again for having us. And we're in the dog days of summer, so we're trying to talk as much about football as we can, because if I talk one more baseball game, I might lose it.
I'm a big Yankee fan, have been for my entire life, long before they were winning. I grew up in the years when they were losing in the 80s and early 90s, but I just don't know. Baseball's not grabbing me this year at all. I just have not sat and got into it, and I don't know what the Yankees are playing well. They're in a tough division, but just isn't doing it for me this year. It's got to be football. Football is just taking over completely.
Yep.
It's been slow. Been real slow. So are we losing Sal?
I'm here. I'm just checking something on my phone at
Oh,
the same
gotcha.
time. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
I don't know if you guys were here first thing in the morning, but my Wi-Fi was atrocious. So I'm literally been recording this entire show on my cell phone using cellular, but I have, whatever the data is on that. But
Making it work.
We're getting through. We're getting through.
Write it off as
So
a
how-
business expense.
Yeah. How are you guys doing, man? You guys been doing this for a little bit?
Oh, I've been on here for the entire time. So
The entire time?
7.5 hours plus the 4 on this one. So 11.5 plus hours so far I've been going.
Gotcha.
I'm the long man. They bring me in occasionally to do some spot starts, and then I just like to hang out in the chat and then do stuff behind the scenes. So I'm just prepping for a show later tonight, or for later tonight, staying loose. I'm going to go for 36 hours straight this year, I think.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah. You're the man.
36-hour man. Yeah. So the
You know,
most
I
we've
can't
ever
run
done-
fast. I can't run fast. I'm not too smart. I probably give bad fantasy advice, but I can stay awake. I can show up.
Yeah, there you go.
Ben, did we get your backstory?
No. So this is actually my second year with Scotty Fish. I heard you guys talk about Chase a little earlier before we came on. I'm one of those Chase guys. He got me into this initially. Super excited to be here to do the second time. I think either I just made the first week of the playoffs last year or I just didn't make the cut. I can't remember exactly where I got knocked off last year. But super excited to be here. I've been watching you guys for a while. I'm over at Better and Green, which is a show me and Wyatt are on. We like to do a lot of charity work over there. We ran a little fundraiser for St. Jude where we offered $1 for anybody that subscribed to our YouTube channel. Wyatt, do you want to do that again while we're here?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
So if anybody heads over there, we'll donate $1 to St. Jude for that. And we also made a promo code for our draft guide, SFB13. And so we'll donate some of our proceeds if anybody uses that promo code to charity also for you guys. That's for Fantasy Cares.
So one more time, in case people weren't listening, what's the YouTube channel, and $1 goes to St. Jude's for every subscriber, right?
Yep. For every subscriber, $1 to St. Jude. And it's if you go to bettergreen.com, that's where our draft guide is. It's only $10. So just enter the code SFB13. Everybody here should remember that one pretty easily. We'll donate a proceed of all of that to Fantasy Cares also.
During your appearance or throughout the entire podathon?
You know what? Let's do it throughout the entire podathon. Let's do it.
Beautiful.
Heck yeah, dude.
Nice.
Heck, stepping up. You guys are stepping up.
You
Hey,
guys are
man,
getting Dave all excited.
I'm hoping so, man. That's what we're all
It
about.
does. This stuff gets me going. It really does.
All right, so let's talk about this year's Scott Fish Bowl. Are either one of you guys doing a live draft?
I'm not. I'm in the McAllister's league. I'm in spot 5.
What is McAllister's? Tell me what McAllister's is.
Oh man, that's a delicious sandwich spot. So while Wyatt's out there playing football and working out, man, I'm hitting up all these restaurants. That's my thing.
And which spot did you say you were drafted out of?
5.
5. Okay, so we've had a couple of 5s on today. It's an interesting decision going to need to be made there because there's the quarterbacks and the tight end, and I'm not going to say Travis Kelce's name so they don't know I'm talking about him. You think everybody knows?
Yeah, there you go.
And now, Wyatt, what are you drafting? And what league?
I'm in it with Ben. So we're going together, and it's a better ingrained team. So
okay,
yep. This is my first year doing it. Ben brought me along, so yeah, we're gonna tag team this one.
All right, so let's say it's like 11 o'clock at night, 12 o'clock at night. You guys are on a clock. Wyatt can't be found. Ben, you making a decision without him, or you're like, the clock shuts off. I'll wait till the morning.
Oh, what? He trusts me, man. He trusts me. I trust him.
Yeah. All right.
I was.
Like you guys are gonna finish out of the playoffs. It sounds like to me.
I was 11 last year, man, and I think I went Jalen Hurts, which worked out for me, and then my next pick was Russell Wilson. So instantly got rid of all the good I did.
Usually I could remember. I really am. I'm going to be 49 in August. I guess it's the age is starting to hit me. I usually remember those first few rounds last year. I don't have a goddamn clue who I drafted last year. I'm the 111 this year, and drafting live in New York City next Saturday in the Nathan's division, right? Nathan's, Coney Island. I just moved to Brooklyn 9 months ago from Long Island, so it's almost like I had to do it. It was necessary. I'm just interested to see what happens. So much can go on in the first 10 picks.
Yeah.
If there's a couple of tight ends hanging around when my picks come, I might grab 2 of them early. I mean, the scoring is pretty insane for tight ends, but I'm a big believer in getting your quarterbacks in this format as well. And we've mentioned before that in the past, there's been negative points associated with quarterbacks.
Yeah.
That doesn't exist this year. So
I'm happy about that.
Scott makes it very difficult for you to decide. He kind of levels off the scoring as much as possible.
Yeah. Yeah, he does. He does a great job, man. I don't know how you guys do it every year, running this and then running the Scott Fish Bowl too. You guys do an incredible job.
The stuff that goes on with the actual fish bowl itself, it's Scott's baby, and Scott and Ryan, who's his best friend in life and in the industry, and John Bosch has gotten so much more involved in recent years, and there's a handful of other guys, Bob Gilchrist. I don't know how they do it. I'm in a chat and I watch what's going on in the chat, and I'm exhausted watching it. And then I'm in the Podathon chat with Dave and Mike, and Bob's in there also, and now Steven Johnson's in there, and it's oh my God, it's so much work by so many people, and I just try to take some of the glory. I don't really try to do a lot of the work.
Sal's underplaying a little bit.
What was that, Dave? I didn't hear you, Dave.
I said you're underplaying yourself a little bit, but
listen, this was an idea I had 6 years ago with my former co-host, right? We did a show, and so I take credit for the idea because I did come up with it. And I'm older than you guys. When I was a kid, telethons were a big thing on TV. Jerry Lewis was the big one locally for muscular dystrophy, and they would be on for 24 hours. It was a variety show, and I said, why not do something? I mean, told I'm full of shit by Alan. Why not do something like that? And any idea of a Podathon came to my head, and Steve and Kevin were in, and I said, well, we're not that good at what we do, but staying awake for 24 hours, we could do that. We could stay awake for 24 hours. And we did that for 4 years, and then last year we made it 36, so I decided not to kill myself and take breaks. But I'm going for 15 and a half today, and then 12 tomorrow. So
Good on you, man. I got a question for you guys. So I was in it last year, and I don't remember Fantasy Cares. Is that something you guys started within this last year?
No, Fantasy Cares has essentially been the backbone of SFB and everything for pretty much, if not from the very first year, way back towards the beginning of. So it was the FF Oasis Invitational, I believe, for 2 years before it became the Scott Fish Bowl.
Okay.
But Scott had always had Fantasy Cares, and fantasycares.net was the website. But yes, this is the first year that has become a legal licensed charity.
Got
it. A lot of it thanks to Bob Gilchrist behind the scenes. He put in, I guess he did a ton.
Got it.
Yeah, and Bob is in, and if you weren't here earlier, we had put a little chat together to raise money to donate in behalf of Bob's name for the charity work that he does on the side involving his daughter. And you could look up Bob's timeline. You'll see all the stuff involved with that and see what he does. But he's an amazing guy with a terrible accent, but very caring, very giving of his time, of his money, of his efforts, of his knowledge. Just a talented, smart guy. And yeah, this thing has grown. I don't know how much you guys have listened to today. I joined for the first time SFB 480. And for those of you who are listening who don't know, it used to be the number of teams. Like it was the SFB 240, then it was the 480. Then it went up to like 720 teams, but he switched it that year to SFB 7. So I mentioned earlier, I started in what would have been the equivalent to SFB 6, and now the SFB Podathon is 6. So it's nice to see the growth of what that idea. It wouldn't be as popular if it wasn't tied to the SFB, but that's why it goes so well hand in hand together.
Yeah. I got another question for you guys. What do you guys think of Travis Kelce at the 101?
I hate it because I don't have the 101. But
how high would you take Travis Kelce?
Oh, I think I would go 101 if I had.
You would do 101.
Oh
okay.
Yeah, I think so.
You see a lot of quarterbacks.
He doesn't slow down.
No.
He just absolutely doesn't slow down. And like I said earlier, the freaking guy can play golf too now. Like I didn't know he was that good at golf. I got to put that on and watch that shit going on. And it's bad enough. I'm in the division as a Raider fan. They just embarrass us all the time. I'm leaving. I can't. I don't know. Dave, where are you at with that?
I'm at the 103 in the division with Mike, Coop, Zach, Leo. So it's like the murderer's row of for the Boston Lansdowne draft. And I have the 103. I was thinking, I think I'm going to Mahomes, and I haven't listened to any analysis because for that Scott Fish Bowl yet because I'm going to do it next week. So I was thinking, I think Scott Kelce, that's going to be a great way to go because I think without the way the tight ends are going to score, he's just going to carry your team. He's going to score like an elite quarterback. So I thought I was going to be able to get him at 103, and now hearing people are like, he's the obvious 101. I'm pretty disheartened, especially when hearing Leo when he was on early this morning talk about it is like, I don't even know if he's going to make it to me at 102. I'm like, well, crap, there goes that. But I do think with a third round reversal, the issue with Travis Kelce is if there is a quarterback run in your draft, it could really hurt you. Now, because of the no negative scoring for quarterbacks, I think that might be minimized a little bit because I think in years past, what has killed you is those QB2s who are boom bust. I remember like early, like week 1 or week 2, Kirk Cousins scored like negative 20 something points. I feel like, and I thought my season was almost over with at that point. And without that happening this year, that might be able to balance it, and you'll still be safe taking Kelce. I saw I think it's the Orlando live draft is happening today, and a buddy of mine, a sponsor from the Devi Devotional, he got Deshaun Watson in the 3rd round. So that seems like that's pretty doable. So I guess you don't have to worry about too much about a QB run. So I think the answer early in your drafts is Travis Kelce.
Yeah. Why? What do you think, man?
Yeah, I mean, we've been doing a bunch of fantasy write-ups on different positions, players, how to draft, and in most of the the normal drafts, Kelsey's going at 4, 5, 6, somewhere around there. But the more you think about it, he really Sal, you said it perfectly. He doesn't stop, and you think year after year he's getting to age older. He's gonna, they're getting more weapons. They're making these trades. Mahomes is, getting older as well. He doesn't stop. This guy is better than any wide receiver in the league, and he's better than any running back that like a McCaffrey or a who's a Chargers guy. I'm blanking on him. Any running back that. Yeah, Eckler, the dual threat running back. Kelsey can compete with those guys even without rushing yards, and that's terrifying. So it would be very hard to pass at 101. I think you would take the risk and maybe not get him at 101. But yeah, I mean, if you're sitting at 3 or 4, you're just praying that he drops to you because that's an absolute steal.
Forever, I always said, hands down, nobody was a better tight end than Tony Gonzalez, who incidentally also played for the goddamn Chiefs. And Gonzalez was just always my guy. Like, I always went out of my way to get him in fantasy back in those days. And I really think that throne is absolutely challenged now with what Kelsey does and with ease. I mean, it doesn't hurt that in this later portion of his career, he has a fantastic QB in Mahomes. It just does, magician stuff at times, but there's just so in sync. He's gonna play for a few more years. It's not this. I keep thinking, this is the last year. This is it. In Dynasty, he's like, I don't want to pay too much for him. I've had him in one for a while, and somebody sent me an offer, and that's right, Dead Duck, Sean. I read your offer and I scoff at it. I didn't respond to you because it's insulting. It had like next year's number 1 and number 2. Get out of here with that shit. You come with 2 number 1s, I don't come at all. And then we start there. And we go from there. In a tight end premium league, I'm talking, So, yeah. I see this message here from CoinFlip. This is actually not something too far off from an idea I had a couple of years ago when so many people wanted to come on, guys like yourself who are, newer in the industry and getting out there, want to get your name. And I started as a small guy in the industry, and I'm really still like at that level. I stayed there. I never went for the full-time jobs. It just didn't work for me, the stage I was in my life. But I thought about doing 4 hours a night every night leading up to the actual 24 hours and to get more people involved. And they decided to kill me by just making it 36 hours straight instead of letting it do. But this could be a week-long thing going forward, or maybe we just start live streaming from every single live event like Schmitty is doing out in Vegas. Yeah, maybe we get Wyatt and Ben out there to stream some of the stuff for us.
Absolutely, man. We'd love to. We stream every Monday, so we're all about it, man.
Just don't let me in the casino.
Do you have a specific focus with your work? Are you IDP? Are you Superflex Dynasty? What is the focus of what you guys do?
We do a lot of redraft. Redraft's our main. Standard PPR, it doesn't kind of matter. We do get on a little bit of the Dynasty. We got quite a bit of, I think, 4 pages of Dynasty content in our draft guide. What else do we cover, man?
Yeah,
we do a little bit of everything.
Yeah, we really just nail home the PPR, half PPR standard, normal drafts. That's pretty much our go-to. That's a majority of our fantasy work that we do. But yeah, we really cover it all. I wouldn't say we're professional in any aspect. We try to touch it all, but we definitely would do the standard PPR as probably our go-to.
We're pretty high on DeAndre Swift this year. I don't know about you guys. I know there's some concerns about his injury, but with that offensive line and all those weapons to take that attention away from him, I love DeAndre Swift this year.
Look,
I'm not falling for it.
All I'm saying is there was a player who every single year of his career had soft tissue injuries. He could have been the wide receiver 1 for so long. Soft tissue. Leaves Tennessee, goes to Philadelphia, stays healthy the entire season. And I am saying with 100% correlation, clearly it is something in Philadelphia that keeps these people healthy. So now DeAndre Swift moving over, and I'm going to put this on the screen because it absolutely goes with everything I said before with Calvin Ridley. I hate the 0 thing.
Yeah.
But I'm all
all
in on DeAndre Swift this year.
Yeah. And Wyatt will tell you too, as a Lions fan over there, that if you leave Detroit, that's a good thing. Usually in the history.
Yeah, if you're playing at Detroit, you either end your career 10 years short, or you go on and have the best career ever after Detroit. It's just how it works.
Wyatt, how old were you when Barry Sanders retired?
Oh
Were you
God, when
born?
did he retire? I don't even know if I was alive.
Were you born?
I was born
That's it. Yeah.
No, I was probably, when did he retire? 98, 99,
Yeah,
something
late
like that?
90s. Yep.
Yeah, I was 4. I was born in 95. So
damn kids.
I started playing fantasy football in 94, you son of a bitch.
At least he's not a 2000 baby.
Yeah.
No, I have a kid that was born in 99. I have a 90s baby, actually.
Oh, hey, man. There you go.
Yeah.
Russ bringing the pup on.
Russ has his date with him tonight.
Well, this is why I had to run away before. She's a very big sleeper, but then all of a sudden I heard her walking around. I'm like, well, she's gonna go poop somewhere. I gotta run upstairs, and so I had to walk her and feed her. And then, oh yeah, my pizza got here, and well, it's Domino's. I don't know if you call that pizza, but it was still deliciously buttery and terrible for me, and I feel the arteries clogging a little bit, but it was worth it. It was really, really tasty.
I want pizza. I'm gonna end up eating pizza rolls. I got the Totino's in the freezer.
Oh, I have those too. I love those.
Nice.
Well, I ordered a pizza too.
Everybody's getting pizza except for me, you bastards.
I got one. I just couldn't throw it up to the 9th floor, dude. I just couldn't throw it up to the 9th floor.
You can order pizza, you know.
We're getting close to the end of this this segment, so let's start with Wyatt. Wyatt, parting shots about SFB, the Podathon, and what you guys are doing, and what you hope to achieve going forward in fantasy.
yeah, no, first of all, again, thank you guys for having us. I love what you guys are doing over here. We're just gonna, kind of try to spread the word. Our biggest thing is we're really, as you said, we're pretty new to the industry. We've been doing this for about 8 months now together, me and Ben. So yeah, I guess we're just trying to grow. Really trying to stay within that fantasy football. We cover all sports, but as we all know, NFL is king, football is king. So we're trying to find those kinks and stuff in the off season, especially the dog days we're in right now. And trying to still grow our audience during these times and stay, on fantasy football. So we're just trying to build that kind of audience, build that relationship, and hopefully help everyone enjoy football as much as we do. That's the main goal. Make everyone love the sport like we do.
Do more UFC.
Oh, big fight tonight. Bo Nickel minus 2,000.
Oh, nice. I got it on.
He's gonna win. Easy, man. Yeah,
You
absolutely. Ethan's other guy on our show. Let's shout him out real quick. But Wyatt and me, Ethan, we like to get on every week. We get on, I think, 2 times a week to talk sports betting, and then 2 times a week to talk fantasy football as well. So we're all about just average Joes beating Vegas is our main thing, making you guys money, and then also giving back to charity. That's a big thing with us. I think helping make the world a better place, exactly like what you guys are doing, it's huge, man. And everybody, the more people we get on board, the better the world's going to be.
Can't agree more, guys. Thank you so much. Dave, Rush, you have anything else for these gentlemen?
I mean, can we start from the beginning because I missed most of it? Like,
Go ahead. I'm gonna go get pizza. Go ahead.
Follow their YouTube channel every single person who follows their YouTube channel, there'll be $1 towards St. Jude. I think that really speaks to the Fantasy Cares, what it's about, what the Podathon's about, and let's get them up. Let's get them up to tier them up a little bit on their YouTube channel. Let's do this.
Thank you, guys. Better in green.
Appreciate it. Better in green. Here we go.
All right, fellas. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thanks you too, guys. Good luck.
All right, guys. I will not lie. That wall is coming. I feel like I'm hitting it. Oof. Yeah. What do I got left? Time is it?
We
All
got
right,
three left.
3.5 hours. 3.5 hours.
3.5, right. Yeah, but look at it this way. You can pretty much sleep through J. Mike and Zach, but as long as you're there, that's all that matters.
honestly, J Mike's voice will get you in a nice spot to kind of relax you into the night. You won't be too jacked up, so it'll be pretty good. Pretty good idea, actually.
All right. Well, I mean, should we just do the next reading and move on, and try and stay a little early, or are we going to sit here
Yeah.
talking about anything further?
Yeah, let's go. I'm gonna go. You have fun. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Bathroom break time for me.
Let me just stare at the puppy for a while. All right, I said that, but I didn't have the reads pulled up.
All right,
yet.
I got it right here.
Cool.
Hello, everybody. This segment is sponsored by the Samba Dynasty League podcast. Do you like dynasty leagues? Do you like reality shows? Well, buy a hat and hold on to it, because the Samba Dynasty League is a one-of-a-kind, extremely hilarious podcast. The Samba Dynasty League podcast covers a single home dynasty league and is starting season 4 soon. Our hosts Ken, Dave, Nick, Money, and Bad Mitchie have the best chemistry on the airwaves while providing A-plus entertainment and enlightening strategy discussions. Tune into the Samba Dynasty League podcast today, and thanks for having a giggle.
Buy a hat and hold on to it. We have some really good reads this year. I that is wonderful. I love it.
I think it really encapsulates the energy they bring to their show. Samba Dynasty, they've been a two-time sponsor now, and I hope to have them again next year, because they do bring a lot to as a sponsor. We ready to bring on Brad and Craig?
Yeah, throw them in. Do you want me to? Oh man, we got a lot of people just sort of sitting around in the back right now. I think what I'm going to do next year is I'm going to buy like one read, and it's just going to be like, no, you're good. You don't got to read this. Like, just to give Sal like one read off, just like, take it a little easy on him, because clearly that man does well. If talking is a lot of work, that man does a decent amount of work.
He keeps it moving, and he does a great job at it. So that's something, right?
Close enough. And further to the point that I made earlier, all of these hats come out so good. Look at that. That is so
They do. They're beautiful.
And again, like the color matching, because there's so many options for colors. It just chef's kiss. That's what it does. All right. Well, we got a new round of guests in, and since I'm just apparently hosting by myself, and you got 3-1 are outnumbering me, Brad, why don't you start? Introduce yourself. Let us know why you think you deserve to be on the same screen as Dave Wright over here, and just we'll go from there. And everyone else, just you have to one up the person before you. So if Brad does a good job of letting us know why he deserves to be here, Craig, you're on the hot seat, because one of you is getting kicked off fast.
I mean, let's be honest. Does anyone deserve to be here with Dave and Russ? I mean, look at Sal ran away. He's like, I don't know that I deserve to be here with you guys. So
strong start. Keep it going.
Sal's an old man. He's taking a power nap.
I appreciate it. We love talking fantasy, but we love more so hanging out with guys like you and just shooting the breeze. Although your guys beforehand were a little too young, not knowing, what is he, 95 that he was born? Come on, man. That's just baby stuff. I mean, I started fantasy 99, I think was my first league, with paper and pencil. And it was like, oh my goodness. This kid just was born. I was like, oh my, that's aggressive.
Well,
I feel
we
old.
need to make it seem like we care about the kids these days, so we don't just disappear after a while.
They're
but
the future,
really,
right?
they talk and I have no idea what they're saying.
Yeah, I do. Yes, I have had my daughter say words that I said I don't know what that means.
Touching some grass. Everybody
Touching some
touches some
grass,
grass.
Slay has been a word used in my house recently, and I said, I mean Santa, sure, but I was told I was wrong. Slay means something completely different.
Spelling that incorrectly.
Yeah, probably not.
All right. So, I mean, while joking aside, introduce yourself. Let everyone know who you are, what you do, why you're here, and all that fun stuff.
Well, obviously, we're all here for a good cause, right? We're here supporting the best charity in fantasy. I am Brad Menendez. I'm part of the rotoheat.com team. We've been around for a few years now. I do a little bit of everything, do some Devi, do some IDP, more or less I'm the cheerleader. I try to bring a good positive energy to the fantasy space because, there's a lot of trolls out there, and we try not to be that. So Craig and Rick and I are kind of the trifecta that leads the rotoheat.com team, but I'm just a small part in this journey, trying to have fun with people, help bring some knowledge, help bring a good attitude to the situation, and maybe some laughter as well. Rick, why don't you do some more information for the folks on who RotoHeat is?
No, I mean, we started in 2019.
Whoa, slow down. Hey, I'm RotoHeat Rick, and come on.
I'm Roto Heat Rick,
There you
and
go.
we started Roto Heat in 2019, and we've really wanted to be a supportive community to the rest of the community, because what we found when we first started, there were a lot of people that weren't as welcoming, and then luckily we met more and more people that were, and we just want to help bring that community together.
Hi, I'm Roto Heat Craig.
I was making sure it was my turn here. Yeah, I am Roto Heat Craig. I mainly an IDP content creator. I do a little bit of Devi as well. My role is out in the world. I don't do a whole lot of football stuff on Twitter, so to speak. It's more just having fun and goofing around with people. I got the chance to be on with Russ on Dynasty Game Night, so that was fun. And just, meeting people, talking fantasy football. I like to talk a lot more than type out and get in the middle of Twitter discussions, because it's a lot harder for me to do it that way than just talking to people. So I love getting the chance to meet different people and converse about football. And in this situation, raise money for a great cause.
And he likes to put heads on GIFs. He's all about that GIF action on the internet.
Let me mention JB Barry, my Long Island brother, is here to back me and Russ and give a little support tonight. So he's going to be guest hosting with us for the next hour. So JB, welcome into the fold.
Thanks, man. It's been a great show so far. You guys have been crushing it all day. I figured I'd hop on a little early with you tonight, run through the night with you, give your voice some break on them reads. I heard Russ before crushing the read and saying, hey, next year I'm going to give Sal a break and just take one off on him. So that's what I'm here for right now, Russ. I'll do some reads with him, save his voice a little bit. He's got a whole nother, 12 hours tomorrow, Sal?
12 more hours tomorrow to go, yeah.
You're the man.
I also wanted to add something cool to the fold, guys. I want to give something away for donations. So I'm not going to take away from the Roto Heat guys and their time, but I want to show that I'm going to give away this DK Metcalf football, and I'm also going to give away this Tiki Barber autographed jersey. All right, all you need to do, I'm going to be co-hosting with Sal until 11:30 tonight. So anybody who donates more than $25 between now and the time that my shift is over is entered in to win one of these. Now, whoever donates the most in that time will get their choice of which of the two they want. And then the rest of the people will get entered into something that Sal, Russ, whoever can figure out how you want to figure out who wins that. But that'll go for the rest of them. So anyone want to screenshot this or something? These are the two giveaways that we're doing tonight. I just wanted to donate this to get some more donations to Fantasy Cares, because really, guys, that's what we're all here for. That's what this Podathon's for.
We've got more, so we can just we can tag team these somehow.
Get it, Rick.
So I've got a PSA 10 Justin Fields red, white, and blue rookie card, and a PSA 10 red cracked ice. And the plan for us was to do, for every $10 that somebody donates with the code RotoHeat or Heat in it, they'll get one entry for it. And then Mike was trying to figure out when we were going to do the drawing, maybe 7:30 tomorrow night. But double it up. Make sure you put in Heat when you donate to that, and you'll get in for all these giveaways. It's about $400 worth of cards, these two. So we want to help raise some money, and I wanted to get my card community guys involved as well, so we could bring some money from outside the fantasy community in here to raise some money for Fantasy Cares.
Love it,
Rick. Guys, this is pretty awesome, and I know Russ has turned around to his cards. I don't know if you guys saw earlier, or if you know that Russ does TKO breaks. He does box breaks, and he steals my money. He used to steal my money. I got out of there. But
yeah, but that doesn't do with cards. I just, every time I see him, I grab his wallet. That's
yeah. I love the card community. It was just such a big thing for me growing up. And then my son, who's about to turn 22, when he was younger, like 6, 7, 8, up until around 10 years old, we used to collect together, break boxes together. We used to once a month at the local card shop, they had this I forget the name of what they called it, but it was just an amazingly fun night that we would go and spend at the local card shop. And it's coming back much stronger than it died off for a while. And Pack Wars was the name of the event we used to go to, and it was just so fun. So thank you to both parties here who have put these items up for raffle. And if you're watching, put this out. And the Roto Heat guys, make sure you put this tweet out there on all your accounts. JB the same, and we'll do it on our accounts, and we'll get these things given away, and we'll raise as much money as possible.
Are hosts eligible for winning any of these things? That's
donate a lot of money, son.
Right,
Show me the money.
Hold it. Let me. I got to do what every husband will be doing. I got to text my wife. Hold on.
Can I tell you guys the DM I just got from Chase Vernon, who, by the way, missed his segment?
All right, just let me know when I'm on, man.
He spelt fuck with 3 U's, 4 C's, 4 K's. Fuck, dude. So yeah.
Caught
Hey,
in
Chase.
4K, huh?
Was that it? Did he just did
was
he
it.
acknowledge missing the?
Oh, I've been working on my house and completely lost track of time. None of us believe he owns a house. Well, Russ, get into some SFB talk with these guys.
All right. Well, I want to go reverse order of introducing yourself. So we're starting with Craig. Craig, give us a division and a spot that you're drafting from. Actually, you know what? Let's take a step back. How many SFBs have you played in? And then give us this year's info.
So this is my third. I was in the Lady Gaga division my first time, and then I was in the Isla Nublar for Jurassic Park because my shirt for this year, Culver shirt, is dirty from the kids. So I'm actually in the McDonald's division solely representing the love of Grimace from the Front Yard Fantasy guys. There's a number of us in the chat that are all about Grimace, so that's the only reason I chose that one. It's not because I love the food or anything like that, but I am in the 2 spot in that division.
All right. Rick, how many SFBs have you been in? What are you playing in? And where are you drafting from?
This is my 4th. I'm in the Hard Rock Cafe. And last year I was in the 2 and went to the semifinals. So this year I flipped it and picked the 11th spot and looking to try to repeat that success in a different spot.
So is that your strategy? It's like, well, one after the first, I got to the semifinals. So if I do one before the last, I'm getting to the finals.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do there. Yep.
That is the most solid line of thinking I've ever heard. I love it.
Thank you. That's the first time I've ever been told that too. So that makes me feel good.
Glad I'm here for you.
This is my 4th one. I think 10 was my first one, and I'm in McAllister's division, and I'm picking from the 7th spot because I failed miserably at the beginning and I failed miserably at the end. I made the bad choice in SFB 10 to go tight end. Went Kelsey Kittle. Kittle decided he was going to be injured for most of the year, and that left me hanging. And I put my hope in tight ends every year, and it seems like outside of Kelsey, they always kind of leave me wanting more. So this year, trying to actually do something of value, but we'll see what happens. I seem to think that I know what I'm doing in this draft, and it always comes up short.
Oh, that's a terrible idea, especially in SFB with how different every single draft ends up being. Thinking knowing what you're doing is like the biggest mistake I found you could do. Like, there's just why bother?
I am the Jon Snow of SFB. I know nothing.
You know, yeah, we all should be. It's the people that pretend that they do know. Sal, you're muted. Come on, man. I saw you
You're
going
talking.
to talk.
Maybe I wasn't talking to you. You were talking. I was talking to somebody else.
No, like me talking has ever stopped you from talking.
Hold on, I'll be with you. I'll be with you in a second. I was talking to the person to hear.
Yeah, right. Like someone comes to visit you.
There's nobody here.
There's nobody there.
I mean, at least you weren't holding a phone for us to hear the dial tone, right?
No, there's nobody.
Hello?
Yeah, because phones still have dial tones. Craig, you're drafting at the 2, which is close enough to me drafting at the 1. So I want to know what you're looking for. What's your strategy? Who do you want? Who do you hope goes 1? Like, tell me something that will make me feel better about my drafting because I have no idea what to do.
So my division has given up nothing in terms of what the 101 is doing. You know, there's a lot of chatter in the 102s about whether it's tight end or quarterback. I'll either probably go Travis Kelce or Jalen Hurts. As a Cowboys fan, taking Jalen Hurts makes me feel better about myself, where when the Eagles do better than the Cowboys, at least it helps me out in fantasy football. So
I love that. Like, I have a cousin who's a Patriots fan and absolutely fesses up to, yes, when I was a very young child, they kept winning and that was fun to watch. So I became a Patriots fan. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm glad you admit that. But what he does is every week he puts like $5-10 on the team the Patriots are playing against. So either the Patriots win and he's happy because they won, or he makes like $10.
Yeah,
and I'm like, that is brilliant. You're not smart. How did you think? Like, you have to have stolen that idea from someone, right? And he's like, no, I just thought of that. I'm like, all right, I guess everybody gets lucky every once in a while. See, I think that's a brilliant idea.
Not me. I
Thank
never
you.
get lucky.
Well, that just
Russ.
means you haven't gotten lucky yet.
Russ, I
That
got a
means-
question for Rick. I know Rick is a Bears guy, a Justin Fields guy. So with this new scoring, everybody seems to be favoring the rushing quarterbacks. Do you see Fields as a guy that somebody can draft in the mid-first round? Or how early would you draft a guy like Fields in Scott Fishbowl?
I mean, I think we seen the upside in the middle of last year before Mooney got hurt, when Fields was the number one quarterback in just regular fantasy for like a 6 or 7 week stretch. And with the improvement of the offensive line and the weapons around him, I think that's his upside for the full season, even in regular. So, obviously I'm a homer. I'm a huge Justin Fields guy, but I think with that rushing upside, it's going to come down. He's not going to rush for 1,100 yards again this year. Like they're, hopefully in between 600 and 700, and he gets over 3,000 in passing, and has an opportunity to be in that range. But I think if you're shooting for upside, I think he is a pick that you can take there in the middle of the first round.
I like it.
So what you're telling me is I should look at what the scoring is for SFB this year.
Might be a good time, Russ.
Well, the interceptions not hurting you like they have in the past is definitely a big help with those rushing quarterbacks that have that upside. So I think if the negatives were in there, then you'd probably be more of a back first round, early second round pick. But without that without being penalized for the
Penalization. Even I had to think about that one.
Yeah. But without being penalized for those interceptions as much as in the past, I think that definitely helps him get into that range.
And the rushing first down bonus helps him too. You get that bonus. For rushing
and the
first down.
carries, the 0.25 for the carries.
Wow, Josh Jacobs, RB1. Look at that. Sorry, I just pulled up the scoring for what last year's players were, because I legitimately haven't looked at it yet. I mean, I'm totally prepared and ready for this. And
It's a good time to look at it, Russ. I mean, it's only draft time now. Live drafts kicked off. It's time to get ready.
I got till Monday. We can all calm down a little bit. I mean, I'll be in front of this computer for most of the rest of that time, but it's fine. It's fine,
So then, Brad, how in Waffle House, right? I see you got your Waffle House hat on, right? Do you go scattered, smothered, or covered?
I mean, well, let's be honest. I mean, Waffle House, I mean, it's all coming out the same way it went in, but it's delicious nonetheless.
Wait. All right. Besides the obvious poop joke that just happened, for us Northerners, what the hell does that mean?
Well, I'm actually in Indiana, so I actually, anytime we go south, we stop at a Waffle House, but it's not in Indiana. I mean, it's got to be Kentucky, Tennessee, and down. But basically, it's how you want your entire bowl of stuff to be. So do you want just an insane amount of gravy on top? Your hash browns, your meats, your eggs. It's how you want your bowl prepared. Basically, is how he's saying. So scattered, smothered. I typically am always doing smothered, but everybody at my table does something different.
Smothered sounds like the right answer.
It's delicious. I mean, if you don't like sausage gravy, I mean, you're not going to like it though. I mean, it's kind of the thing. You have to be into that type of food. And
short of an allergy, if you don't like it, then you're just wrong.
I like being smothered too, but what are we talking about exactly?
Yes, the answer is yes.
Smothered with gravy, you dirty old man.
I'm down.
You can take gravy a lot of places.
How do you transition from that one? I got
Where's
nothing.
the beef jerky when we need it?
Oh, I have some of that left right here.
You want some?
That stuff's great thow.
I don't remember which is which, so it makes it more entertaining that way.
So it's still a surprise, just like the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am gonna randomly continue eating them throughout the night and tomorrow, and I will still have no idea what I'm eating. But it tastes good. That's all that matters.
That sloppy one was the best.
Oh, those ribs, the barbecue pork.
Oh yeah, that one's great. That one is absolutely amazing.
John's Elgin Market. Check them out.
ELGIN. Let's go. All right. So, fellas, I mean, you're here. We're here to talk about whatever you want. This is your time. Your time to shine. Do you want? We can keep talking about Waffle House. We could talk about your show. We could talk about Fishbowl. What are you guys feeling? Bottle of red, bottle of white, whatever kind of mood you're in tonight. Just to rub it in Sal's face that Billy Joel left.
He left Long Island. He's going to Florida.
We'll let Craig steer us, because we asked Sal beforehand what we needed to prepare for, and he said, "Don't worry, I'll steer you in a direction." And then you immediately throwing it up. Pick the
Rule
direction.
number 1: never listen to Sal.
Never listen to
I'm
Sal.
pretty sure Mike said that.
Well, if Mike said it, then this is Sal's fault, because he should be leading this, because Mike is always right. Mike knows what he's talking about. Mike's a good guy. But if it was Sal that said it, it's on you guys for thinking he knows what he's talking
about. What a dirty ass kisser Russ has turned into.
No, I just really like Mike, and you're okay.
It's getting later for me. I'm getting more tired, so I'm just saying foul words. Let's talk more about Roto Heat and what we got going on Roto Heat. Give exposure to what you guys do.
For sure.
Well, right now we have kind of pivoted our focus from, on the website, articles first to rankings first, and we are building out a new system that is going to allow us to pull in different players from different rankers from different rank sets, right? So as long as they have the same type of point structure, we're starting to pull in the order of the different positions to break down into bigger ranking sets. And the ranking system that we built out, we are now, if there's any creators out there that don't have a ranking platform to showcase their rankings for, hit up Brad, Craig, or I. We're always, especially with IDP and Devi, we're always looking for more ranking options. So that's what we're doing there. And then on our YouTube channel, we are getting ready to come out with a ton of new content that we haven't done before, and trying some stuff that's different that we haven't seen, and hopefully that'll allow us to carve out our own little spot in the fantasy community.
I was looking back at the chat. I definitely blame Mike.
You actually looked back.
I did.
Hey, that's okay though. Some of us, myself included, I've been winging it in fantasy for 20 some years. Right. Sometimes that's the best way to go. You fall into some crazy things. And, and on top of what Rick said, we put a lot in building our communities. We've got Facebook community that's thousands. We've got YouTube, which is, I think, over 5,000 at this point. I drop daily shorts on everything from Threads to TikTok to try to, to just be fun, help people out, give them some information. Craig does a great job connecting with other communities. You'll constantly see Craig on the FYF guys show and getting involved there and connecting to different people. We're really trying to help just kind of build the community as a whole, while also finding a niche. Devi and IDP is kind of what people come to us for, just because there isn't as much of that content. But we've got guys, our team is filled with guys that cover all the different things, whether it's single QB, Devi, IDP, all that stuff. So we try to do a little bit of everything. But Rick is definitely talking about the things that we're trying to hone in and really work on our niche with.
Yeah, IDP is obviously a niche audience, but we've had people ask earlier today about IDP. It's not something I've ever put a lot of time into, but talk about IDP a little bit, because we do have people out there who are some of the guys you expect to step up this year on IDP, some of the players that have been at the level for a while you expect to take a step back, and give a little insight into that.
Craig, you want to handle that one, buddy?
I can certainly try to.
Okay, wait. What is it that you guys push to Craig every single time there's something to talk about?
Well, I don't want to feel like we're overpowered. In our community, Rick and I both can talk a lot, and I want to make sure that Craig doesn't get left in the dust.
All right, because I don't know what it's like. I'm just feeling like we're getting Craig pushed on us with how nice everyone's being in the chat, with you guys being like, all right, well, that's a great question, Craig. Go ahead.
here's the thing. These two are much more extroverted in being out and seeing new people as far as Rick and Brad. I am very much an introvert. You wouldn't know it from my Twitter presence because that's just a fun place to goof around. A lot of people like to try to be completely serious. That's not my thing on there. If you want to have a serious conversation, again, I like talking to people because it's easier to get into the weeds that way for me. So I think they're trying to pull me out of my shell in that regard. So you want to talk about different IDP guys that are going to possibly have breakouts or be higher up than people are perceiving them right now. There's a couple of linebackers there that aren't getting enough recognition in Denver, both Josie Jewell and Alex Singleton. They're both tackle monsters with the way that defense is set up. They just get funneled into those linebackers. They were both, I think it was like 130 and 150 or something combined tackles last year, but especially in redraft, they're going a lot later in drafts than you'd think because they're not one of these household names like Roquan Smith or something like that. So those are two guys that I think aren't going to break out necessarily, but if you're looking for tackles, are going to continue to eat it up. Some of your deeper type of leagues, some leagues require cornerbacks and defensive tackles or interior defensive linemen. It all depends on how niche you want to get with that sort of stuff. And some of the guys that I sort of like in those situations, name that most people don't even know or care about, but Diamador Lenore, he's a cornerback for the 49ers. He had a really nice season last year. He's going to be a starter for the whole year this year, it looks like. He's someone that's poised to take a step forward. And if you want to go to the defensive tackle side of it, they do use a big rotation, but someone on the Cowboys, since I'm a Cowboys fan, I'll have to talk about them a little bit, of course, because we're annoying like that. But Osa Odigizua was and yes, I probably cannot spell that for it, but the first name is OSA. He had a really nice season last year when he got on the field as far as getting some tackles and pass rushing presence. And with that whole defensive unit of the Cowboys improving the past few years and the continuity with Dan Quinn there, I think they're going to take another step forward as a collective unit, which will allow those defensive tackles to get more stats.
Are any of you guys in on Divine Diablo in Las Vegas? Because I have him on my 40-man rostered league, really deep league, and he was like a diamond in the rough for me. He was like almost leading the league in tackles last year before he got hurt. I think he's got a ton of upside. I'm curious what you guys' thoughts on that. You're better IDP people than me.
He's got the green dot most likely, so he's going to be leading that linebacker core, and he's a guy you got to remember. He was a safety for his time in college, and he's just converting and learning the position. They believed in him last year. They really haven't drafted anyone of note. They brought in Robert Spillane, who is a part-time fill-in guy for the Steelers that did all right. He could certainly have a nice year too, but in terms of who looks to be the main linebacker right now for the Raiders, it's probably Divine Diablo. Yep. And he's going, again, a lot later than probably people think. If you have him on a roster, he could end up being an LB2 for you at the end of the year, which would be fantastic for the price that you probably got him at.
Well, and I think this year and next year are going to be the sweet spots because they drafted Tyree Wilson on the opposite side of Crosby. So once those guys really start to gel, that could hurt some of those guys in the middle when it comes to getting some tackles. Or, if the middle of that line continues to not be great and be a bit soft, it's going to keep funneling guys to Diablo. So, I mean, this year and next year, those, kind of the two big years that you would expect him to really be a strong startable candidate in IDP. Hopefully.
Love it.
As a Raider fan, I was loving some of that talking, and you call the middle of the line soft, and I'm hurt again.
I mean, your edges are really good, though. I mean, if Tyree Wilson comes back from that injury, I mean, you've got two really premier edge rushers potentially. The middle, you got to
feel better in that they were making most of that up as they were going along. So much of that was not real words.
I love Lamp. So,
and I have no idea. I have nothing of value to add to any of that. So.
I struggle to remember all the wide receivers I have to remember. I would never in my life be able to throw IDP into all of that.
Russ, when I draft for this league, so it's a 32-team 40-man roster league. So I'm drafting like the backup defensive tackles and stuff. So when it comes to that draft, I'm literally texting Jordan Loop. He's my IDP guy. I'm like, hey, are any of these guys worth anything? Which one of these scrubs do I draft here in the 4th round of this rookie draft? So I don't know either.
See, that's why I would start drafting people based on names. If there's anyone named Tang, I don't know if he's any good, but I know there's a taco that used to be at least on the Cowboys.
Delicious.
Like, that's what I'm going for. Or snacks. I don't know if he's
I literally did that. Beginning of round 4, I drafted a guy named Siaki Ika because I like saying Siaki Ika.
Exactly. That's my IDP strategy right there.
Before we let you go, you mentioned the green dot, and we have a question on here that people that don't play IDP do not know what the green dot means. So give us a quick explanation of that.
Oh, I think I know this. Green dot's the the earpiece, right? He's the one that calls relays the play.
Yep. Hi, Russ. You're not the guest.
I don't care. I was just really happy I knew what they were talking. I knew the answer.
We're gonna get him in IDP, is what I'm hearing.
No.
Yeah.
No.
We'll take you to Devi too. We got Devi too.
Let's talk. I did Devi. I did Devi with Scott in the Capitalist Pigs leagues and also in Kitchen Cinco, and I miss it. The Capitalist Pigs leagues ended up folding after many years. It was just too big of a take, and I got thrown out of Kitchen Cinco. We don't have to talk about that. But we'll start with Rick and parting words.
No, I really appreciate you guys allowing us to be involved, and we want to do our part to help raise that goal of 150,000 and look for the tweets coming from Roto Heat with the Justin Fields rookie cards PSA 10s that we're gonna give away, and you'll be able to learn how to enter. $10 will get you an entry every $10, and I think we're gonna do the drawing at 7:30 as you guys are closing up the Podathon tomorrow. Mike was checking in to make sure on that, but we'll make sure to get that info out on the Twitter.
Awesome.
Well, now you got to get that on Threads and whatever.
Yeah,
Keep going.
I'll be sharing it on all the platforms. And we appreciate getting to chat with you guys. This doesn't get to happen often, and we do really appreciate building connections and community and talking to some good people and having fun with it, and that's kind of our goal with it. So thank you guys for having us on as always, and love to Mr. Scampers in the chat. I see Scampers in there. We do love some Scampers.
Yeah, I just want to echo what these guys said. We appreciate you having us on here. It's our first time coming on the Podathon, and we really appreciate all the work that you guys do and put into this, not only these days, but behind the scenes and building up to it to make sure that we're able to raise as much money as we can for Fantasy Cares and just expand the reach of the community. So love what you guys are doing, and thank you.
All right, thank you all for coming on, having a good time, hopefully, and putting up with Sal and JB for as long as you did. We appreciate it.
Let's go.
Thanks,
anytime.
Good night, guys.
Night.
What time we got? All right, 8:30. I'll hit up these reads since I'm leaving in a few minutes. Podathoners, if you want to win your fantasy leagues, you need to visit goingfor2.com. Why going for two? Because you can't go for three. Going for Two has some of the best up-and-coming writers who want to share their passion for the game with you. From redraft to dynasty to daily fantasy, goingfor2.com has it all, including live shows at Going for Two Live, found on YouTube, and syndicated on all major podcast networks. Goingfor2.com today. Visit goingfor2.com today and every day going forward, because no one remembers the extra point. It's a really good line. I really like that read. That's a good one. Maybe I'll do it one time without screwing it up. This guest is sponsored by really Dynasty Hot Sauce. Really, we took their money? Doesn't that feel dirty in any way? No?
We'll take anybody's money.
Spicy.
We don't care.
Spicy.
We're very, very dirty people.
This guest is sponsored by the Dynasty Hot Sauce Podcast, a Dynasty football podcast hosted by @FF Larry Monkey, @RunDFF, and friends to discuss strategy, player value, and hot and spicy takes. At the Dynasty Hot Sauce Podcast, Larry and Justin talk Dynasty football and make you laugh as they let the good times roll and provide valuable and actionable Dynasty content every episode. Larry Monkey has a flair and a brand of insight that can't be rivaled anywhere. So Larry wrote this, is what I'm getting. Meanwhile, Justin Rogers seamlessly reels him back in with his data-driven analysis. Listen to the Dynasty Hot Sauce Podcast today and every day going forward on all major podcast platforms.
And by the way, you mentioned about feeling dirty about taking people's money. You realize Shane is the next guest.
Yeah, but we didn't take his money.
And what I love about this next 30 minutes is I know I'll have to speak very little. I don't have to say anything. So let's bring in Shane. He takes over everything he shows up on. What's up, my old friend? It's been a while, actually, since you and I have spoken.
I mean, look, I'm not by myself. I believe Clay is in the
I
back.
was about to say we have to
There you
let
go.
Clay in first. But...
Sipes is in the back. I believe.
Yeah, there you go.
What's up?
So this is exciting. I'm with two of my co-hosts from two of my shows, but not one full show. So this
wow,
is pretty
you're like
cool.
crossing worlds here. Is this weird? Is it awkward? Like,
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, what did you just say? What did you say? It's
I
like
said it's
baby's
like
mama.
when your baby mama is kissing your girlfriend.
Yeah,
But I don't know how I feel about that. You know what I mean? Like it's hot, but that's my baby mama and my girlfriend kissing. So I don't know.
But so wait, am I the baby mama and Clay's the girlfriend?
You
right?
cannot be the baby mama. You were
What?
too old.
We've been together for like what, 6, 7, 2 decades? How long have we been doing our show?
I mean, let's
We
face
were
it,
with
Mike.
Clay
we love
for
you,
like
but
10 minutes.
You've probably gone through the change by now. You're not having any kids.
Yeah, your age, you're barren.
Yeah.
You are definitely
Oh my
barren.
god!
Yeah, you have like four sperm. You know?
So we talking lots of football strategy. Is that what you guys had us on here for?
I've been prepping.
No, I think
Let's
Sal,
go.
I think Sal's right, because in all the years we've ever done this, I don't know that we've ever spoke too much about football, and it's always been Shane talking the entire time.
Yeah.
Shane, you're my wife's favorite guest on the Podathon. Every year, she endures Podathon and she watches me. And actually, we kept my baby up today to watch me a little bit, but she is watching because you are the funniest person in fantasy football.
Oh my
The baby's not awake now, right?
I mean, he's one. He doesn't understand what you're saying. It's
You
okay.
think, right?
He likes his facial expressions.
Saying, I'm just like that shit. Definitely, it soaks in. Like I know the stuff my dad did. He probably did like coke off my baby head.
Oh my God.
It probably had an adverse effect on me. So just because you're a baby doesn't mean you don't remember.
I like how
Man,
Brian
side
says
piece
that Clay
vibes.
has side piece vibes.
What's up, Brian? How are you, man?
You know what is funny though? Doing the show with Shane as long as I have tried to protect him from different things of what he says. And when you say that there's a kid listening right now and you guys are live and there's no edit button on this, you got to be careful.
I used to tell kids that smoking was bad. I used to tell them that all the time on the show, that smoking was bad. I would tell them that drugs are good, but smoking is bad. So I think I'm an absolute a good thing for children that know, because smoking is bad. That's a terrible habit, but drugs are fun. So if there's any kids watching, I hope they understand.
I mean, at this point, I might as well just make
Carrie.
you the godfather of my next kid, right?
Yeah, no, I was about to say Shane is my life coach, but we've got a performance review coming up. We'll see it. We'll see if he continues to be.
Look, are you alive?
Review. Oh, that's great.
You're alive.
I can attest.
He's my spirit animal.
Shane has met my children in life, and they are still alive. And to the best of my knowledge, have not tried crystal meth.
There used to be an ongoing
good.
joke where you used to do that on the show about the drugs and the cigarettes.
Crystal meth?
And then I would, no, not crystal meth.
No.
No, there's other
Bath
jugs,
salts.
but we're not going to talk about that.
I wouldn't do bath salts. Like you got to know yourself, right? There's certain
Everybody has
certain
their limits.
There's a line.
substances that you should stay away from, like bath salts, acid, anything psychedelic. Like I'm already messed up enough. I don't need to add. Like it's taking everything I have, and I don't know if anyone can tell this. It takes everything I have not to act on most of the demented thoughts that I have. That if I took acid or something, I think it would just be really bad.
We didn't notice. We thought you were acting on everything.
No. This is me restrained.
One day, Clay, you and I need to talk about some of the stuff that we have to deal with when we're editing these shows and everything.
Wow. See, this absolutely.
I'm well aware. I'm well aware.
No, I know you are. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Exchange stories. I got you.
So I just wanted to say this to Sal, right? And I don't know if anyone has ever said this to him, but good. You know what? I had a date on Wednesday, and then I went right after the live stream, and then I had a date with her again the next night, and then tonight while she was out shopping, she bought sheets for my bed.
Ooh, okay.
Because we were talking, and she was like, "You only have one pair of sheets," and I said, "Yeah, I'm a 44-year-old bachelor. Like you're lucky I have that. Like I'm not just sleeping on like dirty clothes." So she was like, "Yeah, that's not acceptable." So I said,
Wait, she bought the sheets for you? Not she was buying them for her own house to be ready for you?
No.
To be ready for
No, for here.
For
Yeah.
you? Yeah, that's bad. That's not a positive.
But wait,
Yeah.
we're supposed to do a show after this, aren't we? Or do you have
Yeah.
plans now?
Yeah,
Because
no.
we're supposed to
No.
do a show, and Clay's going to be the guest. So
Yeah, Clay's going to be the guest.
Well, let me say this. I'm a few years ahead of Shane in the marriage ending and getting back out there on the dating apps. If you guys remember, I used to do Dynasty Rookie Tinder on Tyler's show, and I've graduated, Shane. I now have 5 pairs of sheets. I change them every weekend before anybody comes over. I'm on top
with
of
thread
it.
count. With thread
That's
count, we're
way too
looking
much
at.
work for Shane. He's not
Yeah.
going to do that.
No, I got to get better with the thread count. I don't even know. I didn't even look at that at first. They're clean, at least. They're at least clean.
That's what matters.
Well, clean is subjective.
Don't
it's
get
not.
white
No,
sheets.
it is not, Shane. Yeah,
Clean
it's
is not subjective. That's a binary.
There's no level of clean.
No,
it's either
level,
clean
there
or
are
not.
levels of dirty.
Yeah,
Clean is clean. Like,
All right, well,
you're not going to change
whatever.
your sheet because it's a little dirty, but when it starts to change itself,
Look,
you should probably help out and change
They
it.
don't smell bad. She's getting new ones. She asked me, like, what did I like? I said, I don't care. Just get something that's comfortable for your face.
Not
when your
white.
face is buried in it.
All right, wait. What are we here for, actually?
Well, Shane, you were about to say, I'm going to say to Sal, nobody's ever said this.
Oh.
It was interesting to hear what was coming next.
Yeah. That's a big cliffhanger.
Yes, Sal, and I know no one's ever told you that you've been an inspiration to him, right? But when Sal was going through his divorces stuff, well, just the one that I know of, like, it was inspiring because I was like, if this ugly ogre can go out there and bag chicks, I can do it too at this age. You know, like I felt like I had a someone to look up to. I had another old person. We're not the best looking, you know what I mean? Like, no one's ever called the police on us. Well, maybe Sal, but we're not great looking guys, but like Sal still went out there and he'd hit the Tinder, and he made me inspired to know that I could actually climb on top of another human being.
Oh my God. No. Listen. First of all,
That's the
Sal
nicest
is-
thing anybody's ever said to me, Sipes. So,
I mean-
the compliment was fine. The way he ended it was, I mean,
Climb on top of
JB's
another
kids are listening, you know?
Well, that's why I cleaned it up. I said,
Cleaned it up by saying climbing on top of someone?
Like baby
He
mama
doesn't
and
know.
girlfriend. You could tell who the baby mama is. Halfway through that sentence, Sipes was like, no, Shane, stop. Like, he knew exactly what was about to happen.
Exactly.
And he was on top of it. He was just like, Shane.
I've been doing it for way too long.
I
know.
loved it. And this is what I love, right? That every year we get a decent spot where like there's probably like, I don't know, not important people, but like people with morals that are actually watching. And then they have to listen to this for a half an hour. Those poor people.
So
Well,
2
and
years
people are
ago, you were on
calibrated,
late
so.
night, and it was
Yes.
like late night with Shane. But to see
Oh.
that comment right there from Zach, it's like Mike is definitely laughing right now, going, "Yes, prime time, Shane. Let the people have it."
It's really funny. Like Mike realized real early on, it was like 2-3 o'clock, and we were
Shout
looking
out,
at the
Scott.
schedule, and he's like, "Oh crap, when did I put Shane on?"
Yeah.
And we all just pretty much go, "Not late enough."
Yeah, didn't we have like one time, one of the years we were like after midnight or something?
Really?
We were you don't know shit. You don't
2 years
remember
ago.
anything. But yeah, we were really late one night. I remember that.
So if anyone's got kids, can you get them to subscribe to Dynasty Trades in 5 on YouTube? And Dynasty Trades HQ podcast.
That will hurt our channel, Shane.
Having children watch?
Yeah, they're empty subscribers. They don't do
No,
anything. It's a
I
negative.
think kids would love our show.
Clay, Shane doesn't understand how that works, what the behind the scenes things that happen. He just sees the subscriber. He doesn't understand that if they don't watch it, it doesn't help you.
He's what is it in the restaurant industry? He's front of the house. He's front of the house for better or worse.
Can you just put
He
Shane?
doesn't know what any of it means.
Put Shane on the YouTube page with like Blue's Clues or Paw Patrol behind them. Just pictures of them.
Ooh,
The
Paw
kids will
Patrol
watch
is
and they'll
good.
listen to Shane.
Paw Patrol's good. I have fun with the thumbnails. I haven't
there
done a
you go.
Paw Patrol yet.
I thought of a new segment, story time with Shane for the kids.
Boom.
Yeah.
Sign me up. I'm in.
Yep, my kids will be there.
Yeah. Well, how old are your kids now, Russ? They're old now. I haven't seen them in a few years.
8 and 10.
No, they're not old enough to listen to you yet.
Oh my God.
I don't
You
know.
know, we
at the very beginning, we were having the conversation about like what's the right age to be cursing in front of your kids, and I say, well, the trick is start at the very beginning, and then you
Yeah,
never have to
just-
watch what you say. Like
Brian said some good.
Yeah, he
Who's
said
in
some
charge of putting those on the screen? That's you,
No,
Sal?
no.
Okay, yeah. Because Brian's had some great stuff
man.
so far.
I haven't seen the term "pog" in some time, and it's a fun term. And if there's any kids watching, just Google it.
Oh no!
don't.
Do not! Oh my god!
God, it's so great.
Who
Jen's got a
loves
14-year-old. Yeah, tell Jen if
No,
he's watching. Tell him
no.
to go check out Pog on Google.
I don't like the wording.
Hey,
there.
Jen.
The wording is odd.
You know, we skipped
who
over
would love
what
Shane?
every
I have a
other
14-year-old
segment.
who would love Shane.
Every
I'm
other
actually great
segment.
with kids. Look, kids want you to be upfront with them. They like when you curse. They like when you offer them drinks.
Syfe, I could tell you want to talk about Scott Fishbowl. Syfe.
No, I was just gonna say it's like every.
What division are you in, Syfe, and where you're drafted from?
I've been watching you guys for a couple hours and have seen the way every single segment starts, and then of course we never did any introductions.
All right, let's
We
do
never did shit,
introductions.
you know.
All right, let's do introductions. Come
Let's
on.
do introductions.
Syfe, tell them who you are, what division you in, what slot are you picking from?
Okay. Well, FF Blitz, and also obviously with Shane, Dynasty Trades HQ, except for the promo for this show says Dynasty Trades HQ with Shane Manila and D-Pandemic Clay. Like for some reason, they ended up having to
We
mess
try.
up with that.
It doesn't always come through in the end.
Yeah, especially you, Russ. I've known you for what, 2 decades also? But doing it as long as we have, it's been fun. Whatever. I'm in the monster division.
That is
I
not
picked-
surprising whatsoever that you're in the division.
yeah, definitely fitting.
and I took the 12 spot, which I know I saw Jen on here earlier. Jen Akins, she was on here, and we're always in the 12 spot together. We're talking to each other, doing, making. Wait, what's that say? Yeah. Why would I talk about Travis Kelce at 101 if I'm at the 12 spot? But we always just do that 12 spot every year. I like it. I always have a lot of fun with it. And the main reason I picked Monster was because I want to get them as a sponsor for our show.
Oh, Monster!
Don't try
Monster.
Bang. Don't try Bang Energy. I made 2 awesome videos for them. They didn't even give me a effing like.
I
sent
didn't,
them.
but I got
DM'd them.
Monster.
I DM'd them pictures, and
Yeah.
I was blocked.
Wait, what kind of pictures?
Well, that's not the point.
No.
Yeah, nether regions. That's the issue.
I didn't get the Scott Fishbowl stuff in the mail yet. I did see some of the people, even in the last one, they had their Waffle House hat. So I kind of just put a can back here and one of these here. Hopefully that'll work. But
The guy in the middle. Who are you?
No, I'm going to interrupt everyone real quick. I have to run, go grab my daughter. I really, honestly,
See
I
you,
was
Russ.
supposed to half
See you,
hour ago,
Russ.
but I just wanted to see Shane. And well, Sipes, you showed up, and that's a wonderful.
Oh, thanks.
Like, I
Russ.
don't know you well enough to like wait
Well,
around. to talk
Rocky
to
invited me on your podcast later this month, so
Well, I got to talk to him about it.
It's so funny. Russ,
I'll see
and
you on
all-
Trade Addicts in a little bit. Russ.
And Russ, in all the time we've ever known each other, I know that you love Shane, and I'm just hanging around. So that's all works out.
Look, like Shane said, children like it when you're up front. So we got it for you.
And
We're
you're
there
the
for you.
size of a child, so.
Wait, me?
Hey, Russ.
Shut
Yes,
up. Hi, Russ. All right. So how about you, Clay? Where are you from?
Baltimore.
No, I mean
No,
your
I know what you mean.
website.
Well, you teed it up for me. You teed it up, and I can't stay in Baltimore. I got to get out of here. By the way, so this is my first Scott Fishbowl.
Oh,
and
wow.
I damn near missed it too. I had to like really grind to try to get it. I saw one of Scott Fish's messages, and it was like, "Who's like ready on the sidelines? Immediately ready to jump in." I was like, "Me, co-host of At Trades in 5," and everybody. It was cool. Everybody jumped in and was like, "Get Clay in there." So I'm in. I am in the Pillsbury League, apparently, and I'm in the 8 spot. So again, this is my first Scott Fishbowl. So I actually like Sipes. I would like to hear a little bit about how to play in this thing. I'm sure
I
I'm
got
gonna
you.
lose, but
Wait, I've been in it since 2016. I think I'm pretty sure. Isn't that when we first did it, Shane?
mahogany? Is that mahogany behind you then?
Yeah, I don't know. Is that where we did it, Shane? But we've been doing our show for like 6 years now, so I think we got in the very first year. So
I got in the first year. I was working with DFF. I don't know. It's been a long time. Like
Exactly.
I had less gray here. There was less beard here. I had more wives.
Oh,
it was a
You're- so
long,
you're a
long time
Mormon,
ago.
then.
that is definitely true.
Which means you probably had more than one pair of sheets at that point too.
I did.
And
You know
that's
what?
true too.
I will say that is one thing that you do miss when you're married, from being married. He's like, there's new sheets like every week. You're like, oh, we have these too, and she's like, there's the same ones you saw 2 weeks ago. They're just clean, and you're like, what?
So that's the
like
thing.
magic.
They get washed, and he thinks they're new just because they're clean.
Well, yeah, look, whatever. Hi, I'm Shane Manila. I am on Dynasty Trades in 5, Dynasty Trades HQ. Do a little writing for DLF, some fantasy data. Our boy Scott, not here from Dynasty Trades in 5. He's got some stuff going on. Our boy Jeremy never shows up to these from HQ.
No. Listen, to be fair, every single year, this weekend is Jeremy's wedding
Oh,
anniversary.
it's his wedding
every
anniversary,
single year,
yeah.
it's his wedding anniversary. So he's out to dinner right now with Amy.
And
He's having a great time. And
his wife is a smoke show.
yeah,
So,
Is she really? Is she really?
Amy's
Yeah.
awesome. And
you can't forget anniversaries when your wife's hot. Like,
So
if your
is he
wife's
a,
hot,
is he a
look at whatever.
tripod? Is he a tripod? What's going on?
He might be. He might be.
Oh,
His
yeah.
wife is well. I mean, because look, his personality is meh, and she's
Exactly. There's gotta be
she's really
something.
attractive.
hey. No, yeah. So Jeremy, Dynasty Madman, yeah, he unfortunately never gets to be with us this weekend, but it's because of his anniversary, not because he blows it off.
I'm pretty sure him and I share a birthday as well, right? His birthday's August 6th. Same as mine.
If you say so, that's
Yeah, come on. How long you know the guy? You don't know his birthday?
look.
Shane
stop.
doesn't even know my name.
Stop. How do you
He's
know
not going to know my
people's-
birthday.
How do you know people's birthdays?
Because his is the same as mine. That's the only
Well, that's
reason.
the only reason, right? The only dudes that know someone's birthday are dudes that are married or Facebook, and they don't even know anyone's birthday. It's just that their wife or girlfriend or significant other just tells them.
Oh,
Like,
I love the
a week in
Facebook
advance.
notification. The Facebook notification
Yeah.
of whose birthday it is makes me the best friend to everybody. Hey,
Definitely,
what's up?
definitely.
First.
No, but you're right, Sal, though, because I know Hollywood's birthday is June 21st because it's the same as mine. So you're right. When people have the same birthday, you know it.
I couldn't tell you anyone.
Albert Einstein right here. I'm
Yeah.
not, but that's kind of cool.
Oh, we got an actual football question. But I have the 101. I'm drafting live in the Philadelphia division, the John Roast Pork division.
When do you do that?
Tomorrow at 11 a.m. 11 a.m. So that's going to be fun.
Is somebody taking you there?
I'm getting a ride down by our buddy Tim, one of our patrons. Tim.
Like I
thought
said, somebody's
thought
taking
Sheets
you
lady-
there.
Thought Sheets lady was taking him.
There was no way he was going to get there by himself at 11 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday.
I would have Ubered down. There was no way I was driving because I do plan to drink a little bit at least. See how that goes. Oh, Jamie's Pierogi's birthday is the first game of the NFL season this year. I don't know when that is.
Squirrel.
That's happened to me a couple times on September 8th, and that is a great gift.
That's your birthday?
That's nice.
Yep.
Think I'll
Write it
remember
down, Shane. I want you to remember that next
So you
year.
remember that, Shane.
He'll never remember it. Ever.
Friend him on
Never.
Facebook.
Not
You
even
don't
a chance.
because when you're a single dude, you get away with that. Like no one expects you to even survive, let alone remember anyone's birthday.
Dude,
You know
I
what I
did
mean?
stuff with you for years when you were married, and you didn't even remember my name half the time. You always say at Sipes, which is it's not even a thing. It's like at FF Blitz. You know
What other things do you get a pass on, Shane? If that's what you're saying, you get a pass on as a single guy. What else?
Apparently,
pass on everything.
Owning sheets. You only need one pair because if you meet someone that's nice enough, she'll get them for you.
Set.
Yeah. So I'll have two. I don't know what I'm gonna do. That's crazy. That's it really. That and remembering birthdays and yeah, that's it. That's
I mean,
really
I
it.
think the food choices are also up there, Shane. I mean, they don't, you know, you talk about the single guy gets to pass on stuff, right? They don't expect you to be a gourmet chef. So if you're heating up something out of the microwaving something out of the freezer, it's like, oh yeah, that's what he's supposed to be doing, right?
Right. Like when everyone's like, "Wait, you're eating microwave chicken?" That's,
Microwave
you know,
fettuccine chicken.
Sorry,
Microwave
yeah.
roast beef tips.
Yeah, whatever.
Whoever saw the Shane's Day show.
Yeah.
Did you see that, JB?
No, I
Did you see-
didn't.
Oh God, go on
I
our
feel
channel.
like I need to though.
Oh, you do. It's. I spent like what was it, 15 or 16 versions on that show, getting it perfectly tight. Yeah, check it out. Check it out.
I definitely will.
That's
100%.
Yeah.
So with it being Clay's first Scott Fish Bowl, there's actually a question in the chat that I can't bring up because Sal is in charge of that. But it asks, what trend do you think we'll see this year in Scott Fish Bowl that almost no one expects? So Shane, Sipes, as veterans of the Scott Fish Bowl, what trend do you think we'll see this year that might help Clay kind of be in that Scott Fish Bowl mindset? Well, I'll ask you, Sipes, because Shane hasn't even.
I know. I love how
Shane
Shane's
hasn't
going
checked
to
the
give
score
me
yet.
advice. Like, I'll pass on Shane's advice.
No. I
Listen
want to
to
know
Shane.
Shane. I saw his face.
I would say this: read the scoring because I haven't.
I knew it.
That is not a special thing that can happen. Everybody reads the scoring.
Clearly not.
Well, not you, but I mean that you're saying it's a special thing. That's not a special thing.
So Shane's advice is to read the scoring. So Sipe, since you read the scoring, what trend do you think we'll see this year?
well, no, wait. What did you say, Clay? What did you say that your spot is at?
8.
So you're at 8. So hold on one second.
Did you do a mock draft? Did you do any mocks? Are you in the DM thread for 108?
I just got in. I was like a freaking photo finish getting in this.
So you got
wait, when did you get in?
Like 3 days ago, 2 days ago.
The best ability is available.
I know. I was stoked. Oh, I was
You know what
stoked.
that
I saw
was?
the email come through. I was like, oh yeah.
That means you definitely got one of the spots that like Scott sent out an email and it bounced back.
Oh yeah. It was forced. It was totally forced.
You got that spot. Like there's like 30 people that put their email address in wrong and they don't understand
Well,
why.
that's a problem too. I don't manage any of my inboxes anymore. So it's like I've got like 5 of them. It's like who knows what I signed up with. So
then,
whatever we got in.
So when you say you don't manage your inboxes, what does that mean? You have so many email addresses, you don't check your own emails?
I've managed to dump all of my admin stuff at this point. It's pretty sweet. All I have to do is I get to make cool videos. What else? Yeah, work the channel in the back end, and create content. I love making thumbnails and designing shit. So all of my admin stuff is gone. Show up on live streams and make videos.
You know what's funny? I asked Shane a question the other day because we were supposed to go somewhere. And Shane goes, I don't know. I need to ask Clay because Clay has my schedule. Like all of a sudden, you were the one that was in charge of Shane's schedule of what he was doing.
Yeah, and I know exactly what Shane says. I see Scott's message down there. So I met Scott at the Fantasy Football Expo. I guess it was 3 years ago. It was when I had Dynasty Pandemic. Is what I had.
You didn't go last year?
No, it always falls just like with Jeremy and this thing. It always falls during family vacation.
But he said he
beach
met him.
vacation.
He
No,
said
but
he
I met
met
him. I met him, a few years ago, and talked to him for a while. And I wonder if that's how he knows me because I'm the guy in the middle on our show. Nobody effing knows me.
Scott, but Scott knows everyone. So like that's what people are always complaining. Like people are always saying like, "Oh, I signed up and I never get in." It's like, no, you didn't. Just shut up.
And he comes with like a whole thing. Well, the first time you logged in was this, and you signed up the day after.
Scott's
Scott is clearly
all the time.
He's clearly commenting right here. Thank you, Scott. I don't know if it was you who gave me the invite, but appreciate it.
Yeah, Scott's the best.
And thank you for setting this up. What an event.
So, Andrew, ask your question again in the next half hour. We'll try again.
No.
This always happens. This always happens.
Okay, so the 8s. Oh, wait. Yeah. So
I have notes. Hold
the
on.
trends,
Let me get out
right?
my notes.
Where did you get notes from?
I thought we
So-
moved
That's
on
his
from
grocery
Shane.
list.
No, we
Don't
moved
let him
on
kid
from
you.
Shane, though.
At the
No, he's going
101
to give notes. Go
At
ahead.
the 101, I am going to say select Patrick Mahomes.
But we were talking about Clay at 108. 101 doesn't do anything.
What do I care? I don't care what happens to Clay. I hope he loses.
But they asked you to give Clay advice.
Oh.
Oh my God.
You should mock. That's what I can call it. Do mock drafts.
Oh yeah, that helps a lot, especially in the mocks where like 7 of the spots are auto draft and you don't have anything to do with it, and it just fills in the spots. It's going to really help you, Clay.
Sal, do you have any advice on how to win?
Just go, not on how to win, but on the draft is what he was
So
saying.
tell me this. Generally, what am I looking at in the 8 spot?
You're going to get, someone said CMC or a quarterback.
You know what's funny though? I'm in the 12 spot chat, which I just got added in today. And a lot of people are saying CMC has fallen to 12, that there's a lot of people at the 12 spot getting him and a quarterback. That's what people are saying. So if you're thinking about at 8, then yeah, sure, you'll definitely get him. But a lot of times with these quarterbacks, they all go like it all depends on the draft that you're in and the room that you're in. You could do as many mocks as you want or be in as many chats as you want, and then you'll be in a group where the first 10 picks are all quarterbacks, and then it just changes the entire strategy of everybody in the room. So
And then
you
there's
just
always
got to
that-
play the room.
There's always the draft too, where everyone's like, let's see who can be the last guy to draft a wide receiver.
Always the wide
and
receiver.
then it becomes
It's
a
always
thing,
that.
or a running back, and there's going to be someone that wants to be all proud and be like, I don't need to draft any tight ends. Look at my team. Like, there's always going to be those people. You know what I'm doing? I just realized since I'm drafted in Philly and I got the 101, I have to take Jalen Hurts. Come on.
Have to.
Scott says that Mark Andrews is the pick at 108 if he's there. Not even close. All right.
I don't think he'll be there.
Let me screenshot
It's
that.
super
Thank
heavy
you,
tight
Scott.
end scoring,
Hope
right?
you're doing well,
Yeah.
Scott.
And
So-
that's the problem with mocks too, because I just looked at 2 mocks that people sent links of, and Mark Andrews was there at the 12 spot 2 times. So that's
is
why
it
you can't
is it
trust
nuked?
mocks.
Is it nuked QB scoring? Is it still where like the Derek Carrs and Kirk Cousins are desirable?
No, there's no negative points for QBs this year.
And
it,
that's the
got
thing
it.
that killed a lot of people were the negative points. Definitely.
So you're in a good spot
And-
at the 8, Clay, because you got a lot of options. You can go quarterback, and you'll have a quality quarterback there. You'll get a CMC if you want him. You can get an Andrews if you want to go tight end. So you'll have a lot of options. You'll have a lot of ways to pivot, but depending on what the 7 in front of you do. And you're in the middle of that draft, so 3rd round reversal won't affect you.
Yep.
If there's a run at a certain position, that won't hurt you. So you're really in a good spot for your first time. Let the draft come to you, brother. Have a good time. Enjoy it. That's what it's all about.
All right, notice
Thanks,
this isn't
man.
going to be easy, so I'm going to start now. We have to wrap this segment
You're
up.
probably going to lose.
Yeah. Do I have to go like totally rogue? Do I just go rogue and
Okay, I was
Listen.
going to say, you're probably
Yes,
going to
right?
lose.
yeah?
So
do
just have
whatever you want.
fun.
Have fun.
Exactly.
Okay.
All right,
Do
before I just
whatever you
remove
want.
you
But I
guys,
still want to win it though. I still
But
want to like
sometimes-
try.
No, you're not going to win. You are not going to win. You've literally, there's a 1 in 3,500
Well, there's
chance that you're gonna win.
312 million in this event, right? So it's
Three-
basically
I
like
don't know.
Powerball.
It's like 3,000 something, I believe.
Is it that much
Alex
now?
told me.
Is that what it is, Sal? Do you know
awesome.
how many
It's over
participants?
3,000.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's 3,324, I think.
And you're not going to
Wow.
win. And you know what? Can I ask something? Do you know who won 4 years ago? No. You know the
Not
only
you,
winner I
right?
ever know, the only one that I ever knew that won that I
Yes.
remember is Stompy, because he put out softcore porn announcing his victory. That's the only one I remember.
And he's in our listener league HQ1, and we deal with him all the time. So
Exactly.
yeah, Stompy. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
Everybody
All right,
knows
so
fun.
I
Stompy. well.
gotta
Bye.
wrap you guys up.
Oh,
I gotta
bye.
wrap you up.
See you
Hey,
later.
awesome time.
Thanks for having
Appreciate
us.
it, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Later.
Go donate money.
All right, let's go do
Love
our
you,
show,
fellas.
Shane.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Bye.
All right, Clay, come join us.
See ya.
Bye.
Man, that was fun, Sal. These guys are always fun, man.
Yeah. So
All right, you
real
up?
quick, Bob Harris says, "Wait, what is this 3rd round reversal you speak of?" Bob, you played in this league for a few years.
Bob's just messing with his league mates, I think.
I hope that's a joke.
I'm sure it is. Bob knows what he's doing.
All right, so JB, are you staying any longer, or you got to go?
Oh, I'm on, baby. I'm with you.
All right, so you read this.
I gotcha. This guest is sponsored by Upper Hand Fantasy, created by Faraz Siddiqui. Upper Hand Fantasy delivers high-quality content and digestible Instagram stories and posts, and dives even deeper on the Upper Hand Fantasy podcast. Don't assume you can find good fantasy football content on Instagram. 120,000 other fans already have been getting the upper hand in their fantasy leagues. Upper Hand Fantasy has built an amazing community over the last 5 years, and so many depend on Faraz and his team for their opinions and analysis as the NFL landscape shifts every day throughout the offseason and during the season. Come find out for yourself and visit Upper Hand Fantasy on Instagram at Upper Hand Fantasy, and check out the daily show on the Upper Hand Fantasy podcast on all platforms. We got some great guests coming in this segment, Sal, and I'm really excited for this because they're my Raz boys.
I'm changing my lights around and trying to see which way makes me look younger.
The darker one, then. It hides your grays.
Now the grays, Shane doesn't know. The girls love that, actually.
Oh, there you go. See? Write that down, Shane.
You got to get the salt and pepper going, Sal.
Like it's kind of what I have going here. My wife hates it, but like
I mean, I'm overdue for a trim, but I figured I was just gonna be sitting with you guys for 2 days. I can let it grow in a little bit.
So Sal, I gotta ask, like, are you just like pissing in a bucket during this? Like, what's the whole deal?
No way.
Oh, there we go.
Want me to do it right here? No,
I
I've
love
gotten
it.
up and gone to the I've gone to use the bathroom a few times. I've had a co-host basically for the whole day, so I dip out every once in a while. But listen, before we get into questions about me, welcome back to both of you gents, and talk amongst yourselves.
Well,
Let's go.
so Matt and I are the Dynasty diehards with Razball. We talk about all things Dynasty. Lately, we've been covering tiers, which has been hilarious because I get to make these awesome overlays with funny pictures of the players. Like this week, Kyler Murray playing Call of Duty was his image because we all know that's what Kyler Murray's identity is, right? Like he's a quarterback second, but first he's a Call of Duty champion, right?
It's a good representation. Yeah, for sure.
It's a fair representation, and that's kind of what we do. Like we want to have fun with it, but it's also we want to help you win, which is the point of any sort of fantasy football analysis. But we're not here for that. We're here to talk about Fantasy Cares because what you guys do is amazing. And I saw earlier today, and it made me so happy that you guys have raised $50,000 for charity through the satellite tournaments on Underdog. Like
That's correct.
That is incredible, you guys. It's such a testament to what this fantasy community is and who we are as people and what we value. And a big part of that is charity. And you guys have spawned so many other charity leagues. Like it warms my heart. And it warms my heart to be able to help with that and help promote it and get people involved. And what you all do is just so incredible.
That's an incredible success. That number, I had no idea.
It filled in 12 days. That Underdog tournament filled in 12 days. That's just a testament to this community, Nate. That's what you're talking about. This is what a great group of people in this community that just want to support good causes. And that's what it's all about. I love it. I absolutely love it. Matt, I don't want you to introduce yourself yet. We got to introduce the dog. Please show us the dog and talk to us about the dog.
As long as we're talking about charity, this is my foster. I don't know her name. So I'm trying not to get too attached. I'm having a little bit of trouble, clearly. So yeah, and hello to you too, Mr. Scampers. If you look, the other little nooks for you, Scamps. Come on, always. I'll find you a good permanent home. Yeah, I don't know if I should name her because I think once you name her, you're like, well,
you get attached, right?
Then you get the bowl, you get a collar, and you're stuck with it, and you know.
Yep. Yeah.
Who wants to adopt a dog that's already named Peanut Butter Cup? That's not fair. Can't do that.
Well, she's super cute, and thank you for fostering her. I'm sure she's loving every moment of it.
Yeah, both of us.
So tell them who you are now, Matt. Tell them who you are. Tell them what division you're in. What pick do you have? What do you got going on?
I've got pick 8 or 9, and I want to keep myself on my toes, so I haven't started doing my homework yet. We'll look at it like that. Been a busy couple weeks at work anyway, but that's secondary. I'm flying up to the Boston live draft probably the night before it. It's going to be on the 15th. I'll fly up on the 14th.
Oh, and you're staying with Coop, right?
Yeah, I'm staying with Coop. How'd you know?
He was telling me that yesterday.
Yeah. Are we going out?
Wait, I'm in New
JB?
York. I wish our drafts
okay.
were the same day. If our drafts weren't the same day, I would probably come hang out with you guys.
That's fun. Cool.
But
Yeah,
These guys would not let him go.
this guy.
He's his wife ain't let him go to Boston.
Right. Suddenly, catches a sickness again. Has to miss the thing again.
Nate, what do you got? What league are you in? What do you draft in? Oh, you doing live?
Denver live draft tomorrow morning.
Nice.
At 11
you better
a.m.
stay-
No, this is amazing. So Joey Wright's already in town. He's going to come drop by. He's here for an Abbott Brothers concert at Red Rocks tomorrow night.
Nice.
And then we've got, obviously, Dave Kluge, who lives in Colorado. We've also got Josh Larkey. And then we've got Jordan Vanek from 33rd Team flying in to hang out with us in draft. We've got Gary Zamarripa from Fantasy Pros who's flying out from Kansas City to draft with us. Like, it's just going to be such a good time. I'm the third spot. I have done no prep because I look at my division and I'm like, well, no mock draft is going to prepare me for drafting with these sharks. We've got Stompy, who, Jordan, was the winner of Scott Fishbowl 4 years ago. He is in our division. He'll be there.
Yo, you missed the segment earlier where who was it that was just saying nobody knows the winner from 4 years ago?
Shane.
Shane.
Shane was Nate, and here Nate is fucking 5 minutes too late.
He won Scott Fishbowl 8, so it's pretty cool. 2 years straight in the Denver division with Stompy. It's going to be fun, man. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a good time. We've got some good people in that draft.
You know why I don't bother doing any mock drafts? Because I find people, especially in a fishbowl, they try to test out theories in the mock drafts, and then when the drafts come, they shit themselves and will absolutely not go out on a limb. And it's like, well, all right, every mock I did is useless because it didn't follow that pattern. And if you're going to win a Scott Fishbowl, do the crazy shit you're doing in the mock drafts, because you don't win if you go chalk. You just do not.
Oh, no, 100%. And when you're in a division full, which everybody, that's the cool thing about Scott Fishbowl is we all get to draft against our idols. The first year I was in a chat with a guitarist from a band that I've been listening to for years. And it was just so cool to be able to converse with this guy. And then you get into your divisions and you're with these sharks. And this is a free-for-all, especially with the scoring this year. Like, this scoring's insane. All positive scoring. We're talking about 100 to 200 point bumps for some of these players in the scoring. That's insane. And it's hard to prepare for, especially when you're drafting with someone like Dave Kluge, like the shark of all sharks.
What band was that, by the way?
August Burns Red, JB Brubaker.
Nice, because I met Nixon, the lead singer
do.
from Framing Hanley, through Nixon. Look him up.
Yes.
Kenneth Nixon, lead singer for Framing Hanley. And he invited me to a dynasty league as a result of meeting him through the SFB. And now I'm playing there with D Brown, and Waz is in that league. A couple of good guys in that league.
Very cool.
And some real talented people playing. I mean, we have Tom Everett Scott on tomorrow, the actor. He's going to be on with us tomorrow. There's a bunch of actors that play in this league, and obviously athletes, retired athletes and stuff like that. And you get in these leagues with these people, and it's like, oh shit, I don't got a shot, but
we have fun here. We have fun
That's
here.
That's the funny thing, though, is that you get into these leagues with these people, and it's an even playing field. We're all kind of coming from the same place, a love of fantasy football, and I think it was Herms who was in a division, the REM division, with the bass player of REM last year, who is apparently a big fantasy football guy. And while that's intimidating, you kind of find this speaking of Herms, and you find this common ground with someone you never thought you'd find a common ground with. My wife and I are rewatching Psych right now, and as we're watching, I'm like, James Roday Rodriguez is actually in Scott Fishbowl.
Yep.
Like, how cool is that? Like, this dude I'm watching on TV, I know has a common love, and we're degenerates. He's probably not.
So I do a Fantasy Cares Eliminator, and he's always has one the last couple of years. So I've been in his every time that he has one. And it was awesome last year just talking to him in the Twitter group chat, and he was responsive. And a lot of the people there were watching his current show and were commenting on the episodes. And, he was, that was such a tough one to film. Just down-to-earth good guys. Like, you look at these celebrities, and you wouldn't think that fantasy football is going to bring you together in a group chat and you're going to be talking to them. It's really cool. And that's another thing that Scott Fish does to bring people together. It's just amazing.
Every league really is the league from the league. You know what I mean?
It's true.
Every single time. And that's how you know we're all here for the right reason.
There's 3,324 of us drafting fantasy football in July. Here we are.
Some of us, I'm flying from New Orleans to Boston. I just want a part of this. We're just thirsty.
Are you from Boston originally?
No, I actually never spent time there, but now I get to go hang out with Coop for a night and hopefully wake up in time for brunch, but get to see the city. It's a great excuse.
Boston.
Can't wait.
Oh my God. Boston is the greatest place on earth. You're going to have so much fun.
I bet.
New Orleans is the second greatest place on earth, but Boston's.
Okay. We'll see.
So,
now I'm a little defensive
hey, Mike.
there. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Speaking of Boston,
Yeah, I heard someone talking about Boston, so I figured I'd jump in with all these fucking New Yorkers here.
Hey,
calm down and get that dumb snapback off your head, backwards snapback.
don't
What are
worry,
you,
bro. I'm a
6?
Met fan. It's okay.
You
Don't
6
worry.
years old?
I'm surprised you're still awake, Sal.
What?
It's 9:10. I'm surprised you. Did you just wake up to take a piss after going to bed like 3 hours ago?
You probably wanted a sandwich, right?
I want pizza. Nobody ever brought me pizza.
Dude, that's because you're in Brooklyn this year. I bring you pizza every year, and this year you're in Brooklyn.
You don't get on a train to help a brother out? What the?
No, I don't leave Long Island. I'm only leaving Long Island for our live draft next week.
You are whipped. I mean, Jesus.
Lazy. So, Nate, you talked about the scoring changes this year. Are there any interesting trends that you think we're going to see this year, or any players that, maybe in past years you wouldn't even think about drafting, but because of the scoring changes, you're kind of bumping them up in your rankings?
So Geno Smith is a little bit higher on my – well, he's higher in my world anyway, because I think people are just sleeping on him. But in this scoring format with no negative points, with his efficiency, I think he's a top 10 quarterback, and he's being drafted as a 18, 19, 20 quarterback. Mike Gesicki is a guy that I'm pretty high on. You're welcome, Mike. I love your Patriots boy. He's an efficient wide receiver. He's not a tight end. Right. And Bill O'Brien has done things with 2 tight end sets, which he has with Henry and Gesicki in the past, with some guys you may have heard of, Rob Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez. They were pretty good together. And this is Bill O'Brien bringing that feel back. They have the talent at tight end. Gesicki's a guy who's going, 17th, 18th round? If he's going at all in drafts, don't sleep on that guy. He could be a league winner.
And has Gesicki ever shined before? Maybe
he has.
How did that work out?
Well, I mean, Bill O'Brien was his head coach at Penn State, so
boom. The old college shower narrative. Always
Although if the coach was in the shower, I'd be questioning that.
All these New England rumors with the cheating in the shower room. Typical.
Matt, I know you don't want to give things away because you got Mike here, and you got a really tough draft room in Boston in general. Like, it's a lot of great names.
He's not in our division. He was scared and got into a different one. Go ahead, Matt. Continue.
Give me someone you're looking at. Give me someone you're looking at late in the draft and that you might be bumping up because of the scoring.
Why would I do that when I'm competing against this dip in a week? Huh?
He said you're not in his division.
There's a Boston live draft chat room with like the 36 people in the 3 drafts.
Yep,
and everybody's like, let's do a mock together. I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? Why would I ever show you who I'm going to take, where I'm going to take them? Why would I do that? You're my opponent.
Oh, I jump
in
those mocks all the time. I'm like, cool. We are going first round, Daniel Jones.
See what you idiots think. But then what are you taking away from that, huh? It's just a troll staying a troll. You're not learning anything. Nobody's fucking
anything in that.
Get me out of there.
You're not going to learn anything.
That's why all the chats are fun. I mean, you have your pick chat, then you have your division chat, and you got to remember which one you're talking in, because you want to strategize in your pick chat, but you don't want to go too much because you don't know who's friends with somebody who might be in the chat above you, right? So it's like, you kind of got to be guarded in everything you do here.
Well, my pick chat does nothing but argue the first 4 picks over and over again.
Yes.
Like if I had $1 for every time they said Kelsey, I'd be a millionaire. Like seriously, we've talked no strategy. All I know is they like Kelsey and Mahomes. I'm like, yeah, so does everybody. Sorry, 104s. We're not that creative over there.
Yep.
See, I'm a 5, Mike, and at the 5, we're just super confused because at 4, at least okay, you got Kelsey and you got the 3 top quarterbacks. At 5, we're like, we don't know what's going to happen here.
Yeah, you got a terrible pick.
We have no idea what's going on.
At least at number 4, you're the cleanup hitter. Like you're the guy that swings for the fence. You're like, all right, well, I know what I'm getting. It's every one of these guys, and you just swing as hard as you can into it. But that can't be an alluring chat every night to go in and see the same thing and be like, Kelsey,
Yeah.
Like,
I always say it can't get worse, and then they take a pivot. I don't know, but it does get worse every once in a while. But yeah, we're getting whatever's left. The 4th pick is the easiest damn pick in this draft by far.
Yep. Yep. They're making the picks for you. 1 through 3 is making the picks for you. We're at a point where we actually have to make a decision. Shoot, we didn't want any of these guys. We wanted one of those guys to fall, and they didn't. What do we do now?
Oh, you guys are all Lamar, Burrow, Jefferson, McCaffrey. Who the hell
That's
knows?
pretty much the conversation there. Then you got guys coming in with Justin Fields and whatever else out of left field. So we'll see what happens.
Rumor has it Shane's trying to trade out of a pick. He still doesn't understand the rules.
All right, so one thing I'll tell you, Herm, it's me. I'm someone. I will draft Thomas in every draft. Maybe take Tebow too. We're all about just having those emotional connections, buddy. Don't
Tommy and Tebow.
You know what? I will bet you that Tom Brady almost outscores Kenny Pickett in this draft, and that dude ain't even friggin' playing. So
what about Mike? What about Cordell Stewart? Would you take Cordell Stewart?
No, he helped my team more than any other person I can think of. So yeah.
Nate, what's with the Cordell Stewart jersey back there?
Throwing dirt balls in the playoffs, Nate. I loved Cordell Stewart.
Oh, I love. Okay, so I grew up I still live in Colorado. The CU campus is about 30 minutes from where I live now. I grew up going to CU games. So in the 80s and 90s, I saw a lot of CU football. And the Steelers went through a period where I think they had like 8 or 9 starters between offense and defense that were ex-CU guys. And I became a very big CU fan. Cordell Stewart, or Steelers fan. Cordell Stewart was one of my favorites. Like, I saw the guy play. I probably saw him play live in person probably 10, 12 times. Fell in love with him. And then a few years back, my boy Herms bought this jersey for me off of Etsy and had it shipped to me. I can't wear it because it smells like cigarette smoke, and I'm afraid to have it cleaned because it's a legit, like, I mean, dude, this jersey is probably from when he was actually playing. It's so old. So I hang it on my wall. It's a matter of pride. I'm a closet Steelers fan.
So CU trivia. Cordell threw the pass on a Hail Mary. Who caught it in the end zone?
Michael Westbrook, and it was tipped by Ryan Westbrook. And it was tipped by Ryan Shiverini. To be
all
fair.
right, more. I'm going to give you one more question. Michael Westbrook retired from the NFL. What did he go on to do? What was his next career, or one of the careers that he had for a small period of time?
Didn't he box?
He fought in MMA. He was actually an MMA
fighter. It was MMA. I loved
He never
Michael
got
Westbrook.
into the UFC, but he did appear on Bully Beatdown on MTV.
Okay, all right. Yeah, no, I do kind of remember that. Michael Westbrook was a stud, man. That guy's career should have been so much more than it was. But most of the people listening to this are going to be like, who the fuck's Michael Westbrook? So,
do you know what he's probably most remembered for in the NFL? Punching Stephen Davis in the face during a spring training camp practice.
I remember
that.
I remember
Yeah,
that.
I'm old. I'm old, guys.
How did you see about that? How was that delivered to everybody? Was that just training camp news?
Telegram.
This is so back in the day, to be honest with you, Matt, you know how I used to get most of my fantasy information back in the day? They had Pro Football Weekly would put out a newspaper every Wednesday, and they had tidbits and camp news, and you get little gems in there. I picked Stephen Davis up after a draft based on something they said in there, and he scored 6 touchdowns in the first 2 games of the season that year, and went on to have like 18. And literally took me to a championship just because I got a stupid blurb in a newspaper. So
you're like Mel Gibson from Conspiracy Theory, but with fantasy football. And you're like, no, it hit this one time, and you've just been chasing that dragon ever since.
Well, yeah. I keep trying to go buy the newspaper, but they
looking for his weekly peeps.
Sal's hanging out Barnes and Noble every week.
Sal, I bet that so in your first fantasy leagues, it was pencil and paper scoring, right?
Oh, it was pen and paper, and it was still that way until 2020 when COVID hit and the league had to end. So if you guys think that I'm old, my cousins that I played with were 10 to 15 years older than me. That got me into that league in 1994. And when COVID hit, on a serious note, one of my cousins passed away. She had been battling cancer and passed away, and her husband was in that league. And it kind of just put a damper on everything. And that was a live draft in person every year for nearly 25 years. And it did end when COVID hit. But my cousin, who was the commissioner, would never put the league online. He absolutely refused. The official newspaper was the New York Daily News. That's where the score was taken from. And you added the scores up yourself.
Nice.
That's awesome. That is awesome. So Sal, who was your first pick in your first fantasy draft?
My very first pick, and at the time I was dating my future wife. She loved Dan Marino. So quarterbacks were a bigger deal in regular redraft back then. So my first 3 picks in that draft were Dan Marino, Herman Moore, and Thurman Thomas.
Nice. Okay. My first was Randall Cunningham, still with the Eagles.
Yeah, sweet. He had some bigger years when he was with the Vikings, and he was launching passes down the field to Randy Moss. But he had some really great Eagles seasons too, and he ran the ball like crazy. Like he was Michael Vick, and he was Lamar Jackson, all those guys before it was a thing. You know.
The count of the under 40 group just went down.
Look, we're just trying to appeal to the old. Like, let's get some of these geriatrics.
You don't remember back in my era? My first draft was Herman, Thurman, and Dan. But that's legitimately the 3 people you just got. Herman, Thurman, and Dan. As his walker shakes under him.
You kids wouldn't understand it.
Back in my day, we chalked it up with the current rag of.
Do you even know what a newspaper is?
We didn't even have a dry erase board. We had to write it down.
So just as a heads up, everyone that knows what you're talking about went to bed an hour ago.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, if we could pivot back to something that's interesting.
Trey Lance.
Oh, don't.
I do remember this newspaper, Brian Ford, but I'm not allowed to talk about it right now.
They can come back on when he learns better. You can't start talking about Trey Lance on this show.
I want to hear before we let them go. I want to hear what you guys are doing on Razzball. Let the people know what you're doing. Tell them about your show. Talk to them about what's going on in your world.
Matt,
take it, Nate.
No, you take it, Matt.
No, you take it, buddy.
All right, I'll take it.
You've been really rolling in the intros and outros.
We started this whole thing back in January. I've had various co-hosts, but the goal is we want to bring Dynasty Fantasy Football to the masses. We want people who maybe are scared by the format, the long-term commitment to it. We want to show them that it's actually not that hard, and it's a lot more fun because you get to talk about football all year. You don't have to go dormant. You don't have to snooze your notifications. You can trade, you can waiver, you can do all sorts of things, and we want to make it simple for the people because Dynasty Fantasy Football is fun. I didn't start playing it until 2020. The pandemic forced me to find it. And I was like, what is this madness? And I am in love. And I am in now 20 Dynasty leagues. And it's a passion. And we want people to see that you might love redraft. But let's try Dynasty out too, because it's not as hard as people make it out to seem. There doesn't need to be a gatekeeper for the format. Have fun with it. Matt, what do you think?
Man, Nate, everything that you're saying makes me wonder how I didn't know all this stuff about you. Were we born on the same day in the same year? Because you just put out like a horoscope that basically you Barnum fortuned everything that I had to say away from me.
That's what I do. I'm
impressive.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, actually,
that's why we're co-hosts.
I got into Dynasty at the same time. I got into it because of the pandemic, and we it's a nice little getaway, and it's a lot of fun. And then you figure out how many like smart, kind, fun degenerates who have the same passion as you spend too much time in it, and you just bump into them and over and over again because you're crossing the same Twitter streets or the same tournament streets or the same sleeper dynasty startup streets. It's fun being out there.
And I love it, guys, because I've been with Razzball for a few years now, and you guys bring something to the table that we really didn't have before, and you're doing a phenomenal job with it, and it's bringing a whole nother level to that dynasty component. So love having you there, and keep doing what you're doing, guys. It's awesome.
I appreciate that, man. It's been fun. I got to say the Razzball team is amazing. Like
so much fun.
You guys make me laugh all day, and it's been a joy to get to work with all you guys. Fantasy besties. Like it's really cool to be on the same network as you guys. It brings joy to my heart. You were one of the early shows that I actually noticed when I joined Fantasy Twitter. I was like, these dudes are just out here having a blast. Like, it's fun and it's enjoyable, and it's cool to be a part of that network.
And that show stemmed from Scott Fishbowl. The 5 of us did not know each other until SFBX, when we all met in a group chat and decided to put a show together. And we still have a text chain going that we talk every single day. Like, that's what Scott Fishbowl does.
Well, that's the cool thing about fantasy football. Like, it brings people that there are so many people that I have become friends with that in the regular world you wouldn't think we would have connected, but here we are. Talk every day.
Talking every day to one of my best friends, Mr. Scampers, who is a cat. You know, a year ago, I never would have imagined that one of my best friends that I talk to every single day is a beautiful, young, sad-looking cat. And he says besties go hard, and he's right. And that's why we're
typically when besties go hard, it ruins the relationship. But this is something different, so it's cool.
You're thinking of furries, I think.
Look at Mike. Look at Mike.
It's a perfect segue because one of my besties is coming on in the next segment. So
who's it going to be?
Besties. I guess you'll have to tune in to find out.
Can't wait.
Or will we? Linda Cooter.
Hey,
this
is awesome in there.
You can't
Mike,
just,
it's off the rails, Mike.
You
I'm
can't
just
just
bringing
throw
them in
people
early.
onto the stream without them knowing about it. What if they were pooping or something? You don't know. What
That's a good point.
I saw Linda's face on Crunch, and I knew they were good to go.
I pre-pod poop all the time, and if you catch me 3 minutes early, you're gonna see some shit. Literally.
Well, when we see you early on Crunch, we'll stay away from it.
We can't do poop talk again. This is what we did last year.
We did do poop talk last year. We got to do something else this year.
Nate and Matt, we're going to let you guys scamper off. You see what I did there, Matt?
Yeah.
And we really did. We love that segment. We love you guys. I look forward to having you back next year. And good luck with everything you do this upcoming season.
Oh, thanks for having us, Sal.
Thanks,
ladies.
guys.
Have fun.
Bye, guys.
Miss
Nate,
you.
I'll see you in a month. Yeah.
See all of you in a month.
Yay.
I got rid of them.
Can't
That's
wait.
it. They're not going to talk around here. Who wants to read these? You want to read these, JB?
Sure. Podathoners, if you want to win your fantasy leagues, you need to visit goingfor2.com. Why going for 2? Because you can't go for 3. Going for 2 has some of the best up-and-coming writers who want to share their passion for the game with you. From redraft to dynasty to daily fantasy, goingfor2.com has it all, including live shows at Going for 2 Live, found on YouTube and syndicated on all major podcasting networks. Visit goingfor2.com today because no one remembers the extra point. Our guest is also brought to you by CampusToCanton.com, a website focused on all things college fantasy, including Dynasty, Devy, College Fantasy, and Campus to Canton leagues. Campus to Canton is the fastest growing format in fantasy where your teams have college and NFL lineups. And as college players enter the NFL, they join your NFL roster. Visit CampusToCanton.com as their team of experts bring you articles, podcasts, cutting-edge tools, exclusive ADP, industry-leading draft guides for Devy, college fantasy, freshman supplemental drafts, and the deepest set of college rankings anywhere. Check out CampusToCanton.com today. That was a mouthful.
Yeah, sorry.
You did it flawlessly.
Yeah, you did. So literally while you were doing it, I was like, he's crushing this.
I would have tripped over Campus to Canton. I would have tripped over it.
And they made me say it like 4 times.
Yeah, you did great.
Thanks, guys.
Somebody's guys
Also
get
throw a
tricky with
reminder
their
out
lineups.
there that we got these giveaways going on. So anybody who's donating in the next couple of hours while I'm hosting, we are giving away this DK Metcalf football and Tiki Barber autographed jersey. So whoever donates the most up until about 11:30 tonight will get their choice of one of these two. And everybody else who donates $25 or more will be entered into something to win the other one. So jump on in and donate. fantasycares.org/Podathon.
Please get in there and start to donate. It's been slow for the last couple of hours, and I understand people are fading out. They've been here all day, and new people are coming in. But I might convince JB to keep that open a little bit longer because we need more. We need more donations to come in because those
Sal,
are amazing.
can I let you know
prizes.
something? I have a group
Please.
chat that there's a word I have to try to drop, and every time I drop it, they're going to donate.
Nice.
And if I can get you guys to figure out what it is with being subtle, then I'm going to donate 100. So it's like,
Is it Weenus?
we're trying. No, it's not Weenus. I have a Weenus mug over here somewhere under one of these hats, though.
Thank God you said mug after you started that. Like I have a weenus, and then you said mug.
Mug.
I thought you were just
That's-
going to stop.
2. But yeah.
Well, we do all have those anyway. So
Yeah.
nice. All right. Well, I'm going to pay attention to
Yeah.
what this
Yeah,
word
I
is.
love word games. I'm like,
It's not
now
like
I'm
it's
locked
general.
in.
It's not something like
Yeah,
Irish
but I'm
Spring soap or something. Like it's very general.
I'm locked in. You can't trick me.
Who
I'll
the
figure it
hell
out.
says Irish Spring soap?
I don't know, or
I don't
like
even know what that.
Nutri-Grain. Like it's not something. It's general, but I think you'll pick up on it.
I think the word is general.
You know.
That was quick.
No, that's not it.
Damn.
Generally speaking. All right. Well, listen. Let's talk. Coodadoodle. Matthew was on earlier. He cursed. I hope you're proud of him. He cursed
did
here on
he?
the show.
Nice.
Oh, he said the F word. He blurred it. And he hijacked Heath Cummings' segment. He stayed all the way into Heath's. Yeah. It was Matthew's great. I mean,
That's what friends do.
Tell me what it's like getting to work with him, because I mean, I know him about 8 years now, and he's always been amazing to us when we were first starting out, and he was our first legitimate guest back in 2016. But what's it like transitioning over and working at Fantasy Life?
Honestly, like everybody feels like friends. I know that sounds cheesy, but I enjoy everybody, and he supports me losing my home league and having to do, loser punishments, and he doesn't judge me. At least he doesn't judge me to my face. So I couldn't ask for a better boss, I guess.
Nice.
I like that
and
idea,
Linda,
Craig.
Yeah. Linda, you're with another one of my old friends who came on my pod back in 2016, Matt Harmon. You're over at Reception Perception, and talk about how that came about and exactly what it is that you're doing over there.
Well, I can't believe it because Matt Harmon was like the very first person that I was like, oh, this like exists in a realm that like I had no idea that this many people would sit and talk about fantasy football and like produce articles and like a whole world opened up when I found him on Twitter. So it's just like wild that I interact with him anyway. But last year they asked me to do some end of the season kicker rankings for their draft guide that comes out, and they liked it, so I get to do it again, which is awesome. To be connected to that is fantastic.
Pretty cool. And I was out in Los Angeles in April, and I got to have some beer with Matt at a brewery after talking to him for so many years. And Matt's a guy who I kind of watched grow up from when he first started to where he is now, and seeing him get married and moving over here. He said he's waiting 3 years before he has a kid, but I said the same thing and got my ex-wife pregnant on the honeymoon, so that's how that goes. But yeah, Matt's a good dude, and if you ever go back and listen to Backyard Banter, which was his original podcast, which they are evergreen, and it's a great launching ground for people who want to get into fantasy. There's so many people who tell their story, and episode 50 is probably the best one, and that's because I'm on for the first 15 minutes.
Well, that would make it the best one. I'll have to go
I'm
find
modest.
it.
I'm very modest.
You always have been very humble.
I don't want to be cheesy, but like Linda and Mike were my Matt Harmons. Like joining Twitter, I'm being for real. Joining Twitter, they were my people that I was like, oh my God, they responded. You know what I mean?
And now we're connected on Goodreads. I mean, how much further can our relationship go?
You can see all the books that I want to read and never do.
You know what's funny, Cooter, is I remember, and plenty of people have brought up this video. It was the video of dumping the White Claw down the drain.
Oh, yeah.
But I actually remember exactly where I was when I saw it. I was at work and I was coming out of a deli just buying lunch, and I saw it. I'm like, oh, this is legitimately hysterical. And I followed you that day, and Linda, I think I might have already been following you by that time. You guys came in right away, true to who you are, and original and different, and you've been solid follows, and happy to see you guys matriculate into working in the business. I don't know if you're doing it full time or if you're doing something else outside of that or not, but whatever you're doing, and the fact that you're able to do that is wonderful. Congratulations on it.
A doctor.
Yeah,
we don't need to talk about my day job.
I'm not saving anyone.
You save me every day. So.
Oh, okay.
Oh, our text message saves me pretty much constantly from losing it. So there's that.
Yeah, it's important.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go see if my pizza rolls are done. I'll be back.
Pizza rolls.
Sal did
Pizza
put that
crust.
perfectly. He put that
He's such
perfectly. You two are like two of the most genuine people in this industry, and you are real to who you are, true to who you are, and you put it out there for everybody. And that's why everybody loves you guys, because you're just awesome people, and you show that every single day with every single post. So you said that perfectly.
Yeah,
Just here
most people
having
just
fun.
it's just they have to only put up with me at like you know, for so long. Like if you know me in person, it's a whole lot more. It's a whole different category, but it's fine.
So what division are you in this year, Linda, and what pick do you have?
Listen, we could talk about Scott Fishbowl, but Cooter and I are in the same division and we're one pick apart. So
That
in
wasn't
terms
on
of-
purpose. That wasn't on purpose.
Yeah, okay. It really wasn't.
There was only 2 picks left when I got in. There was only 2 left, I feel like.
All right, so
Yeah.
Cooter, you know, when we ask you a question on the Podathon, like legally, you have to answer it. So, who are you
Who you
taking with your
taking?
first pick?
I don't know. I guess it's going to depend who Linda takes because she's right before me. She's
you have
going
the third
second.
pick.
No, wait.
Are you 3 or 5? I can't remember.
Oh,
if
I thought I was 4. Hold on.
No, Linda's
because
definitely
I'm
4,
four.
or she jumped in the wrong chat, and no one
Hold
would be
up.
on that chat on purpose if they didn't have to be.
Okay, then I'm 3. So, Linda, who do you want?
No.
Yeah, I won't do
You're
that.
not
I
the
won't do that.
host. You can't ask the questions. You have to answer.
You're right.
them.
You're right. I won't do
I,
that to Linda.
I asked her in the group chat like 3 weeks ago, and she was like, I don't know.
I haven't done any mock drafts. I'm like, I need to go look at the scoring. I know that Travis Kelce is probably not going to make it to me.
Just
So
take
that's gonna
Jake
be
Moody,
sad.
and we'll just go from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm probably
What
going
division are you guys in?
Oh, Bob's Burgers. Bob's Burgers.
Of course. I knew that. I knew that. I should.
I really had no other choice. It was once I saw it was like, I think you have to commit to the Linda thing and just like send it. So that's what I
Yes.
did.
And your Avi is so good too. It's so good.
Yes.
Loop is the entire, like every Avi I have seen come out this year has been so good. There have been some
Mhm.
like pieces of art that I'm like,
Mhm.
how did you do that? How did you do that? I wouldn't
And they're
do that.
sneaking the fish in too. I thought that was kind of cool.
I love when he does that. And he'll put
Yeah,
like
Luke does that
20
for
fish
sure.
in one Avi. Like he's a beast like that.
You
Mhm.
say Avi. We say Avi.
Oh, yeah. I do
Is
that.
that
I
is
have
that my New
problems.
York?
I do Avi too. Avi?
No,
What
because
did
I say Abby. Is that how JB says
Well,
it?
it's an avatar, so
Yeah.
I guess
I say
technically it would
Abby.
be an Ava, but I'm not saying that.
Now I'm overthinking it.
If it was an
You say it like me,
avatar,
right, Coot?
I don't know. Now I need to go. Someone check the tape. I don't know what I
you
said.
said
Mike,
Abby.
break the tie.
Okay.
Break the tie.
Abby. Okay.
It's Abby.
All right, so I'm just wrong. Never mind.
Like,
Yeah.
you're an idiot, JB.
Yeah.
Or you're distinguished like Tarjay. Like it's Avi. You know.
I like it. I like it.
Look at this
I like
distinguished gentleman. Very distinguished indeed. Yes.
That's what I think of when I think of JB. Distinguished.
Yeah, it flows. It just flows off the tongue.
All right, so we can't talk strategy because they're in the same division picking next to each other. So there's no strategy talk in this.
I'll
You
tell you
think I
this.
booked these two to talk strategy? Is that actually what you think when you looked at the schedule? You thought, oh, these 3 idiots are going to come on and talk strategy with each other.
We're gonna crunch numbers. We're
Yeah.
gonna
Do
talk.
you have a spreadsheet you'd like to share with the group?
I will say Linda's kicker rankings are being thrown around in every group chat because it's like nobody knows how to
Mr.
look at
Fish.
kickers
Yeah.
and they know it's important. So they're like, hey, Linda knows kickers. Linda's doing a great job with kickers. Let's all listen to Linda.
Yeah. I didn't do like rankings. I just did last year's stats, but I actually think once we get done here, I'm gonna sit down and crank out a spreadsheet for a ranking and drop that tomorrow because too many people have asked. And I just didn't like think about it.
We need it.
So
Could you
I'll
just
probably
text
do
it
that
to me
tomorrow.
and not to Coop?
Yeah,
That'd be
send it to the
Yeah.
besties chat. Sorry,
I'll
besties
block
chat
him.
gets
I'll
it.
block him before.
And also, everything I said earlier was a lie. Now that Scott's here, I've been doing mock drafts like crazy. I've been studying these scoring
Nobody
systems like
studies for this league,
crazy.
man. Nobody.
So
No,
ready.
I
Nope.
do not. The last 2 years, I did mock drafts.
Hello.
Hi, Ian.
Hello.
I did. The mock drafts
he's
didn't
around
matter.
here,
I
but don't
pivoted
swear. No, I'm
and
just kidding.
picked an
Swear.
entirely different strategy by the time I got to my first round pick. So this year, I did no mock drafts, and I'm just gonna wing it.
That's the
I think it'll
spirit.
go better.
That's how it goes. Yeah.
I think
Well-
my guts sometimes. I think I outsmart myself. Like I get like I make it too hard sometimes. I think.
Do y'all remember when
Just
I
gonna-
winged it? Wang it? When I wung it? When
Wang
I
it.
whatever
Wang it.
past tense of wing.
You wanged it? Don't
I-
wang it.
When remember when I took Tannehill and I was like,
That was
I'm
awesome.
gonna just
that
didn't
was
go
awesome.
well.
Yeah, you were the
remember
highest
that.
person in like fishbowl history to take Tannehill.
Yeah, it was rough.
And
I
like
just
107
like,
or something.
You ever just get that like right before you hit draft, you just get that little gut, that little butterfly, and you're like, you know what? This is
It's
it.
the move.
And
Yeah.
I felt so good about it.
Last year I took Adam Thielen like wide receiver 9, so it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
You're terrible at this.
Thank you.
I took Evan
he was
Ingram
my
3
wide
rounds too
receiver
high.
one
If
on
that
my
helps.
team last year, so still made the playoffs somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I wing it every year. I've made the playoffs 10 out of 12 of the SFBs, and
See,
I wing
Scott
it every year. I don't even look at. I
wang
don't
it.
care. I have no
Wangs.
idea what the score it is
That's-
each year
and
either. I pretend
Feels like
like
a
I
really
do.
good percentage. Feels
Yeah,
like a pretty
I
good
made 1 out
percentage.
of 3. You've made literally you've missed the playoffs as much as I have, and I've done this 3 times.
Same.
I
Very
put this
much
up
same.
because Robbie Lawler just had a knockout. If anybody's watching the UFC,
I was, but then I came on here and thought it'd be rude to be watching the UFC.
Yeah. It feels really
Leave him
rude.
alone. He's eating his pizza rolls.
In fairness, it's not like Sal's the host of this thing or anything. So like,
oh wait, is this still on?
Are you having a little? Are you having a little juice box with your pizza rolls when you're fighting?
I have water. Mommy gave me water.
Oh, that's good. You gotta have water. Keeps you hydrated. In
just
fact,
happen to give
before
you
I came
full
on,
size.
I was like, I don't feel very good, and then I remembered I hadn't had water since like 8 a.m. So
that could
I had
do
a
it.
water. Yeah, I was like, wow, I feel better. Or
I
it
was
the
just
edible. Had to
focused
be one
on
or the other.
having. I was just focused on having my weenus mug here for Cooter, and I didn't fill it.
Yeah. But hey, it's the thought that counts.
big day for fantasy life on Monday.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I do, but
No, I do. I'm trying to build suspense.
I'm sure you
So-
do. Everybody
so last-
tune into fantasylife.com on Monday.
I don't know
so
what it
funny.
could be.
Last year, Matthew waited one day till after the Podathon to announce that he was leaving ESPN. And
Yeah.
this year, he can't announce the Fantasy Life announcement.
Oh.
I have nothing in life. He can't give me this.
Oh, no. That jerk face does it all the time. I'll text him that and say, "Jerk face, what are you doing, buddy?"
It's the
Wow.
weirdest thing for
I
me
love
when I listen to the radio show on Sirius XM and Kendall refers to Cooter by her actual name, and it's just the weirdest thing to me. It's like, no, it's
Yeah.
Cooter Doodle.
I did that with Bosch the other day. He's like, I'll never get used to that.
So when I go to
used
Canton,
Cooter's name.
it's going to be my first time going. And I'm like, I don't know if y'all do name tags or something. I don't know. Like,
No, we
but-
all get shirts with our Twitter.
My name tag
avatar
says
on it.
Linda.
but you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
Everybody knows what you look like. They'll figure it
Yeah.
out.
Okay.
When my mom texted me earlier to ask what time I went on, the text I sent back had both referenced Mike, but she's like, "Is that Daddy's home?" Every time. So
The
I
Mike.
just Daddy's home, and then also I just call Cooter Coot.
Mhm.
Like I just keep shortening it. So the text
You
was
love
like,
the monosyllable.
Daddy's home
monosyllabic
scheduled
nickname.
me and
It's
two
great.
for whatever. And I was like, that is an interesting text message with no context.
So does that mean Mama Delians is watching? What's up, Mama Delians?
Mom Delians, what's up?
If she made it this far, she is. She might be disappointed. She might have gave up.
Well, I mean, they were talking about furries right before they let us on. So that might have been
Yeah. Yeah. She
We
logged
clipped
on too
that really
early.
quickly, though. We shut that down quick.
It felt good, though, to know that the chaos had already begun. That was nice.
I
So
mean,
did-
Shane
yeah.
was on before you. You knew it was going to already be there, right?
But
Once
if
he
you
comes
tuned
on,
in
the
with
rest of
two-
it's off the rails.
Oh, stop it, Sal. Do you remember what you said during the jerky challenge? That was 4 hours before Sal got here, before Shane got here. When you're like, I've had this
What did I
in
say?
my mouth before.
That's
pretty-
not the exact quote. I've had this in my mouth before. Is what I said.
The exact quote doesn't matter. I will change it to whatever I need to. We'll play the telephone game
To
and
make
just
it work.
worse every time. Yeah.
What is Sal eating there? What are you eating, Sal?
Pizza rolls.
Well, I'm
Pizza rolls,
legitimately
okay.
eating
Because
pizza
he's a
rolls.
grown
Whole big
man.
old plate of them.
You wanna
Pepperoni
hear
or
something-
combination?
really
combos.
weird about the theme this year. I toyed with two themes: food and beverages, and food and beverages I don't like.
Oh,
Which would have been things like pickles, or onion rings where the onion to breading ratio is off, or any kind of white sauce, except for garlic aioli, which is good, or or I had a bunch of them.
Those
I had a
are
bunch of them that were
really long league
They were
names.
super long. And that was the problem. They were way too
Brace
way too
ribs when they're a
long.
little too sticky.
It just didn't work out.
Would there have been enough, Scott?
Oh, there would have been enough. Trust me. Any kind of leafy green. That's a division. The any kind
Scott's
of
just
leafy
living
green
off of like
division.
dino nuggies
Yeah,
or
what
something.
are you eating?
Is Ian as picky as you are?
Or like mayonnaise, but it's okay in cocktail sauce, or okay in garlic aioli, or horseradish sauce, but it's okay in cocktail sauce. Like those kind of divisions. 275
I
of
need
those.
to understand. I want actually this list. I'm curious now because I feel like we could break it apart and get you to try things because you're so close.
I
Like
have.
you know what I mean?
I have one that's absolutely would be censored, so I'm just going to keep it to myself.
Oh,
especially
my.
since we saw we saw your son make an appearance. I'm going to keep it to myself.
Oh no, no, you're good. You're good.
No, it was like that one girl that one time, like things you
Oh,
ID.
God damn it. I knew it. I knew it. As soon as he said, I'm going to keep it to myself, I was like, A, no, he isn't. And B, I know exactly what it is.
I was like, oh, it must be some kind of phallic food.
No.
It was like bananas.
Could have
I
been a
get
crow.
it.
Yeah, crow
He is currently watching the Colts Vikings historic comeback on the TV there. He's not listening.
Nice.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that, Scott. I absolutely love how into it he is, how into every aspect of it he is. And thank you for sharing that with the rest of us.
Dude, I would
He
pay
is.
for
He's
10%
been
of
on a
that
couple
in my
shows
kid.
this week, dropping his kicker rankings. I don't know if you caught that, Linda. He was dropping his kicker rankings.
Competition.
Oh, I did
Waving
hear
me
that.
down. He went
I did
on.
hear
He
that.
went on Fantasy Alarm and dropped some kicker rankings
What?
earlier.
That's incredible.
Was that today or yesterday? Ian?
Yeah.
Yes.
He had Evan
Yesterday.
McPherson, Harrison Bucker, and Justin Tucker. I did hear that.
Yeah.
That's my guy.
And then for Fantasy Football Weekly, he was dropping some sleepers, dropping his late round SFB sleepers.
Oh, do you want to hear? So my daughter has this. I'll tell this story really fast. My daughter has this bunny. His name is Scott. I'm not really sure how he got there, but he had to have a bath a couple weeks ago. Like it needed to happen, and so he's in a bowl of water. And Piper said, "Scott Fishbowl." And it took me a minute to I was like, okay. And then while I was doing dishes later, I was like, she's clever. So just like infiltrated my house.
My wife hates that name. I know. I don't even use that name. I say SFB or the Fishbowl. I always wanted to be the Fishbowl, like when it turned from the invitational to the Fishbowl, but fishbowl.com, .net, .org, all those were taken. So I just put Scott Fishbowl and I called it the Fishbowl. It didn't take. People threw the Scott in there anyway for 10 years. I have no control over it.
Have like good marketing? Why are all those taken?
Fish. It's Big Fishbowl. Big Fishbowl has everything locked down. Apparently,
We gotta check into this, guys.
I tell you.
I like how somebody was talking about what they're wearing to the expo, and Scott was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna wear a shirt with my name on it."
Yeah. Have you seen me the last couple of years? I literally do, but it's like a great
An
Scott
Under Armour
Black
one, right?
Panther shirt, or it's a Fish Under Armour shirt. I don't wear my own. I don't wear the SFP merch. I wear other stuff that has my name.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sneaky. You're sneaky.
Sneaky. Very, 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 very sneaky.
I think last year was when Scott told us his packing strategy.
Oh my
you
gosh.
pack like your old undies, your old socks, your old. So
Yep.
you're like, whatever, I'll leave it.
Absolutely.
It's fine. Don't
Oh,
even come back.
I think that was right after he bought his second pair of jeans, right?
Oh yeah. I was big time in it. With 2 pairs of jeans. No, I get this. My wife and I went to France last November or so. We went to Paris. We go every like 5 years or so, whatever, 10 years. I don't know. But we went with 2 duffel bags and 2 backpacks. We got rid of so much stuff that we got rid of a whole duffel bag and we came home with 3 bags instead of 4. Just
Nice.
leave it in France.
I think over there they call it avies. Those little pictures. That's why they call it.
I think they do.
We. So, Coot, did we get to the word yet? Like, did we get the word in at all yet?
I don't know. I've been seeing a ton of people in the chat talking. They think it's Wang. Like they're like, "That's Wang incredible. Wang, 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 Wang." I'm like, we're about to wash their mouth out with soap or something. It's getting wild.
No, that was just her trying to figure out the past tense of wing.
Yeah,
I think it's
wanged it.
soap. I think it's
Wanged it.
soap.
You wung it.
Is it soap?
I don't know. It might be, Linda.
I think it's soap.
Oh, so tell the story again. And
Soap,
did
soap.
Piper wash Scott with soap?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
we had to have.
Yeah.
Have to have what?
How much money is donated every
She
time?
brought up Irish Spring soap. It's all coming
And
together.
then she was like, they're going to have to wash their mouths out with soap.
soap?
Listen,
Hmm.
I fuck with word games. Word games are my shit.
Yeah. But you know what? It works because now I donate too, so it's good.
Nice.
I know. We
It's
love
good,
to see
it's
it. I'm just glad I got to play a game. I was not prepared for a game. And so, like, then I forgot we were playing.
I've learned a lot about myself. Everyone's like, it must be Wang. It's definitely Wang.
I mean, I think you can look in the mirror and see why people might assume that that was the word.
Do y'all not say that in daily conversation?
Wang?
But really, what's the past tense of wing? Is it wung or winged?
Wing.
I think it's winged.
Winged.
You winged it?
Winged. Winged.
I would
Yeah,
I
winged.
would use ed.
Yeah,
Oh, I feel like
I
wung.
think.
You wung it. I wung it.
I mean, I
No.
like wung, but I think it would sound like I won it if I was just talking. So I would probably do
Maybe.
winged.
Yeah, I think winged.
Can we get a vote in the chat just real quick? Wing,
Wang,
wung, please.
Or winged.
I'm going winged.
It's winged. Like there's no wung. Like no
I
one's
like
ever
it.
said the word wung before.
I'm
until
Googling
this
wung.
podcast.
My mom's gonna
Googling
text me the answer because this is the kind of shit that I like.
We're
to
breaking
check
ground
out.
with new words.
Jenna, come on, tell me it's winged because it has.
She
to.
said she can't figure out how to comment. She texted me. She was like, "I'm watching, but I don't know how to comment."
So Mom Delian saw us all say hi.
Yeah, she's in it.
Good. Well wung. Yes, Bob. Well wung.
See? No.
Did you Google it?
Yeah, and then I went to a Reddit page and it didn't give me an answer.
It's winged. It has to be winged.
It's definitely winged.
It says winged it, but then it gives like it could be a verb where you would say wung it, and if it was another kind of verb, it would be wang it. So I guess it just depends. I don't know.
JWB says wanged it. A combo.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, because winged.
But that's like
means having
wanged
wings.
would
It's
be a
not past
double
tense.
past.
Ooh.
Wanged would be double past. I feel like you can't do the ed with wang. Sorry, John.
You're the doctor. Tell us.
The hell's the point of being a doctor if you don't know this answer?
You've seen
Like
my
you don't
typos.
save people. You don't know what winged is.
Yeah, it's just so
What are you
that every
doing?
now and then at work, people like, respect me a little bit. That's all
Dr.
it was. That's
Doodle,
all it was for.
paging Dr. Doodle.
Oh, I would legit turn to that person and be, excuse me, it's Dr. Cooter. Like I would just say
No.
that every day.
No.
My mom said with 2 exclamation points that she's behind wanged.
Oh,
Wanged.
oh.
I-
That's a
you
hard
know,
vote right there. 2 exclamation points.
2
Yeah.
exclamation points. Yeah.
I got to stay in this conversation. There's so many things I could jump in and say, and it could be completely inappropriate.
See,
I
you're going to
wang,
say
I
you're
wang,
not
I
going to do it,
conquer.
and then you're going to do
You
it.
wouldn't
want
want to do that, Sal.
Yeah. We wouldn't want to ruin the whole show by saying something inappropriate again.
I love that Sal is like giving us a side profile as he eats.
And watch
I don't
yeah.
know
little
why. It's
fighting
like
man.
it's beautiful.
Because he already told us he's watching UFC.
Should we get the
Side
double view?
profile,
Hold on,
yeah.
wait. Oh, that one didn't come out right.
He's
On
like the pizza
backstage,
roll
we have different.
pruner.
We have different angles on him backstage. He's got some kind of multi-view.
And he really
Ooh.
half-asses this hosting job.
You're doing
Horrible
great,
at it.
Sal. I'm having a great time.
I am on hour 13 and a half. For God's sakes, fish.
Dude, I get it.
Honestly, you were this bad though at 8:30, so it's not like it's the time that made you this way. We were
No,
on.
no.
Me and Scott were
Did you
both
see that first hour? He was much worse.
See, it's probably a bell
He
curve.
settled in.
It's a
I was
bell
gonna say,
curve. He
Scott, we were
peaks
both
real
on
quick.
at that time. We know what he opened like.
Like me playing beer pong.
Yeah.
I like
Trying to
Jamie's.
set it. Well,
I like Jamie's idea. Jamie's gonna get Cooter a personalized Saints jersey that said Wang.
Oh my god. Oh my
So
god.
Sal, did you burn the skin off the top of your mouth yet, or you're not actually eating pizza rolls? There's only two right answers here.
They're like still frozen in the middle.
Did you cook them in the microwave or in the stove?
No, in the oven.
Toaster oven.
Okay.
Gotta go
No,
toaster
an
oven.
actual full-sized oven. And
Okay.
I've learned the fine art. I live alone now for 6 years. You know, I've actually
makes
become
sense.
an adult again.
As he eats pizza
That's with a
rolls.
pizza roll.
First of all, how
The
dare
adult.
you? How dare you insult the pizza roll? It's not
I'm
like
an
it's a
adult.
Hot Pocket.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
I'm a man. I'm 40. So, I'm out. I can't come back from that. I'm out.
Look, I just gotta say, I'm team microwave on those. I didn't think that was.
No.
Yeah.
Treat
Pizza
yourself.
rolls?
Oh my god, you
Pizza
crazy.
rolls?
Gotta put them in. Yeah,
Oven
I
cook.
mean,
they're going in oven.
pizza rolls.
But
to me
I
are like
they're either cold
hangover
or they
food.
splooge. Like,
You need to. Oh,
yeah, dude.
Linda has a magic word for the
Yours
day.
don't splooge.
They need to splooge, or else you didn't cook them enough.
You know.
But they do
Right.
pop a little bit in the microwave, but I just feel like whenever you get
Your
pizza
mother is
rolls, you're
watching,
usually in a
for God's
rush.
sakes.
You're usually in a rush with pizza rolls.
Okay.
It's not like a delicacy.
Do you have
Like,
an air fryer? Like, can you just
We do.
meet us in the middle?
No.
But I don't mess with
I don't have
them.
enough kitchen space for an air fryer.
Mine just
so
takes
I
up my
do
whole
them in
kitchen, but I don't care because I cook everything in it.
I do them
Like
in
my
the oven.
stove takes up more room, and I don't know how to use that damn thing. But I hit a little button that says French fries
Right.
on an air fryer, and French fries come out. I mean, what the
I
hell?
would love it if you took out the stove and just put the air
Just
fryer
put
on
the
the
air fryer
floor. This is my new stove.
I don't know what y'all are having, but it's right there.
Oh man. Well, this segment was brought to you by Wang, Splooge, and Soap.
Wow, so we have to actually wrap it up already.
That feels like the process there.
I just know whoever's next is in like the waiting room right now, and they're probably just. I'm
Yeah.
Poor
sorry.
Jeff has been back there listening to this the whole time.
Follow that one up, Jeff.
And it's only 10. You should see what it gets like at 2 around these parts.
Oh, I can't wait to jump in the chat just like middle of the night and see some crazy stuff.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to go apologize to my kids for all of you. Enjoy the rest of the show. I'll pop on later.
Say soap before you leave, Mike.
Soap, 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 soap.
Bye,
this-
Soapy friends.
This was great. Coot, Linda, you guys are awesome. You know how we all feel about you guys. You're
Literally
gems.
everybody feels.
Yep,
Yeah, you guys are way
gems.
too nice. I'm uncomfortable with it. Gonna have to unpack when we get out of
Insult
here.
us.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We love you guys and keep doing what you're doing.
Bye,
Thanks,
guys. See
guys.
y'all in a month.
See you later. Yeah, see you in a month.
See you next month. I gotta go too, guys.
Thanks for hanging, Scott.
I jump in. See ya.
All right, pal. Be good.
Later.
Well, I think we got an actual commercial for this one, don't we, Sal?
We do, but unfortunately, the people that planned this out didn't give me the commercial.
Oh no!
So I'm just gonna say to my friends at Trophies Mac, unless somebody else jumps in, and I think that Steven and Dave are probably both sleeping because they're on later tonight and tomorrow. To my Matt Walsh at Trophies Mac, we're good friends for many years now. You guys have done an amazing job being a title sponsor. We've shown the commercial today. So just remember the commercial we showed earlier today, and that's the one we'd be showing right now. If I was actually given it by anyone who foresaw the fact that they were leaving me here with nobody but JB. So
We can remind the people about the giveaway then and to donate to fantasycares.org/podathon. We got an autographed DK Metcalf football. We got an autographed Tiki Barber jersey. giving them away to anybody who's donating $25 or more. Whoever gives the highest donation gets their choice of the two. Everybody else gets entered for a chance to win the other. So please, 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 this is what we're all here for. Sal mentioned it before. This all came from the idea of a telethon and the Jerry Lewis telethons that we used to watch when we were younger. This is the Podathon, and it's to raise money for Fantasy Cares. So please, fantasycares.org/Podathon.
Here's the good news. Dave Wright's going to be here in a minute with the commercial. He just messaged.
Spaceman always comes through, man.
So, Jeff and Kyle, just be a little bit more patient, fellas. We're going to get to you in a minute. And the other thing nobody filled, they might have, and I got 8 gazillion chats going on Twitter today. Mark Schofield, who's supposed to follow these guys up.
We got somebody.
You did?
Yep, we're good.
All right, perfect.
We're good. Mark had COVID, and unfortunately, we hope we get better, Mark, and he's not going to be able to join us, but we did fill that slot with a guest that's actually been a sponsor for a few years, too, so it's awesome to have him on. I'm looking forward to that one. Should I tell you, or are you just going to, wait to
is that where Dynasty Rewind is showing up?
Yep, that's what Mike's coming in for us.
Now, JB, I know I'm a little bit older than you, right? So I'm going to explain to you in the future, when somebody's sick, you just don't blurt their information out on the air. You say, they couldn't make it. You're like, he got COVID. Hi. You violate every HIPAA violation in the world.
I'm not his doctor. I just want to wish him well. I want him to get better, I wanted to make sure that, hey, there's a reason he's not with us, and we hope that he gets better soon. I'm not his doctor. I don't have HIPAA laws.
That's it. As a guy who works in a hospital, I'm now liable for you opening your mouth.
No, but I was really looking forward to hanging with him, and hopefully we'll get to do it again next year, and that he does get better soon. Spaceman coming through like usual. Look at this guy, man. He's gonna be on in the overnights. He should be sleeping right now, but look at him coming to save the day. That's what he does.
I'm setting up my half done studio right now, so I have to. So I'm gonna play the video right now for Trophy Smack.
You want to make your fantasy sports league more than a fantasy? Hold my baby. Mike! Then you need Trophy Smack. It's the #1 store for fantasy and tournament trophies, belts, draft boards, loser awards, and other ridiculous products. Click the link and get free shipping.
Nice.
Shipping.
Free shipping. All right, so let's bring these guys in because they've been very patient. Jeff's been in the back laughing. I could see him laughing during that entire segment. And let's get Kyle up here. All right, guys, what's going on? Welcome to the SFP.
Well, we're not a couple of good-looking ladies, so everybody left us.
You don't sell yourself short. You're a pretty good-looking lady.
He really is. It's just wait till you see those legs. He keeps them off air.
It's true.
It's getting weird. It's getting wild. It's getting late. Keep your camera up here. So, guys, come on in. Introduce yourself. We'll start with Kyle and tell everybody a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, Kyle Lindemann. I'm with Rotoballer, Marine Corps veteran. I've been in the fantasy space for about 1.5 years. I mean, I've been playing for God, how many years, but kind of entered the space, 1.5 years ago. So want to give a shout out to a couple people who really helped me get started. Kevin Coleman, Jeff Bell, Adam Koffler, Andrew Cooper. Love you guys.
Well, first, let me say thank you for your service, since you mentioned that there. And let's go over to Jeff and have him tell us about himself. Yeah, you better be as impressive as Kyle. He's already got a leg up on that.
Yeah, well, I'm not a Marine. So my name's Jeff DiMatteo. I have been kind of bouncing around the fantasy industry, kind of just on the periphery, if you will, mostly through Twitter and some other spaces. And then, started my own website, gridironratings.com, in the last couple of years here. And been slowly kind of building up some of that content and, just trying to view fantasy from a different lens and trying to give people a different perspective and, remind people that we're here to have some fun at the same time.
I love it. What division are you in and what pick do you have?
Well,
you already drafted.
Yeah.
Oh, you a live draft guy.
Yeah, live drafting in Atlanta today, Waffle House division. Let's go Waffle House.
Nice.
sitting there in the 6th spot, and feel pretty good about the team so far. And so I don't know how deep you want to go into that, especially after all the Wang conversation. I thought maybe we should follow that up with some more detail there. But
You said how deep and then when. Welcome to the show, Jeff.
Hey man, you got to follow that up with something. I figured I couldn't just be too bland here. I gotta, gotta.
No,
spice
but
up
Jeff,
a
we do want to hear that because that's the stuff that everyone who hasn't drafted yet is looking for. So that's great that we get to hear that insight on a draft that's actually happened and how that kind of first 10 rounds or first few rounds at least played out for you.
Yeah, I mean, we did the first 10, and we're going to do the rest of it on Monday. Very quarterback heavy first round. The 2 divisions, we had Coke was going with us too, and theirs was a little different. They're a little more tight end heavy on the first round there. Kelsey didn't go till the 3rd pick, which we thought was interesting. Hertz went number 1, and so kind of a different look than what I've seen in some of the mocks and things like that. I personally did 0 mocks and 0 research. I put together a cheat sheet at about 1 o'clock in the morning, and was ready to roll this morning. But felt pretty good walking out of there to the 6 hole with Herbert, Cousins. I ended up with the Sun God. Garrett Wilson came on board too. DeAndre Swift. Let's see. I'm trying to think of offhand who else I got. It's been a busy day. I was a little light at tight end. I didn't get my tight end until round 10. I got Greg Dulcich, and but I stacked up a wide receiver.
You got Pacheco.
Yeah, I got Pacheco at running back, DeAndre Swift, Drake London's on the squad, and so pretty stacked little unit. I like it quite a bit.
Nice. Kyle, were you in the same division as Jeff?
No, I couldn't get a live draft. I did the live draft at the Hall of Fame last year. It was freaking awesome.
Nice.
But closest, because I'm in Cleveland, so closest one was like Buffalo or Cincinnati, and it was just kind of hard to get there for a day. So I'm drafting on Monday from the 103. So pretty much going with one of the 3 quarterbacks. I just feel like that's the move.
What division are you in?
Red Robin.
Nice. Yum.
But the Red Robins over by SJB, they opened up and they failed in Long Island. And
Yep. Yeah.
out of
There's one
business.
in what? Belmore, right? Belmore, Merrick.
There was
Gone.
one in West Babylon, right by me, and next town over for me. Gone.
Yep.
By the
Couldn't
way,
hang.
you guys missed Jeff's pretty stacked little unit. He's still doing Wang talk. So
I like to be on theme here. I don't want to. If anybody's been watching and listening for a couple of segments here, I just kind of want to keep the flow going.
I like it. Jeff, you said you got Herbert at the 6, right?
Yes, sir.
So was that your target, or did somebody go 5? So I'm picking from the 5 spot, and we're assuming that Kelsey and the top 3 quarterbacks are going to be gone. So Herbert's part of that conversation of what to do at 5. Was that your target, or did someone go 5 that you were looking at?
Herbert was kind of in the range where I assumed that's who I was going to land, and the board just kind of came to me. I didn't go into the draft saying, "Well, I want Herbert." It was more like, I want one of these 3 or 4 guys. If they come to me, that'll be great. The Burrows, the Herberts, those kinds of players. And Herbert came to me, and it was just ideal. I love getting a quarterback who can chip in a little bit if he's healthy rushing, and then not only that, but you get Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, and Quentin Johnston exposure, not to mention a little bit of Austin Eckler on the backfield. You can't ask for a better set of weapons at that point in the draft when some of the other more premium guys are already gone.
Yep, and that's part of that conversation we're having. It's either Herbert and Burrow, like you said, and Lamar. A lot of people are talking about Lamar because of the rushing upside and the different scoring settings this year. So, I mean, that's why I was kind of wondering who went 5 and if you were targeting that guy or if you were targeting Herbert. Because I honestly, I still have no idea. We're drafting next week. Sal's in my division, so I wouldn't say it anyway. But we're drafting next week, and I still have no idea. If the 3 of them fell to me, don't know who I'd take.
Well, I pick 11. Say whatever you want to say. I pick an 11.
Lamar actually went the lowest in your draft. He went 101 in a draft. He went at the 108 in your draft, which was the lowest that he went in the 11 draft or 12 drafts.
Okay.
Yeah, so Lamar was right in that range. He went just after I had picked. So yeah, there was Burrow. I think was right before me. I think he was at 5.
Makes sense. Huh. All right. So Kyle,
11 drafts.
Kyle, I'll stick with quarterbacks for you because I know you like the rookies. You do a lot of draft analysis, right? So I want to ask you about CJ Stroud and Bryce Young. Do you think either or both of these guys could be, sneaky late round value in Scott Fishbowl with the scoring settings the way they are this year?
Yes. I think the frustrating part for me, because I'm a huge CJ Stroud fan, I'm a huge Bryce Young fan. I think both can like really hit the ground running. I just think what sucks is like they both have like two of the worst receiving groups in the NFL. That is probably the number one thing. I'm just like, man, I just don't think as a rookie quarterback that like you can elevate an offense to a high level without somebody to help you. So I think they could be good for the second half. I think the interesting thing about Stroud is he's really got sneaky rushing upside. Like I wouldn't surprise me if he ended up rushing for like 450, 500 yards this year. So that could
he might
really
have
could
to
help his value. Yeah. I think I'm definitely bullish on both. I'm just worried about the supporting cast. I think that's where I'm just like, but maybe those guys have value and maybe no one else around them does because they spread the ball around so much.
So you say it would add value. You know, they got the point per carry and also point per first down rushing, 0.25 per carry, I should say, and a point per first down. If he can get that kind of yardage, it does up the value for sure.
Yeah, and I actually have a video on my Twitter of like some of his runs over the last 3 years, and like, you know, he's not Anthony Richardson or anything like that, but he's actually a much better athlete than most people would think. I think probably one of my hardest projections so far that I like go back and forth on is trying to figure out exactly how much Bryce Young is going to rush. Like he's a pretty good athlete, he's a really good scrambler, but he's not really a runner. So he can run. I just don't know how much he's going to run.
All right, so we're gonna put Stroud above Young, and we think that he can be a sneaky late round value with this scoring setting. So
yeah, I don't know if he's above Young. I think they're kind of like 1A, 1B for me throughout the whole draft process. I really wasn't, you know, I gotta fix my camera here, but I really wasn't, you know,
keep it up.
I really wasn't gonna fight anybody either way if they had him at one or two.
yeah. So Jeff, with those scoring settings like the ones that Sal mentioned, are you making any adjustments to how you're ranking people? Right? Because I know you're big on the rankings. Are you making any ranking adjustments for Scott Fishbowl based on the scoring?
Yeah, so I have an entire projections doc that I just put the scoring settings in and it readjusts all the ranks for me. And then I print that out and take it with me. That's why I did no research. I was like, well, I'm just going to do what the projections tell me to. And so, yeah, I mean, there's a whole adjustment, but truthfully, you know, I just kind of plop it into the spreadsheet there and it, kicks out what I should be doing. And, that's how you end up with the team I have right now. It's like, for those that were following me last year, they know that I went bully tight end. And with the tight end settings, you think I might have done that again, but everyone in my division decided to snatch up the tight ends this year because they saw me coming. So I had to completely pivot and go wide receiver, and I just stacked up the wide receiver room instead.
You just keep hitting them, don't you, Jeff?
Yeah, it's body shots all day long. Getting the ribs, getting there, and then when they're not looking, I like to come for the haymaker.
I actually did something similar last year. I was at the 109. I started Lamar, Andrews, and Pitts, but obviously it was undone by injuries.
Yeah, Bob, the wang is there. Jeff's throwing him in. He's throwing him in very subtly.
Come on, Bob. I'm trying to keep it low key. I try to just slide it right in there.
Bob, you're supposed to be the mature one here, for God's sakes.
Bob's got it figured out. He knows what the people want.
Kyle, I did that a couple years ago with the double tight end strategy. I don't know if it wasn't last year, it was the year before. It was Andrews' big year. I got Andrews in like the 4th round, and then I don't know, maybe it was Hawkinson in the 5th round or something like that. But it was 2 tight ends that ended up like 2 top 5 tight ends, and it got me to the semifinals. So it definitely works. And even more so this year with the boost to tight ends. So that could be a solid strategy for somebody.
Yeah, I made the quarterfinals, and I think I missed advancing by like 1.7. But my best pick was like round 20, Geno Smith, and he was just like won me the super flex spot every week.
Yeah, that was a good one. And who's going to be that guy this year? I mean, I don't know. You saw Geno last year was, I mean, at the end of drafts because people didn't even know if he was going to be the starting quarterback. Who could be that guy this year? Is there a sneaky name that you think that could be that guy?
Sam Howell. But Washington's got to come firing on all cylinders out of the gate. They can't start 1-5 or, something along those lines. I think they would switch to Brissett if that's the case. So they've really got to hit the ground running. But Sam Howell got some sneaky rushing upside. I feel like he really could be good.
My guys actually just popped up in the comments here. I like Desmond Ridder. to be that guy. I like Howell, but how do you hate Ritter when you've got Drake London? Looks like he's going to have a breakout year. You got to love Kyle Pitts, and then Bijan Robinson catches the ball like a receiver. And now that he's got such a dearth of weapons and arguably the best offensive line in football, like this is a guy that you can let him rip this year, and he could be a really sneaky ad for somebody 10th round or later. He's still on the board, I think, in the Waffle House division.
All right,
Not
so
saying
let's
I'm
take the same premise over to running back. So the best pick I ever had in the Scott Fishbowl was the year Le'Veon Bell was holding out, and I got James Conner in like the 21st round.
Wow.
And it was the same year that Aaron Jones was suspended for 4 games, and I got him in like the 7th round. And I ran all the way to the semifinals, and they both got hurt that week. And so that kind of screwed me that year. But who could be that running back that we're not thinking about right now that we could get in them? I mean, 18, 19 in the 20s and could really bolster that unit. It happens every year. It happens in this league.
Let me check the ADP because the one guy that I like that's going later is like Kendrick Miller, but he's not going to. He's maybe around 10, but he's not going that late.
Yeah.
I don't know where Jamal Williams is landing right now. But
That's a guy
still on the board in Waffle House.
That's a guy that I think once Kamara gets suspended could absolutely just shoot up the board in ADP. So he's kind of a guy I've been targeting an underdog. Man,
well, hopefully he doesn't get suspended before that live draft next Saturday.
super late that could win a league.
Well, not necessarily win it, but just be a real. I mean, in the Scott Fishbowl, after the first 2 weeks, we're always obviously spending our full $100 fab on looking for a replacement running back somewhere. But a guy like James Robinson a couple of years ago was that first fab run was huge. So just somebody maybe that's piquing your interest.
What about Ty Chandler, Jeff?
I mean, you got to figure, one of those Minnesota backs is going to pop off, whether it's Chandler or whether it's McBride. There's going to be a guy behind Madison. I'm just not convinced Madison's the guy. Love Roshan Johnson. Somebody brought him up in the comments here. But, I mean, one of those guys is going to be one of those late round waiver type guys. But I think really there's a sweet spot where you can get some of those additional backs, after the 10th round. At least that's what we're seeing in the Coke division and Waffle House. Eli Mitchell still on the board. I mean, he's going to see some carries, and with the quarter point per carry, that's going to be a useful player as a third running back. And if once running back attrition sets in and guys start getting hurt, that's a really useful player. Jamal Williams is another still on the board. He's out there. And what about Jerick McKinnon? The guy gets touches. He sees it out of the backfield. Why wouldn't you want a guy like that attached to an offense like Kansas City? And so I think there's a spot between rounds 10 and like 15 where you can find a few of those guys that are going to be a difference maker in your roster. They might not be your starter every week, but man, they're going to help out in a bye week. They're going to help out with an injury. And that's going to be the difference between, making the playoffs or not, or advancing in the playoffs even, because running back attrition is a real thing. And you got to find a couple of those guys that are just not sexy, but they're serviceable enough.
That's why those rounds are super important, and you could find guys like you mentioned in those rounds. In that 20-something round, I like that Zach mentioned Sean Tucker there. As a Bucs fan, obviously there's not much in that backfield behind Rachaad White, so if something did happen to Rachaad White, it could be Sean Tucker that you can draft in the 20-something round.
Yeah,
I would say maybe one other guy would be Chuba Hubbard.
Like Chuba.
I don't think there's really that much of a difference in talent between him and Miles Sanders, but obviously Miles Sanders got paid, so he's going to play.
Did the lack of production from Chuba scare you at all last year when he had the chance?
Maybe slightly, but I feel like he was probably better prospect in college than he ended up. I think he ended up being a 4th-round pick.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything bad about him because Linda's probably still listening, and whenever I talk bad about Chuba, she's not happy. So,
well, that's probably
a 2,000-yard season in college. Like, this is a guy where had he come out early, he probably would have been a first-rounder in rookie drafts. Like, this was a dude that people really loved and were on, and then all of a sudden, that last year at Oklahoma State, the bottom fell out, and now everyone hates him. I mean, the kid can play. I think the maturation of the Panthers' offensive line is certainly going to help. And that's going to create a few more running lanes. And let's be clear, the NFC South isn't exactly a gauntlet of teams to go through. Tampa Bay is, that defense is getting older. They're down swinging. New Orleans, they're not exactly stopping, anybody. Sorry, buddy. I see the jerseys up there. And You're a Mets fan too, right? I got this for you. I just wanted to make sure you know that I'm a card-carrying Mets fan also.
My man.
And, so it's not all hate here. I got to make sure we have some common ground. But but yeah, I mean the NFC South's a little rough right now. So if you're looking at a guy like Chuba, it's a great investment when you think about better offensive line, better quarterback play is going to open up some running lanes, and then you're also going to turn around and see softer defenses just because frankly the division's not very good. And so I think it's a great option.
It's good to see the Mets back to where they should be.
I was thinking about that the other day because I'm from Cleveland. Cleveland's had the horrible sports luck, but like I couldn't imagine being in New York and being like a Knicks, Mets, and Jets fan. Like how that's got to be like for a major city. Like
that's a lot of my friends, and I feel bad for them. And I could have been a Jet fan, so I became a Bucks fan because of this man right here, because of Warren Sapp. So the Jets really should have had Warren Sapp. They passed on him for Kyle Brady. So I could have been a Jet fan. So thankfully they did that and I became a Bucks fan. But I mean, we've had some years that are pretty scary ourselves, but I feel for my friends, man. We have a lot of pain over here in New York.
Actually, think about that. You mentioned 3 teams, but the Yankees haven't won anything since 2009. And I'm a Yankee fan. They haven't won anything since 2009. The Mets haven't won since 86. The Knicks haven't won since the 70s. The Rangers haven't won since 94. The Islanders haven't won since 84. The Giants are the only team that's won something in the last maybe a little over a decade. The Jets haven't won since 69. New York sports are not good. I'm a New Yorker.
And that's crazy to think about that because it's like the biggest city in the country, right? If you just go by city limits.
And we have 2 teams in every sport. Even New Jersey teams are like New York teams. The Devils haven't won anything since 2005 or 8 or something like that. It's bad over here. It's bad.
But that is crazy because the Indians / Guardians were really good at that time, and the Yankees won 4 out of 5 World Series, and the Indians were the only team that beat them in that from the AL in that span. So.
And they got a walk-off home run against Mariano Rivera, I think, to win that series, if I remember correctly.
It was Game 4. They were down 2-1.
Okay,
Bottom of the 8th, there was 2 outs, and Sandy Alomar just somehow hit this cutter from Mariano Rivera that just got caught up in the wind.
Yep.
There were Indians teams in the late 90s that were just legit with Vizquel and Alomar and Tomei and Ellis Burks, and those squads were legit.
If I could go back and change one thing in time, would be 97 World Series. The Indians went to the Game 7 with the Marlins, and they blew a 1-run lead in the bottom of the 9th, and they lost in the 11th inning, man. And I was just a little kid at the time, but I remember watching it. So.
I remember going to the Jake, and I had these cutout seats that were right next to the dugout, and there was there was a rain delay, and the only thing that I was probably 12, I was a shortstop in Little League or whatever, so I remember going up to the gate, and there was nothing but a fence, an actual fence that separated me from their dugout. And Omar Vizquel came over, and he was talking double play mechanics with me during a rain delay. It was the coolest moment of my life. He brought Robbie Alomar over, and we had a 10-minute conversation about turning double plays. It was sick. It was awesome. They were just such cool guys, and they were just hanging out in the dugout talking to a couple of kids.
Hey, JB, when was the last time you turned a double play in life?
Yesterday at my softball game, you jerk.
It's like taking out algebra at school. It didn't help.
Hey, I won states in my junior year of high school, buddy. So,
guys, I have 1 hour left out of 15 and a half. I'm just taking shots at everybody now. I'm punching.
No,
and
I'm just glad you survived the pizza rolls, man. We were worried you were going to burn your mouth up so bad you wouldn't be able to talk. I was watching you just shovel those things in one after the next, and I was like, that man is not going to survive this show.
I actually put them on the side for a solid 10 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, I think maybe drop them in the fridge for a few or something.
Who's coming to the expo here in 5-6 weeks?
JB, are you going? JB, we gotta get a private jet.
I saw you last year, JB. I remember that. But.
Yep, last year was fun. So last year was a last minute decision for me. The besties were all trying to get me to go, and I was trying to go, but I officiate weddings as a little side thing, and I had a wedding booked for that day. So I was like, I can't not go. But then my wife was like, yo, just go, the baby's here, he's fine, whatever. I officiated the wedding, literally drove from the wedding to the airport, hopped on a plane, and surprised them at the expo. They didn't even know I was coming. It was awesome. But I'm not going to make it this year.
Derek Brown said he's going to be there. I'm looking forward to meeting you, D-Bro.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't think I can make it. I'm gonna be. I got a work event the week before I'm traveling for, so it's I gotta do some of the that real work. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fun if you go and get you get the premium package or whatever. You get to go to the Hall of Fame because I only live like 45 minutes away, so it's the only week of the year where people are jealous if you live in Ohio. But I just think going to the Hall of Fame is just so cool, man. I feel like every football fan should do it.
I like to tease D-Bro. I can't speak English because I went to see Dallas on Thanksgiving Day 2 years ago. They were playing the Raiders. I'm a Raider fan. And we were supposed to meet up, and he pretended to have COVID to avoid me.
You just violated HIPAA.
We're violating HIPAA again. That's two HIPAA
violations. He pretended.
No, Sal, next year, write it down, bro. Next year, you and me are going to the expo, okay? Because I can't go this year. I just started a new job. I can't take off yet, but we're going next year. You're going to be solidified in your job. You're going to be able to take off. We're going next year.
I said it to him like 5 times.
Wow.
I'm still trying to figure out. I'm still trying to figure out a way to go this year. It's impossible to fly from here.
Why don't you drive? It's like 5-6 hours.
It wasn't that hard, dude. I flew into
definitely
Cleveland
way
and
more
rented a
than-
car.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's like
Long Island to Cleveland?
It's
Oh
not
yeah,
that
because it's Canton.
I mean,
yeah.
It's like 12 hours.
No, don't drive. I
No, it
flew.
can't
I
be
rented
that
a
far.
car and I drove there.
Drove there.
Hey,
Oh,
I
we get back
winged
into
it.
like past tense.
Somebody
of
said
wanged it. We
drove.
wanged it.
You
Which-
drove.
Hey, for the past tense of wang, by the way, just going back to the last segment here, I want to get this thought out there. I think it's kind of like deer and deer. The plural of deer is deer. I feel like the past tense of wang is still wang.
What
I
about
feel like
wing?
it's a word.
It's wing?
Well, there was wung and winged, and I'm feeling like I'm gonna go with wang is still past tense of itself, so it's wang again. So we're just wanging all the way out. It's the wang. You're wanging out.
Let your wang fly. That's the way you do it.
Exactly. See, wang, baby. There's Cooter right there.
All about the wang.
Since she's in the comments.
Is Cooter? Cooter's really a doctor, huh? That's
Dr. Coot.
That's great. That's impressive.
But somebody really, Coot, you need to get a custom Saints jersey with wang on it. You have to now.
She's not the type of doctor that saves lives, but she is a doctor.
Jeez.
She is like one of the wittiest people I've ever met. She has like the best one-liners. I'm just like, man, how do you come up with all this stuff? But she's great.
Well, listen,
My favorite
Zach,
follows
if you pick me up, Zach's going to be on in about a half an hour. If you pick me up, I'll go. Just tell me where I gotta be.
Classic Mike's driving out from Eastern Long Island, he said.
Is he really? Mike,
That's
what the? Mike, I'm in Brooklyn, bro. Stop on by.
Mike,
I mean,
man, you guys
I'll
didn't
come
get the
to
group
Long
chat
Island.
here. Yeah,
I'll
get
come
the
to
group
Long
chat
Island
on
and meet
Twitter.
you.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to be at the New York live draft next week, so I'll talk to him then.
Where are you picking from? Do you know where you're picking from or no?
Yeah, I'm 111 in the Nathan division with JB. We're in the same division.
Where are you picking, JB?
I'm at the 5 spot. I'm at that spot that nobody wants because the 4 good players are gone and we don't know what to do.
Well, I think you know what to do. You're taking Burrow. That's a pretty good player. I mean, come on, you got to take. I mean, we've got 1 minute here, so you got Burrow, you got Herbert. Let's talk it out, man. I mean,
I got a week to figure it out, and I'll still send me a spreadsheet, bro. Send me a spreadsheet.
I got you.
I just feel like I love Burrow, but he's got to throw for 35 touchdowns and 4,000 plus yards to be there. He doesn't have the rushing upside that some of these other guys have. So again, he's got the best weapons, so he probably will throw for 4,000 and 35 again. But I just feel like Lamar is like the guy that can take down a tournament.
It's
just don't like
him. There's Brown. F it, Miko Andrews.
So he went as high as the 108 from the drafts I was looking at. His ADP was 13.4 based on the draft so far.
I might throw it out the window and just take Fields. Never know.
All right, gents. Was a hell of a good run for you, gentlemen. We appreciate you being here. We are going to wrap it up. Say some parting words.
Kyle, go ahead.
Go Browns, baby. Go Browns. As an analyst, I try not to be biased and be a homer, but yeah, let's go Browns, baby.
Nice.
I'll tell you what. I actually just want to thank you guys for what you're doing with the Podathon. I want to thank Scott Fish for all the work he's put into building up the Scott Fish Bowl, into creating it and putting it together into what it's become today. He hopped off right before we were able to get on. I wanted to thank him myself, but I'm sure he's going to see this. So thank you, Scott. Sal, JB, Spaceman. You guys do just incredible work, and everyone who's putting together the local drafts. There is so much behind the scenes work happening in every city that it's a really gargantuan effort that's being put forth by everyone involved. And, I just can't thank all of you guys enough, because this is such a kick-ass event that, it's a privilege for us all to be involved.
Very well said, Jeff. Thank you. Thank you on behalf of everybody who you thanked. It's wonderful to hear that. And good luck. Good luck the rest of the way, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Cool.
Yep, we'll see you. Thank you.
Okay, JB, before we get to the reads, very important to remind everybody that this is the final 30 minutes of this link. We are going to be switching at the bottom of this segment. We're going to be switching over to feed number 3. If you go to the pinned chat on the @SFB Podathon Twitter handle, you will see the link for part 3. Click there, or just go to the Fantasy Cares YouTube page. You could stay there through the whole show and just click the links that are right up there as we're moving forward. So I'll be on for one more hour. I'll have put in my 15 and a half for today. So JB, before we bring on the gentleman that's jumped in to salvage this half hour, run through those reads for me.
Yes, sir. This segment is presented by Dynasty Underdog, a Dynasty football podcast delivering key information about the basics of Dynasty football. New to Dynasty? Dynasty Underdog has you covered and will help you compete with the Sharks from the start. Join at JustUriahFF, at Willie Beeman DFF, and at Joshua M. Goldberg as they keep it real and fun to help listeners avoid common mistakes when playing Dynasty football for the first time. There are sharks in the pool. Listen to Dynasty Underdog on all major platforms to navigate the Dynasty waters together. Dynasty Underdog. Bite down. The transition from season-long fantasy football to NFL DFS can be tricky. If you want to take DFS more seriously this season, rely on experts who do this for a living with the help of Occupy Fantasy. Their staff has millions of dollars in lifetime NFL DFS earnings using the affordable tools and unique strategies created by co-founder Brian Jester at Occupy Fantasy. The goal of Occupy Fantasy is to teach you the right way to play and to help you completely reshape how you think about DFS at any bankroll level. Subscribe to Occupy Fantasy for their informative ebooks, live player models, daily write-ups, and the smartest lineup builder in the industry. Visit OccupyFantasy.com today.
Wow. And let's bring in Mike. Boop. There he is.
There he
Magic
is.
Mike. What's up,
Good
Mike?
evening.
You guys have been a longtime sponsor of the SFB Podathon, and it's great to get you in here. You deserve to get a little FaceTime. So thank you for stepping in when the opportunity came up.
Of course. Hey, you guys are lucky. My wife goes to bed real early. So I said I'm going to do a Podathon at 10:30. She's like, by all means, I get the bed to myself. So she was quite thrilled that I'm here and not in there. So thank you guys for having me. Happy to be here.
Are you like on the other side of the house, down in the basement? Where is this studio you're podcasting from?
So it's technically a bedroom, but I don't know how you could actually make it be a bedroom. So my daughter's room is right there, and then our room is down at the end of the hall, but we have window units in the windows, so no one can hear me. She says I'm too loud. I think she's full of it. There's no way she's hearing me with that air conditioning on. Just not happening. So, yeah, again, happy to be here. And Sal, man, hats off to you for going since what, 8 o'clock this morning?
8 a.m. this morning. I set the alarm for 6 this morning, so I've been up since 6 a.m. Took a walk to get a little bit of breakfast, grab a couple last-minute things, and took a shower, sat in a chair. And
I don't know how you do it. I think my max would be like 4 to 6 hours, maybe. 15 not going to cut it for me. I couldn't do it. So hats off to you, man. That's awesome.
I appreciate that. Now, if you know, in the past, this show used to be a 24-hour show, and I would do the full 24 hours straight. 24 hours straight, which means I was generally up 27 to 28 hours in those days because getting up, getting ready, finishing up, I wasn't recording from home. I would have to drive home after that. And one year, might have been year 2, Mike Wright couldn't make it until 9 o'clock his time. So we did 25 hours straight, me, Steve, and Kevin in year 2. So it's just like when we got into doing this, the idea was we weren't that good at actually fantasy football and podcasting, but we could stay awake. Like our whole shtick was we can stay awake. We're not that good. People don't want to hear advice from us. They want to see us slowly die. And so that's what we gave them. Like pay money to watch us slowly die.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's give people some good advice here. And I saw when I came on that Fantasy Cares only has 657 subscribers on their YouTube channel. So guys, you got to get them to at least 1,000 subs, because when you get to 1,000 subs, the algorithm starts to recommend more. So the more people that come onto this channel, the more that this Podathon is going to get pumped out to people that don't know about it. The channel can get monetized. So the more that Fantasy Cares gets out there, the more that they can do, and the farther your donations go. So if you're just watching and you haven't subscribed, make sure you sub to this channel and make sure you donate if you can too, because these guys are doing an awesome job. So bump up the algorithm, hit that subscribe button, and help these guys out, because they're all doing great things. So shout out to you guys for putting this together. Scott Fish, of course, he's the man. Looking forward to seeing him at the Expo again this year if he goes. I'm assuming he's going. I don't know, maybe, but hope to see whoever's going to be there. If I don't know your name, I'm sorry. I'm getting old. I'm bad with names too, so please wear a name tag.
It's funny because D-Bro's telling me he's saying Sal's getting old, and my response to that is you can't get somewhere you're already at. I am old. I'm not getting there.
Yeah.
I'll be 49 this August, but I try to stay in shape. I try to stay young. I act immature, which kind of helps. I have grown children who are like going to be 19 this year, going to be 22, going to be 24, who I try to embarrass as regularly as possible. You know, I do that to stay young. But you know, honestly, I had my first kid when I was 24, and she's going to be 24 this year, and that just keeps me young, man. My kids have definitely kept me young, and I've always tried to, you know, just keep it real and have a good time through fantasy. And my thing was never over the top statistics over and over again, and everybody's beaten to death. And there's a place for that, but I was always about getting on, making some jokes, and having a good time. And charity isn't a bad thing to get involved with either. So.
Yeah, and just speaking of that, and speaking of the subscribers and the people that are here and that have been here all day long, shout out to them. Shout out to everyone that has been watching. Shout out to the people that are participating in the comments. You know, I see Jamie all over the chat and the comments. You know, a couple of you guys, Zach's been in here for a while. So shout out to you guys, because you're keeping us going too. You're giving us some material. You're responding to what's going on here, and that's part of it too. I mean, we feed off of you guys, so props to you for showing up and showing out.
You know, so you made a great point about not going overboard with statistics too. We found just from kind of polling our listeners that most people listen to podcasts in a car, on their way to work, on doing whatever. So it's really hard if you're throwing a lot of people. What are they going to do? You know, pull over and write it down or put it in their phone. Don't text and drive. So that's something that we strive for in the Dynasty Rewind, is just kind of give people the stats they need to know. Although I did do a piece on stay away from DeAndre Swift for Dynasty purposes, by the way. I just think his value is a little too high right now. So I kind of dug into the Eagles running back receiving core as a whole, because everyone's thinking like, oh, he's going to be, you know, this PPR monster this year. And you know what? The Eagles just don't really throw to the running backs. Actually 26 running back receptions less last year than in 2021. So Jalen Hurts doesn't check down. Maybe he will with DeAndre Swift there, but that's one thing that I'm ready to be. I'm okay to be wrong on. You know, just looking at the Scott Fishbowl scoring, it's kind of favoring bell cow running backs, which makes it interesting because that's kind of a thing of the past, if you think about it. So I think guys like Miles Sanders and Ramondre Stevenson are actually going to be really good values for this year, DLF actually just published an article. It's Miles Sanders, 3 down back, question mark. So it's possible, you know, these guys, Rashad White, it's going to be really good. I think in this format too. Just remember, they don't have to be the sexy pick. They just have to be the right pick. Also, Mr. Scampers, thank you. I'm trying out a new microphone tonight, so that's why I sound so sultry. It's only $36 in case anybody wants a good, cheap microphone. It's a Fifine. So funny thing about me, I don't actually consume any fantasy football content because I don't want to get other people's opinions mixed up with my own. I watch microphone reviews. So if you guys need a cheap microphone that sounds good, it's a Fifine K669D. Sometimes, you know, they Amazon has a coupon, but I think they were $36.99. It's an XLR, so it's not USB, so you need an audio interface. But thank you, Mr. Scampers. I love the picture of the cat as your Abby. So,
Mike, I want to follow up what you said with the question for you because I saw that you recently did a show on how to value rookies in the startup draft. So
that was our worst video of the year, by the way, as far as views.
Really? I enjoyed it, but I want you to take that thought process and apply it to Scott Fishbowl. So you were talking about bell cow running backs. I want to see how you think people should be looking at potential impact of some of the rookies this year, and if there's any specifically that you like.
Yeah, so guys like Bijan Robinson are going to be huge in this format. You know, you're going to stay away from guys that kind of went into situations. I think Jahmyr Gibbs is actually going to be really good in this format too. There's going to be guys, you know what? I'm sorry. Again, Sal and I were talking, I'm so bad with names. Somebody was on earlier and it was like 11 something this morning. And they're talking about they're going to be filling their flex sections with running backs, and they're going to have a lot of running backs. I think that's fantastic. I'm kind of shying away from wide receivers in this. Well, let's see this. The wide receiver is, it's pretty standard PPR scoring. See, Mr. Scampers knows what's up. But, you know, pretty much Bijan Robinson is a guy that I could think of. Jahmyr Gibbs off the top of my head, guys like that. Tight end wise, I don't know if there's going to be any tight ends that are really going to pop off. Dalton Kincaid, a lot of people have some questions about him. I'm okay with taking Dalton Kincaid in like the 7th or 8th round in a format like this. There's some guys that I like in this draft for dynasty purposes, but you know, this format's going to be tough. Obviously, Bryce Young, no negatives for the passing is going to be the huge one for the rookies because you go Bryce Young, you got CJ Stroud. For the record, I would take those two guys over Anthony Richardson in this particular format. I like Anthony Richardson. We do need to calm down. You know, you never know what guys like this, guys like him, Trey Lance, they kind of have a similar skill set, athletic, running, good stuff like that, but raw. They need time. So, yeah, there's going to be some rookies, but in a format like this, I tend to typically shy away from rookies a little bit, to be honest with you.
No, it's kind of like a you got to see it to believe it thing, right? And especially this year, you know, you talk about the volume and you know Bijan's going to get it, but even Gibbs is in what could be a shared backfield, so you get a little worried about that. So I like what Toronto Dave said here. He said that the Rewind shirts were one of his all-time favorite T-shirts. And Mike, I have to tell you, before I even got involved in this industry, when I first started playing, I said, how do I get a fantasy football related hoodie? I wanted a fantasy football related hoodie. And somebody tagged me to you. And the first fantasy football related hoodie I owned was that Dynasty Rewind. And
really?
It was the soft Bell End canvas. It was just the most comfortable hoodie that I owned at that time. And it was my first fantasy football related hoodie. So thank you for that.
When did you buy that by chance? How long ago was that?
5 years ago, I want to say.
So that probably, did it come in like a white, like plastic?
It was, you had told me that you were like trying out a different vendor or something like that. So it was at that point, whenever that was.
It might have been sent to you by me personally.
It was. I was talking to you about it. Yep.
Look at that. I'm sorry. I talked to so many people, and hey, look,
it was years ago.
Yeah. If you want a chance to win a Dynasty Rewind t-shirt, we will be raffling one off tomorrow at the Philadelphia Live Draft, which is where I'll be. I'm going to be representing the John's Roast Pork division. Also, fun fact, one of the guys on our crew, Porkman, that's where him and I met for the first time, John's Roast Pork in South Philadelphia. So that's why I picked that division. So I'm really looking forward to doing the live draft. Got some t-shirts. I have sizes We're only giving away one, but I have to bring a variety of sizes. So I have medium through double XL. Threw some stickers in there too. So if you're there and you just want a sticker, I'll hook you up with a sticker. We got some wristbands. I'm going to throw some wristbands in the bag too. Bringing my camera, bringing my laptop. Going to take a lot of pictures tomorrow. So it's going to be, I'm really excited about it. You got a sticker?
I do have your sticker there on my sticker wall. So there is a Dynasty Rewind sticker there. You're on the wall, buddy.
Is that the square one or the die cut one?
The diamond.
Okay. Yeah. Nice. So if anyone needs to buy stickers, Sticker Mule is where we get our stickers. Pretty good. I got new ones coming of our original logo, but those are not expected to be there until I think next week, unfortunately. So didn't make the cutoff, but I will have them at the expo. We're gonna have a booth this year, so make sure you stop by the booth. I know in years past we did a lot of recording on Expo Day itself. We're not doing that this year. I'll have my mixer and some microphones set up in case someone stops by and we want to do something quick. Like if Bob Harris stops by and he's like, hey, I want to record something with you guys. Absolutely, we'll do that for Bob Harris. But we're going to do most of our recording for our patrons on Saturday during the day. We're going to do like a round table. The guys came up with a name. I don't remember what it is. I'm sorry. So Sunday is going to be more about networking and just kind of talking to people. So make sure you stop by. Come hang out. It's going to be a fun time. Ask as many questions as you want. Jorge's going to load up on Rewrite. Jorge, I'm sorry. I'm not actually bringing any swag with me to the expo because it's one of those things where to order everything, I got to pay for it up front. If I don't sell it, then I'm stuck with it. So we might do something like maybe a promo code, like an expo promo code through our spread shop where you have until this amount of time to use it and you get a percentage off. We might set something up like that, but then I don't have to transport stuff from Pennsylvania to Ohio back to Pennsylvania. So
smart man. You got a hey now from Bob Harris, so you might get that. You might get that little Bob Harris interview you're talking about.
I wanna give Bob Harris a shout out because he's always been a big supporter of our show. He's a fantastic guy. You know, he doesn't have to go to stuff like this, to the Fantasy Expo. He doesn't have to come hang out with people like us. You know, he's one of the OGs. There would be no us if there was no Bob Harris. Let's put it that way. I mean, maybe there would be, but our path to get here could have been a lot harder. So the fact that he is a true man of the people and he comes and spends time with us, always in a good mood, always happy to talk to everybody. So if you're getting into content creation, who should I model myself after? Bob Harris. Comments are over there. I don't know where comments are. They're somewhere. Model yourself after Bob Harris. He's a great guy. I actually bought the Football Diehards fantasy guide last year and I made him autograph the cover for me. It is framed. It is sitting up there. So it's in my studio/office. So Bob is the man.
I have to say something. I got to break in and I got to let you guys know something. Bob does have to go to all those things. He made a deal with the devil. Bob he's not that good. He's not that talented. He's just here on longevity. And the devil has made him relevant. And so if for eternity, he has to show up to every dumb expo or stupid event that fantasy people are at in order for him to maintain his notoriety. So that's something Bob confided in me, and I probably shouldn't have said that.
All right, well, I'm going to ask him about that privately someday because I love me some Bob. He's a great dude. So, Bob, thank you for everything that you've done for him, both me and
he is the absolute best. He's the absolute best. I know that he would get a kick out of what I said. He says I'm spitting facts.
We did an interview with him, and he said that the way he started, he used to like fax people stuff. Like that's old school right there, faxing stuff to people like that. And hey, you know what? That also shows you got to embrace the new and up and coming stuff. Like people are getting on Threads now. Another social media platform that we got to have an account on, I guess. It's like, come on, kill me. Like TikTok. I don't do TikTok. Care. If anyone from our crew is watching and they want to start a TikTok, by all means, go ahead. I'm not interested. I'm just not.
No, Mike, I needed to just add to that Bob Harris part because honestly, even before I was even close to being involved in this industry, when I was just a fantasy football player, it was Bob Harris's show on Sirius XM, and I would call and I would talk to him all the time. There was two guys for me. It was Bob Harris and it was Howard Bender. And they were the most down-to-earth guys that always interacted with you on Twitter, that took your phone calls on the air, and you felt like you knew them. They were those kind of guys. They weren't the I'm above you fantasy analysts. They were the down-to-earth guys that really cared, and you could tell they cared because they took the time to answer everybody who tweeted them questions. They took the time to have those conversations with people. And when I met them both for the first time in person at the expo last year, it was awesome, Mike. Like, it felt like I was meeting guys that I've known forever. And it was kind of like almost to that point where it's like you feel like you know them. So when you meet them, it's like, oh my God, it's so good to see you in person because we've been talking for so many years. And they give you that back. It's not just like a, hey, yeah, nice to meet you. It was like, oh, JP, like, it was, they give you that. They're those type of dudes. They're awesome, man. I couldn't have said it better than you said it.
Jamie has a comment, bought a Bob Harris book and always dreamed of Bob autographing it. Never made it to the expo. Jamie, I don't know if you have Twitter. If you do, my handle is @RewindCEO. If you have email, I'm assuming you have email, mjbauer85@gmail.com. Bauer is Bower. You send me that book. I will take it to the expo. I'll get Bob to sign it, and I will send it back to you. And I'll throw in some Dynasty Rewind stickers, too, if you're interested in that, Jamie. By all means, I'll glad to take care of that for you. So I have no problem doing that. I'm going there anyway. And what's room for a book? I can make it happen.
Mikey Bauer, you're a special kind of fellow, my friend. It's very awesome.
Look, here's the thing. I'm not better than anybody. I appreciate everyone that downloads our podcast and buys merch and subscribes to YouTube, and especially all our patrons. Not better than anybody. I just try to make content that I would want to listen to. I want to be a nice person because, JB, you said it best. Like, the worst is if you meet someone that you admire and you've consumed their content for years and they turn out to be a jerk. That's the worst thing. So I just try to be, I'm just myself, And like I always tell people when you're getting into content creation, I'd rather have somebody hate me for me than like me for something I'm not. Yes. So if you think about starting something, just be yourself.
Just a quick reminder to everyone that in 8 minutes, we're going to switch over to the third feed of the SFB Podathon. There are 5 feeds, and the third feed will kick on in 8 minutes. Right after we're done with Mike Bauer, we will switch over, have J. Mike and Zach Reed on with us. So please stay with us. That'll be my last half hour, but some of these other great guys will be carrying us on through till the morning when I get back up and come back on. So support throughout the night. We have tons of great European guests coming on, Australian guests. It's going to be an amazing, amazing overnight here on the SFB Podathon. So just remember that, and let's run this out, guys.
So, Mike, you told us you were drafting tomorrow in the live draft. You told us your division. What pick do you have?
The 107, which I actually requested. I figure I'll take the bullet here for somebody, right? Because I know people, especially in formats like this with the third round reversal, I think a lot of people like the later picks. Right? I got to be honest with you guys. I've never done a draft with third round reversal ever. We've had it where, like you're starting a league up and the start draft's about to start, and everyone's voted down that. So I've never done it. So I'm curious, but I like to actually pick in the middle of startups or anything when I draft. What's up, Russ?
What?
Russ just comes on whenever he wants, I've noticed today, and I love it.
He could do that. He's the Dynasty Outhouse. He could do that.
I literally have the power. Yeah.
I'm hitting at the 107. I'm pretty excited about it. I'm just excited about the live draft, to be honest with you. I don't think they had a Philadelphia live draft last year. No, they didn't. So I'm excited to be there. Honestly, I don't really know who else is going to be there. I know my man Steve is going to be there. Fantasy Ladder. Shane Manila is going to be there. I don't know too many other people. I think Porkman from our crew is coming down to just hang out. He's not in the Philly live draft.
I think Joe Pep is part of that, right?
Yes, he is. Is it Pep or Pepe?
I don't know, so that's why I call him Pep, because that could be short for Pepe.
I would think it's I think it's Pepe.
It probably is, but that's why I call him Pep, because I can't get it wrong.
We were in the Gotham division last year together, but I actually knew him prior to that. He's a good. I call him Tony Danza Jr.
Yes, me too.
Accurate. That's accurate.
I've put his face on Tony Danza's pictures before and sent them out in different memes and whatnot.
Have you ever heard of a movie called The Garbage Picking, Field Goal Kicking Philadelphian?
Yes, and
Yeah.
Tony Danza is in that, correct?
Yes, and he plays like somehow he becomes the kicker for the Philadelphia
Yeah.
Eagles. It was like right. I think Jeff Lurie just bought the team, so they just switched over the colors to the midnight green that they have now. Jeff Lurie is actually in the movie. He was a bartender. You have to find like the poster of that and put his face on that one. That's the one that you got to put his face on. He would probably hate it, so it would be fantastic.
Gotta find it. Gotta find it
Absolutely.
now.
I'll see if I can find it because JB, you still gonna be on after this?
Yeah, I'm off.
I'll see
I'm
if I
on
can
until
find
Sal
it.
goes to bed.
I'm gonna see if I can find it. I'll DM it to you. How's that sound?
Perfect. That's great.
Perfect.
Awesome. Yeah, it's going to be a bunch of good people there. Philly draft's going to be fun. I mean, we got our New York one next week, so we like seeing what's going on in all these drafts that are going on. I saw San Francisco was earlier today. I think Atlanta was also earlier today. So love seeing this. So we can kind of see how people draft before us, but we can also kind of see how much fun they're having at their live drafts and get us even more excited for ours next week.
Yeah, I bet the New York draft is going to be just absolutely wild. To be honest with
awesome.
you, the New York
I'm not drafting there.
You're not drafting there, Russ. Where are you drafting?
No, I'm going to be there, but I'm not drafting. I know myself well enough to know that I will be way too overwhelmed with everything to actually try and draft. So I'm like, you know what? No, just going to slow draft and then just completely concentrate on being an idiot while I'm at the live draft and not have to actually try and pretend to do anything intelligent like drafting.
We got a great group of people. It's going to be hosted at Rick Wolf's Friends Bar, and Rick Wolf and Glenn Colton are paying for the first $4,000 worth of drinks at the bar. So, like, just that alone, like, shout out to Rick Wolf for hooking this all up because he's done an incredible job nailing the venue with that incredibly generous offer of covering that bar tab. And there's going to be so many good people there. It's going to be a lot of fun. And Sal.
I'll be there too. Yes, and probably a little bit more awake than I am right now. But Russ, I'm going to jump out of this stream. You could end the broadcast because you have the ability to do that when you're done, and then everybody switch over to the other stream. I'll be over there already. I know Zach Reed is waiting in the room for me. We'll see you guys again in a few.
This one's supposed to go till 11:30.
No, I was told to switch after this.
All right, man.
That's what I saw on the schedule too.
All right, but oh yeah, the next one starts. You know what? No, I'm not going to question it. You guys know what you're doing. I'm here because
Russ,
my daughter fell asleep and I couldn't fall asleep again.
Thanks for being wrong again. See you guys in a few. Mike, thank you again.
Absolutely, Sal.
Mike, take us out. Give us some parting words. Tell the people something. What do you want to say? How do you want to end?
Hey, look, if you're going to a live draft, even if you're not participating, people had to put money up for this. So make sure you help them out if you can. I did donate a little bit to try to help people out. Make sure you donate to this cause. As a sponsor, we donated, of course, which we've done for the past few years now. It's a great cause. Yeah. So listen, Scott Fish, the crew, everyone that's working behind this is just doing a fantastic job. And also, don't forget, don't be that guy on Twitter saying, "Oh, why didn't I get invited to Scott Fish Bowl?" You have to sign up. Okay? They don't just invite people. Please remember that. I've seen Scott every year. Did you sign up? Did you sign up? Did you sign up? Well, no. Was I supposed to?
Those are my favorite because he'll come out and he'll tell you. He'll come right out and be like, well, the first time you signed up was this day on this year, and you signed up 2 days after it started, and I've checked your email, your name, your social security number. Like, he's got it all. He's like, no, buddy, no.
Yeah. And also,
And the
if
worst
you're
is
the
like
101,
people join competitions or like all the contests we do and win races, and when we tweet out the contest, just please sign up, please be eligible, please sign up. When we're running the races, please just be signed up. When you win, you're not signed up. I don't know what you want from me. Like
I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm gonna jump over to the other one so I can keep Sal from having to do a read. But Mike, it's been awesome hanging out with you, brother. Thank you for jumping on, and definitely find me that picture and send it to me.
I already got one right now, so I'll be sending it over in a few minutes.
My man. Thanks, brother.
See you, JB. Russ, we ending it here?
Yeah, man. I mean, it was good to see you for about 30 seconds. It's been.
Are you going to be at the expo?
Oh, heck yeah.
I want to hug the outhouse.
Oh,
that's
absolutely,
the rules.
man. Even if you didn't, it was happening.
That's fine. That's fine. Russ, thank you. Thank you for everything that you do for Fantasy Cares. It was great seeing you.
Always. All right. Have a good night, man.
All right, man. You too. I'll see you.
See you. All right. See everybody over in the next session.